What's up? I think we're live. Hello. I didn't have time to start playing some music, so I just had to go with the building is how I'll say it. Hello. Hi. We're live. We're live a little bit early. Hello. What's up, G Hercup? Hello. Oh my goodness, we're getting things set up because I'm right up against the line here. Let me see. I'm running around like a what's the phrase? A chicken with its head cut off, I believe. I'm like a chicken.
Short break here.
That's what I've always said about myself, is that I am very chicken-like. What's up, Manifalo? Hello. All right. And if you don't know what I'm here for, you don't know what we're here for, you don't know what I'm getting set up for, hello. My name is Megaphone Man to some, and this is Critical Eyes, where we watch through Critical Role Campaign 1, for me, for the first time. For many of you, not for the first time. I've been DMing for a long time, and I try to give a fresh perspective on Critical Role kind of as an outsider. I've never seen a actual play before this series, and so we talk about the good, the bad, the ugly, the beautiful, and I try to, if something's bad, I try to give what I would do alternatively, and if it's good, I try to talk about how good I think it is and why I think it's good. All those sorts of things. These stats are also out of date. I need to update them. It's probably, someone said the other day it's probably over 1,000 hours, and they're probably right. So I'm gonna get rid of the stats. We're gonna get rid of them for now. What's up, average fan? Amrock, do you have a question? I know which one. And I can't, unfortunately, I have still not watched it. I have still watched Average Fan. I missed my name. I know. I don't know what's going on with YouTube, man. They're having some problems. I'm not mad. You're just disappointed. But it's okay. It's because I need to do like a manual admin task while I watch Campaign 4. And I have an admin task in mind. I've identified what I can do to make that time like useful. Unfortunately, the thing that I have identified to do keeps breaking every time I try to do it. But today is Critical Eyes 93.5 because we're watching episode 93 of Critical Role. They are in hell. This episode is called Bats Out of Hell. And I don't know what exactly is going to happen in the rest of this episode. Obviously, I've never seen it. But I have a feeling. Let's put it that way. I've got an inkling as to what could be going on here. Also, if the stream looks a little bit weird, let me know. Like if it's like jumpy or grainy or something, let me know. It's giving me a warning. It's telling me my bitrate is too low, but my encoder kept getting overloaded last stream, so I purposefully turned down the bitrate. So we'll see how that goes. Let's see. I have to finish Campaign 2 and then watch 3 before I move on to 4 and Age of Umbra. I will say, Average Fan, Campaign 4 is completely disconnected, at least so far. Different setting, different DM, certainly different kind of style and format, it seems. I'm going to be watching Campaign 4. I will be. I think people don't believe me, but I will be. So I don't know that you need to do that. And same goes for Age of Umbra. I don't think you need to finish 2 and 3. What's up, Dragon Paradox? Hello. It looks a little grainy. Ooh, okay. Let's see. Okay, I've got an idea of how I could fix it. Okay, and auto stop is off. Okay, I'm gonna try to fix it because it also looks a little grainy on my end. So it's good to have the double check there, and I have an idea for what I can do to fix it. So it shouldn't end the broadcast. I should be right back. I should be right back in like 2 seconds. So give me 1 second. All right. I see what you've I see what the time's up. Har. I think we're back. Are we back? Hello. We should be. Let's see. Okay. Yeah. It might continue to be a little bit blurry, but I will say issues are resolved or it's not giving me a warning anymore at the very least. So I'm going to ride this out. I made the change that I knew I could make very easily. So we're going to ride this out. Hopefully it looks a little bit better. Let's see. Hello from South Carolina. What's up, Megan Caitlin? Hello, South Carolina. I visited South Carolina when I was... How old was I? Must have been like 12 or 13. And I remember, I have been to the ocean since. I've been to Florida a few times. And I've been to California once. And I cannot remember somewhere smelling like the ocean more than South Carolina. Charleston specifically. I don't know why, but in my head, like, South Carolina is just the ocean as a smell. And I cannot explain why that is like the firm image in my mind. Because again, I've been to the ocean since. But I've never been to another place, including the actual ocean. I don't even think when I was in the waters of the ocean, it smelled as much like the ocean as the state of South Carolina. And that probably has to do with the fact that I was like 12 at the time. And every time I went back to the ocean, I was much older. I think the next time I went back to the ocean, I was like 16 or maybe even like 17 or 18. So it almost certainly has to do with the fact that like I grew up in Kansas. So South Carolina was my first time ever witnessing the ocean. So that probably has a decent amount to do with it. But yeah, it's just the ocean personified at this point. What's up, Negative Review? Hello. Or Negative View. Hello. I show up as Paradox 28. I know. I think it is. I think it's on YouTube's end. I don't know what the hell is going on, but something YouTube just made a whole bunch of big changes on their back end, or at least on their front end. To me, well, the middle end. I don't know what you would call the part of their applications that can be seen by streamers but not by the audience. Probably still the front end. It's just for a different user. Selection, I guess. But they made a bunch of updates. Like, easily, since I've been streaming, the biggest update to YouTube Live, since I started streaming, which was, I mean, I've been streaming off and on for 4 years, somewhere around there. So like huge and wide-reaching updates to the live backend. So there, I almost guarantee it has to do with that, because also when that came out, if you haven't noticed, or if you didn't notice the past two streams, the break screen isn't working. Like, they introduced this like overlay break but now that overlay break isn't working. It's just giving like an error 15 code or something. So I don't know when it's gonna fix itself, but I think that's what's going on, man. I think that's what's going on. The ocean actually started growing from South Carolina. It's the origin. It's the origin. South Carolina has the river that filled the world's oceans. I see. What state are you in? I grew up in Kansas, and I moved eventually to Illinois. I'm in Chicago right now. So now I see water all the time, which is a novel experience, but it's all fresh water. I was 22 and I was born and raised here, but I'm moving to Montana soon. I've heard very good things about Montana. I mean, asterisk. There's bad things about every state. But the people that I have known that have lived in Montana really liked the experience of living there. Just in terms of like the landscape, especially, and like the kind of the layout of things. I think Hank Green, I think, lives in Missoula, if I'm not mistaken. Missoula, Montana, and he really loves it. And then I had a personal friend that moved to Montana from Kansas after school, and they really liked it. So I've heard good things about Montana, especially I think if you're sort of outdoorsy, which I can be outdoorsy, but if you like hiking and nature, it seems to be a really really nice state for that. I was watching a stream yesterday on my phone, and I had my name. Weird. I do like the normal break screen more than the overlay. That's fair. I think what I'm eventually going to do, if they fix it, because I also kind of like the normal break screen more, I think I'm going to just crop the overlay down to where it's just that little timer. Because that's the main thing I like about the overlay screen, is that it has that little break timer in like the bottom right. So I think I might just crop down the overlay to just that timer. And then, so that way when I go on break, it'll pop up the timer, but it'll still have the normal break screen otherwise. Or I might try to customize it more, because that's just like the default break overlay. I can theoretically customize it, but it's kind of weird on how you do so. So I just haven't taken the time, really. Hello from Hawaii. Oh, what's up? Oh my gosh, we've got people from across the U.S. in here. Hello, Dennis Reddy. I've heard a lot of, obviously people love Hawaii. I was just talking about my opinion on South Carolina, or what I think of when I think of South Carolina. People obviously love Hawaii, but I also know that it's like, whenever something is like very kind of associated with tourism, there's always kind of a double-edged sword there of like how tourism affects locals, of like, it's nice because it, there's jobs and there's, influxes of money, but also you're like catering to people that don't need to like live there full time. And it's a very, very strange sort of, like I said, double-edged sword there of when something is like so based on tourism, or so associated with tourism, at least. Because I know that, and obviously Hawaii has a very deep historical culture, which I know very little about, honestly, which kind of sucks. I should learn more, because I know like broadly the history of like of Pacific Islanders, but I don't know really any of the details. Which, we won't even go into American historical or history classes and including or not including certain things, but I really should just learn more, because I know quite a bit about other aspects of of American and North American history and like the Americas history, but I know very little of like Pacific Islander history. Anyways, what's up? If we're sharing, hello, from your neighbor in Minnesota. I love Minnesota. I love Minnesota. I got family in Minnesota, very close family in Minnesota, and I've not been as often as I would like to have been. But I've loved Minnesota every time I've gone, but I'm a little biased because all my family that I love is there. So it's tough. It's tough to be like to separate that, I guess. I live on the Big Island in the city of Hilo. Oh, cool. Very, very neat. Dude, I will say that is one cool thing about like, I don't know. Maybe this sounds dumb. I'm being honest here. Is this a safe space? Can I have an honest reaction here? I don't know why, but it's very cool to me. Like, it feels very fun to be able to be like, I'm from this island. You know what I'm saying? I don't know quite how to phrase it in a way, but it's like, you know, being from Kansas, I can say I'm from Kansas City, and I can say, you know, I got family in Wichita. You know, I can talk about the cities and the settlements to an extent. But being like, oh, yeah, you know, Hawaii's like all of these islands, but I'm from the Big Island, or I'm from Kauai, or, you know, I don't know. There's something like neat to me about that sort of like almost like further subdivision that's very natural and not like human oriented, because like states are kind of arbitrary, you know, like where's the fucking border between Kansas and Missouri? It's a straight line that some dude drew, and you know, it's like, what's that about? And same thing with cities, but like being from the Big Island, it's like, oh, that's the island. I don't know. It's cool to me. I don't know why. What the fuck? Okay, that's a band. Goodbye, Boxy Dude Fun. See ya later. I don't know what the fuck they're talking about, but goodbye. Anyways, that was weird. Maybe that's, you know, I don't think we got any people, it seems like, from the shorts feed. Or at least we just didn't get like a lot of new people the last time I was streaming, and the last time I was doing like the dual streaming between like horizontal and shorts. And I wonder if I'm actually getting put into the shorts feed this time. So I wonder if that's like that random person. But yeah, cheers from Poland. Hell yeah. Can't wait to see CR live in London next year. Ooh, neat. Very cool. I love South. I live in South New Mexico. Nice. The borders of a state are arbitrary. The borders of an island are objective. Yeah, exactly. That's kind of, I don't know. Part of that is very, very cool to me. I don't know why. We have beautiful waterfalls and 3 different colors of sand here. 3 different colors of sand? Ooh, that's neat. That's very cool. I didn't know that. I don't know fucking shit about geology, bro. I was like, 3 different colors of sand. I mean, I guess I've seen red sand in theory, and I've seen like, you know, I can like picture like desert sand. It's like kind of yellow, but then there's also like white. Like I can picture different colors of sand, but having them all be in like the same place is kind of wild. That's kind of wild to me. I'm not going to say which city I live in because I don't want my YouTube account to be traceable to me. That's a good idea, probably. That's a good idea. That's a good idea. Pacific Northwest are just the same, united by our climate. Dude, Washington, I will say, fucking based. I agree. Washington and Oregon might as well be the same state in my head. I'm sure that there are differences, But as someone that has never been to either, they might as well be the same state. I know which one has Seattle and which one has Portland. Let me think for a second. I think Washington is the more northern state. I think it's like Washington up here, then Oregon, then California. And I think it goes like Seattle, then Portland. So I'm going to guess it's Seattle, Washington, and Portland, Oregon. Oh, saying Portland, Oregon out loud. That one's right. Yeah, but they might as well all be the same city to me. Yeah. Kansas and Missouri border is mostly a river, no? Actually, no. Surprisingly. Well, I mean, okay, if you picture Kansas, it's like, okay, yep, we're interesting. We're getting a very interesting crop of folks here. All right, yep, we're gonna get rid of, that's a ban as well. Very cool. This is interesting. I don't know what's going on. But it's like Kansas is like a square and then has like a little like kind of chip taken out of the corner, right? That little chip taken out of the corner is the river. So, and then like if you look at Missouri, it has like a little bit of an outcropping over Kansas. That's the only part of the KC or of the Kansas-Mo border that is an actual river. The rest of it is just a line. Man, this is crazy. The main difference is sales tax. Oh, yeah, fair. What's going on? I don't know. Why does Kansas pronounce differently than Arkansas? I used to know the answer. But I do not anymore. I know that it has to do with like historical pronunciations of like the Kansa, because the Kansa are the namesake of Kansas. But I if I'm remembering correctly, Arkansas has a different like Native American tribe that is its namesake. But I'm honestly not sure. I used to know the answer. I do not anymore. I know it has to do with some amount of Native American history. I do have spammers. Are you an alcoholic? What is happening? I mean, honestly, that was one of the least weird of the new chats. So I'm actually not even gonna ban you. This is crazy. I used to drink a lot. Now I don't. Because drinking is bad for your voice and I need to be able to talk for streaming. Oh, man. Is this real? Is this Kansas news? Not really. I think I'm just the only person that people know that was actually from Kansas. English is not actually to blame for most states, which I think is really cool. I agree. I really like state names. I agree. Oh, man. Is there anything you can turn off to stop this? I might actually, I normally have like very loose chat moderation by default, but I might actually have to put some chat moderation on. We're gonna go basic. We're gonna go with basic chat moderation. What's up, Real Sky Remnants? What up? Hello. But yeah, that is Minnesota means cloudy water, talking about the reflections in Dakota language. Ooh, that's neat. I just learned recently that Chicago, I was doing a basic chat emotes only. I actually wish I could do emote only chat, but they don't let you. That's not, or at least actually that might have been part of the update. Welcome to people that are cool and not weird. I agree. There's a lot of new folks in here. I think it has to be the shorts feed. It almost certainly must be. But yeah, weird, interesting. But they might allow emote-only chat now. They used to not. What was I just about to say? Oh, I recently learned. I was on a Chicago means stinky weed, which was wild onion plants. Yes, but I also learned that Chicago, the city, was named after the river. I didn't know that, but the Chicago River was named after the onion plant, and then the city of Chicago was named after the river, the Chicago River. I didn't know that. I just did a local wildlife like kayaking excursion on the Chicago River, and it was super cool. Do you play any video games? Sometimes, not often. I will say not often, or at least not as much as I used to. I want to get back to it a little bit, but maybe talking about U.S. states just attracted people. It's possible. Do you think they named the river after the city? Well, that's what happens a lot of the times. Like from what I understand, the Kansas River is named after the state, which itself is obviously named after the Kansas tribe. But to my understanding, a lot of U.S. Cities, at least, the rivers are often named after the cities. But I could be wrong. Can you please show us the subscriber count? I'll be real, I don't even know how to do that. I don't even know how to do that. You can check out the channel. I think if you just go to my channel, you'll be able to see my subscriber count. But Streamlabs, I am not using Streamlabs. I am using OBS. Man is sitting in a podcast, I guess. Trump is changing the Ohio River to the Trump River. I wouldn't be surprised. Okay, well, this is not just a just chatting stream. I know that we've been just chatting for a little bit, but this does have a more core thing that we're doing here today. And if you weren't around at the beginning, I'll give a quick recap. This is a series called Critical Eyes, where I watch through the actual play, Critical Role, and I talk about kind of the good, the bad, the ugly, all that, to talk about the show from a DM's perspective that has never seen it. This is my first time watching it, and I sort of give my live reaction and analysis and all that. You put the OBS screen to vertical, so it'll be on YouTube Shorts. That is just a new YouTube feature. Which does seem to be what's going on here. So yeah, now on YouTube, you can set it to horizontal and vertical, which I wish that it would let me customize where the vertical slice actually is. The only thing I can do is set it to horizontal and vertical, and then it just does it from there. I can't actually customize anything else. But yeah. So anyways, that's what we're doing here today. I thought this was a naming discussion channel. Look, I do have a frequent tangent, I will say. I like to talk about lots and lots of things, but the focus here is on tabletop role-playing games, surprisingly. Yeah, damn, I might actually need a little bit more moderation. I'm not used to actually needing moderation, because it's just it's hard to get discovery on YouTube. Normally when people come in, it's very, very slow, but there's a lot of new people all at once, which is cool. I'm down to introduce more new people, but what? You see me? I see you. You're in there. Let me know if I do something I shouldn't. No, you're fine. No, all good, John. Ah, man. Let's see. Okay. All right. So. And also, if you are on the Shorts feed, I know that you can hit the full screen button, and it will show you the entire thing. So if you hit the full screen button in the kind of bottom right there, it will show you the entire screen, the entire layout. Maybe I need I'll need like a warning that I can set up for the vertical. Well, hey, if we're gonna experiment with different dissemination methods for the stream, I'd rather it be during the Hell's Arc than during, say, the Chroma Conclave or whatever arc is happening after this. So, might as well. Maybe a YouTube mod too if you want, but I'll be leaving in an hour. I'll have to think about it, G-Hercup. I'll have to think about it. I don't have very many YouTube mods. I think I only have like John and Paige. But I might have to think about it. Mega, would you consider a vexillology stream? Because flags are great. Flags are great. I honestly don't know a lot about flags, and I don't have a lot of aesthetic opinions, like a lot of like visual symbology. Like I find a lot of it interesting, but I certainly don't have expertise. And like it's the same reason that I would never do like an art stream, is because it's like I can look at a piece of art and appreciate it and like feel things about it, but I don't know how interesting I would be able to make a stream about it. But anyways, let's watch some Critical Role. Let's see.
You guys are yanked out onto the
Study of
streets
Vex, yeah.
of the Iron City of Dis, pulled off of the roof of
Let's
Ugash's
see.
personal stronghold, and yanked across the heated cobblestones, having to keep, through what strength you have, standing for fear of being dragged across the extremely hot floor. As you are brought through, people begin to gather up on the sides of the street. You begin to see other devils gathering towards the edges, and every maybe 10 minutes of walking, when there's a crowd gathered around, some of the devils would go ahead and crack one of you in the back of the knee and kind of give off a showing of ownership and a general sense of cheat.
Do I ever watch and get annoyed because they do something silly? Oh boy. If that's what you're looking for, I can recommend some streams to you. It's funny. I have to. I always want to preface with like, I really like Critical Role. I did, like I said, I had never watched it before starting this series. And I mean, at this point, I have done hundreds of streams on it. So I absolutely love it. But if you want to watch me getting a little frustrated, getting a little annoyed, I'd say 91, but especially 91.5. This So We're in Hell, Now What? That was a tough one. That was a tough one. Probably the best like crash out one is probably going to be like 89.5. I think, or maybe 89. Yeah. This is the 7-hour one. Ooh boy. This is this episode and this like fight is, to my understanding, or it might not be 89. It might be. Oh, it actually it's 88. I think, yes, because I had to cut it into 3 streams because it was tough. So yeah, Cry's 88, Cry's 88.3, and Cry's 88.6. Those were probably the toughest ones. Those are probably the toughest ones of the entire series. Which that episode is like a famously rough episode for in the history of campaign 1. I think Matt's talked about it since, and the players have talked about it since. that was a rough episode. And my reaction to it absolutely reflects that. So if you're wanting to see that, that's probably where I would direct you. Hell yeah. Oh man. If you want to watch him get annoyed, I'd recommend episode 193. Yeah. The Kraken fight was tough. Yup. OAC. I don't remember what OAC. What is OAC? I don't remember, so I guess it didn't annoy me enough. But let's get into this episode. Let's do it.
Fear emerges with each person that gets smacked in the back of the head.
Oh, that's also true. The very beginning of this campaign, there was another player that ended up leaving. And if you watch it from the beginning, eventually I needed what I called the Orion annoyance counter because it got so tiring to talk about every single time that I was annoyed with that player. Like, eventually I was like, I can't talk about this every time. So instead of talking about it, I would just tick up the timer. I would just be like, you guys know I'm getting annoyed. And I would just tick up the timer. And towards the end, I think it's around episode 20, maybe 30, is around when Orion leaves eventually. Dude, I think the OAC got like 30 ticks in one session. That was a tough scenario. Yeah. I still would talk about most ticks, but it was fun to count. It was. That's true. I would still talk about most of the ticks.
Percival, you get one point hit along the side of the jaw, and you feel like the blood kind of fill the side of your mouth as you kind of wish you could rub it with your hand, though the way the chains are pulling prevent you from raising your arm too high. You hear the hissing and the occasional rocks being thrown from the distance as you pulled through. I want Vex and Vax, go ahead and roll perception checks, please.
Perception.
27.
31.
Okay. Vex, as this is happening and you watch Percival recoil from the impact.
I am somewhat interested in how much time Matt actually takes with this, because this is something that I think about a lot in my own game, where it's like when the plan is going according to plan, how long do you spend on really reinforcing the plan? Right? Because I think I would say that's what Matt's doing right now, of going through this narration of, oh, they're beating you up and they're doing this and they're doing that. Matt is, I would say, ooh, I need to lower the mic volume a little bit, I think, because I can see it peaking. There we go. Matt is really reinforcing the nature of what is happening here. Of like, you are being arrested. This is how they treat the prisoners. This is the series of events that comprises you getting arrested. But none of the specific events are going to matter, right? Because the whole point is them getting taken to jail. That is their plan, right? If this was not their plan, if they had just done something and now they got caught by the guards and the guards are arresting them and they're going to take them to jail, every individual event on the way to jail would matter. It would start characterizing the guards, the prison, the prison system in this environment, in this location, and that would all be information that the players might be able to use as they're trying to come up with a plan, right? Because when a player normally, or when the party normally gets arrested, it's normally not something they're aiming for. So they're almost immediately going to try to start thinking of a way out of it, thinking of a way to get around it. And something like this of like, oh, you, like what Matt just did there of, you know, you would normally wipe the blood away, but you can't because of the way that they have you bound up, right? In a normal kind of scenario, that is a piece of information that might aid them in escaping. That is a piece of information that they might need or be able to use in order to possibly escape along the way to the prison, right? In transit, is how tight are your bonds? How much mobility do you even have, right? That's normally important. But it's not important here. Right? That's all in the normal scenario. But because the intention was to get arrested, that now just becomes flavor. And I think that flavor is cool. Like, to be clear, I'm not like not into it. But I do often think about like when this is going according to plan, you can afford to reduce your descriptive depth, right? You can afford to save some time by not describing things that you would normally need to describe, right? That's an important piece, normally, of giving them a piece of information about their mobility, but it's not important here. So there's a question of whether or not to include it. And unfortunately, I think that it is mostly down to, it's extremely down to context. And in a way that I don't normally say, right? Like, I'm not normally I normally don't focus on advice where I'm like, oh, what do you do? Well, it depends on the context. But this is one of the few times where I think there is no way to really say what to include or not to include, because I think it really depends on how much time you have left in the session, how quickly you want to get them through these plot beats, right? How quickly do you want to get them out of this arc? I would say if I was Matt here, and I'm not, I don't have the information that he has behind the screen, so there might be some reasons that he wants to keep them here longer, or that there is like one particular, thing that he wants them to learn. So take it with a grain of salt. I can only speak for what I can observe on this side of the screen. But from my perspective, it seems like the players aren't overly into the environment, right? They're not really loving being here, which is not unfair. Like, it is hell. There's a decent rationale for wanting to not be here anymore. But we don't know exactly what is important here, right? They came here just to like clean up a loose end. They're just here to kill Hodis. And if that's all that happens, that's all that happens. Matt might have some plans that don't mesh with him like giving them anything else in hell. I've talked about before that I might seed or foreshadow the next arc within this arc, right? I might have Hodis tell them about the next big bad or something like that. But that's not necessary, right? Matt might just want them to have this nice contained experience where they don't have to worry about a larger plot or a larger web, right? Sometimes it's nice to let your players just focus on what's in front of them. And that's the sort of thing that really depends, or that shapes, I think, how much narrative depth you want to give this. If, as Matt, you want to give them more time that is more enjoyable in hell, I think you go into the descriptive depth here. I think you do all of those normal things that you would normally do, because then it just kind of lets the players revel in the fact that their plan is going well, right? Everything is going according to plan, and by describing all the normal stuff, you're letting them kind of revel in that fact. But it is taking up a bunch of extra time that is relatively unnecessary and like unneeded. And if you remove a lot of that descriptive depth, like say Matt just like, he could snap his fingers and we're at the prison, right? He just says, oh, they take you throughout the city, people fucking spit and jeer at you, and you arrive outside of a nondescript building, and that ends up being the entrance to the Bastion of Flesh, right? We can do absolutely like 2-sentence abstraction of the actual trip to the Bastion of Flesh. And that would be very efficient. That would be getting us through the plot points quicker. And none of that intervening time is necessary. None of it is taking away player agency, because the players, this is what they want to do, right? They have planned to get arrested and go to the Bastion. So it's interesting. I don't know. It all depends on what Matt's actual goals are for this arc and how he wants or doesn't want it to tie into the wider plot. I think that would all kind of shape how much you want to dive into this. Because when things are going to plan for the players, that is like sometimes a very much a hinge point on how much do you reward the players and how much do you take that opportunity to go faster through the plot. You know what I'm saying? So, Mega talks about how to abbreviate for 10 minutes. Yes, sir! That's exactly what I do.
You glance with a sneer towards the crowd, and you watch amongst all these various toothy, hissing devils. You see one familiar red-skinned man with longish dark hair, horns curled up, and as his eyes meet yours, he gives you a smile. And just steps back into the crowd as it closes around him.
I breathe a little easier.
Bits of filth are being chucked. Grog, one, not quite sure what form of refuse this is, but it smears and dips on the side of your face and kind of gets stuck in your beard.
Gross.
Make a dexterity check.
17.
17. You catch it in your mouth. It's filthy. You don't even know what it is. And you regret the impulse immediately.
Okay. I think Matt is letting them revel in it. That is what I've decided. Because even right there, it's like, Travis makes the little joke. Perfectly chill, perfectly fine. But then Matt actually having him roll that dexterity check, it's a small thing. It doesn't take up much time on the grand order of things, but it's the type of thing that, just invests them more in the moment. The more time they're spending on this traversal, the more they're feeling it, the more they're thinking about it. And even Travis making light of it is a thing that you might not normally be able to do as a player, right? If you're getting arrested and, that wasn't the plan as the party, you're not normally going to be in the mindset of making light of the entire arrest. You're thinking about a way out. You're wondering what's coming next, right? You're just not in that headspace as a player. And so Travis making this little joke and Matt not only responding in kind, but further feeding into it is the sort of thing that I think you should do if you want to let your players revel in it, right? This is an experience that is rare, that they normally can't have, of getting arrested but being okay with it, right? That's a unique experience. And so if you want to let your players revel in it, I think even, that little, it's small, but it's make a dexterity check. It doesn't even matter what he rolls. It's just participating in the moment and just letting the players enjoy a plan going to fruition or coming to fruition. I like that I can now go full screen with the stream and still have chat on the side. However, sometimes when scrolling on other windows, it scrolls in suggestions or other videos on the screen. Oh, strange. Huh. Good to know.
This goes on for about 15 minutes as you guys are pulled through. You watch as nearby whispers begin to stop and perch on the edge of buildings to watch. you get the sense that what you guys have done has drawn some attention. As you reach the end of this 15-minute period, you're pulled down a large road, and the buildings begin to grow a little thin in this area, and you're brought to what looks to be a very, very heavy set of doors. This crimson gate that is humongous, 20 feet by 10 foot for each side of the gate, so 40 feet across. It leans at an angle, like a gargantuan cellar door that just sits on its own in the center. And as you begin to approach, you hear chains suddenly, and the doors begin to slowly open with a creaking noise as you're brought towards it. They open, and you can see inside it is lightless, it is dark. And the two bone devils just tug even further, and with each tug, the chains that connect you all kind of choke and pull you forward. You nearly stumble again as you're brought over the stairway lip and down into this darkened chamber below. You are brought down a seemingly endless set of stairs, the darkness only occasionally broken by the passing, faintly red-glowing sconce that just passes by as you're brought down. You hear the various mutterings of various infernal phrases being spoken and chuckled between the various devils that speak in your vicinity. You then come to a leveling point where the stairs come to an end and the light opens up a little bit in this area. Still dim, the reddish glow that occasionally gives you a glimpse of the interior. You can see this, you can only imagine would be what a prison in hell looks like. The metal and stone walls are warped and misshapen in places, like they're almost buckling under the weight of the very plane that it's holding. You can see what looks to be almost like stone arms either carved out of the walls or have been jammed into it as part of the decor. And you see giant metal hooks that occasionally eject out the side, some of them with the remains of some sort of prisoner or meat that has been hung and left to slowly rot. More of those small devilish insects you encountered when you first arrived are gathering and feasting on the edges of these remnants. You begin to hear various echoes of screams from some distant place in this labyrinthine series of hallways that have bounced through enough walls to the point where it's just this constant ringing gasp, occasionally mixed with this high-pitched whine, this wailing and the sound of horrible torture. It's very familiar to you, Tova. You have no idea how long you were here before, and it seems endless in hindsight. It could have been days, weeks, months, you don't recall. The air itself is extremely hot, stagnant, and humid with sweat. It has that subterranean putrescence to it, the idea that mold and suffering kind of just pervades the atmosphere. And as you're carted through these hallways, you're turned right, left, forward, past multiple intersections. More devils pass by. You see another Erinyes kind of step by with 3 other minions to her sides, and she kind of hisses as you walk past. Hey! You are brought past so many different pathways that it begins to all blend. You're trying to pay attention, remember which way you came, but sometimes the turns almost go so fast it causes you to lose track of where you originally started. And you get the essence that not only is this a massive prison, but it's designed to keep anyone from finding their way back out. You turn one corner.
Okay. Interesting. So there's several things there with the description of the prison, right? We're at the very start. We got some relatively concrete sort of directional instructions, but Matt just kind of laid it out like, hey, it's designed to lose ya. And that is not something you can probably do. Well, I mean, it's an option. It depends, I think. That is either, in my mind, that is either an exploration challenge being foreshadowed. So, like, if this is maybe, say, a lower level adventure, right? This is an adventure or an environment for level 5s, level 10s, in that sort of range of PC. That could just be foreshadowing of like, hey, it's going to be very difficult to find your way out of here. And then you can introduce a sort of labyrinth type exploration challenge where they need to work their way through these winding passages and find the way out. The second thing, and the thing that I think is more likely for them as a party, I think it is purely descriptive and sort of tone setting. And I think that is much more likely with a higher level party, especially when Matt knows, like, the players have said their plan out loud. They are going to kill Hodis, and then Keyleth needs to keep a spell slot in reserve for her to plane shift them all out. Right, so Matt is actually in a pretty nice scenario in that respect, at least, in that he doesn't have to make the prison comprehensible. Like, he doesn't have to make it understandable. He can really lean into the, like, esoteric and unknowable nature of the hells and the prison therein. Which is cool. And he's doing a lot more with the sensory elements than I think he normally does, right? He's describing a lot of touch, which I was sort of, I don't want to say surprised at, but it's uncommon, I think, for not just Matt, but I think in general. I think it's sometimes tough to remember that sort of touch sensory description. But he's saying, where is it here? Right here. The air itself is extremely hot, stagnant, humid with sweat, and has a subterranean putrescence to it. The idea that mold and suffering pervade the atmosphere. And I've talked about how touch is one of the is like the I wish I could find my old sensory document of where I talked about like what the five senses are all really good at. But if I remember correctly, touch is, I think, very good at revealing things that are currently like affecting a place, or are currently affecting a thing that you might not be able to see or hear or smell. Smell gives you like a sense of the inherent nature of a thing, but the touch is like what is currently affecting it. What is its current state? Kind of separate from its inherent qualities. And I think that is what we're getting a lot of. It's hot, it's stagnant, it's humid with sweat. And sweating is not comfortable, right? That's I think all of Matt's description is doing a really good job. Like I want to be clear, this is all complimentary. Cuz I think that touch sensory data is giving us a real sense of the type of discomfort. This is not the type of hell that is hyper-violent and gory, and there's these big flashes of pain and whatever. The air is hot, and it is stagnant. It is still, even in the description that he just gave of Tova. Tova doesn't know how long she was here. The days blurred together in this slurry of discomfort, right? We even think about sweating, right? Sweating is a sort of defense mechanism, but it's also something that in the short term, if they're not like there for the, if people are there in the long term, which I think, again, the stagnant implies this long-term nature to it, it gives this impression of long-term suffering and torture. The devils don't just fucking, how would I say it? They don't just torture you and then you're dead, right? They want to keep you around. They want to keep you alive. The fact that the place smells like sweat means that they are giving water to the prisoners to allow them to continue producing sweat. Right? It's this really like underlying kind of fucked up idea that they are, to a certain extent, taking care of the prisoners in order to torture them longer. And it all gives this sense of, I think, eternal torture, which is not something that I think is often, how do I say it? I don't think it's often described super well. I think when we normally get the idea of, or when we see the idea of hell in maybe media, I might say, we have this idea of like hyper gory, a lot of times hyper violent, burning, flaming, whatever. And that can all be fine. That can all be fine. But compliments to Matt, I think the way he is describing it here is actually, it gives a feel of eternity in a way that a lot of other descriptions don't. Like, if I can think about, like, The Good Place, right? And their description of the bad place. That show's description of the bad place. And, like, the types of torture. And it's actually, like, kind of one of the conceits of the show is, like, how do you torture people in new and novel ways? But a lot of the times, I think descriptions of hell don't evoke eternity. They don't evoke long term, right? They evoke torture and they evoke bad things, but they don't evoke those long time scales in a way that I would say Matt's description of this prison does. So, I mean, credit to him, man. Even like mold and suffering. Mold has to grow. It has to fester. That's not a short-term thing. And so I'm really into the descriptive nature. And even beyond that, it's making me think even more strongly that what we are headed towards is going to be a social encounter with HOTUS. I don't think this is going to be a combat encounter, at least in the traditional sense. I think HOTUS will be a pushover, and I think that's a good thing. Because Matt is taking a lot of time to characterize this environment, and frankly, I think a lot more time than he normally does to characterize an environment. And in that sense, I think that's a good reason to hover within that traversal sequence, right? I was talking about, do you let your players revel in it? Do you skip through it? Whatever. I think it's good to hover in it and let them feel it for a second. And I think it's good and important to highlight the feel and the tone of an environment rather than any of the concrete details if you're going towards a social encounter. I think that's more important. Again, I think, maybe it could be going towards some sort of exploration encounter, but I really don't think we're going towards a combat encounter especially. If we were, I would expect more descriptive depth around sort of the defenses and like the practical threats within the prison. But instead, we're getting these very loose and vague descriptions. There are devils, but they're kind of off in the shadows. They're whispering to each other in Infernal. We see one Aranis, but we don't get a description of the details of her. We don't get a description of how dangerous she looks. She just hisses at them. She interacts with them. We're not getting a really deep sense of the threats that are present within this prison. We're not getting a good sense of the scope of the stakes of engaging in violence in here. And I think it's because overall, the stakes are going to be near zero. I think their plan has worked. They have killed the Pit Fiend, and they have now essentially earned the right to kill HOTUS for free. So I don't think there is a combat encounter. I don't think there is kind of a threat looming in that way. But I do think we're headed towards a social encounter. And so the feel of the prison, what it is like to exist here, is much more important in that social dynamic.
Corner as you hear a series of very high intensity screams that cut through the relative din in the background. And as you turn, you see three people, two humans and one male half-elf, that are naked and strung up by chains in front of what looks like a large forge. You see there a 12-foot tall horned devil with his wings kind of folded up over his shoulders, these giant crested horns off the front of his skull, very Tim Curry Legend style, who's currently heating this long brand in the forge as he's glaring at them. And as you all walk past, his eyes catch yours, and he kind of gives you a nod. As he sears it into the body of the half-elf, just begins to quiver and scream against the chains, but he just gives you the rest of the head nod as you pass.
Dude, and even this, exactly what turning into a crazy dolphin is talking about. Casual, bureaucratic evil, Tuesday morning in the life of a torturer. I think we pretty much got exactly that just now. Like a very specific, Tuesday morning in the life of a torturer, right? This devil is just Oh my god, what is going on? I need like a fucking hotkey to get rid. I think, is it bots? Is it bots that have like visual recognition that just see the long hair and assume that I've got them? You wouldn't even want to see mine. Come on. I also do wish that I could delete it from... Can I delete it? Yeah, it really sucks. I can't even delete it out of the... Yeah, out of the side chat log. I can only delete it out of the YouTube. That sucks. But anyways, what was I saying? But yeah, Tuesday morning in the life of a torturer. He's not even looking at the person that he's torturing, right? This is so benign. This is so banal for this devil that he's just like, he's heating up the brand. He's looking at them. He's like, oh, hey, it's newbies. Hey, what's up? How you doing? Welcome. It's very casual, which I think is good. I think it's really good. Because again, it's not identifying this devil as really a threat. It's identifying him as just like a component of this environment. This is just what he does. This is just where he is. Yeah. The devil just sees more people to brand, like an office worker getting more work handed to them. Yeah! And he seems to enjoy his job, but that's it. Oh, man. Bots aren't welcome here. I wish that putting that in chat could stop them. Oh, how I wish it could stop them. I'll have to think about a way to do more in the moment moderation. But we'll see. Message text.
Across the door, not seeing them any further. No.
I can't do this. I can't go in there.
You hear, as you leave past the doorway, you hear a voice echo from the chamber you just passed. I'll see you soon enough.
Wait. Oh, wait.
You're brought down another twisting series of intersecting halls, the smell growing more and more rancid the further in you go. You see 3 chain devils wander past. These roving jailers just dragging broken bodies behind them in manacles similar to yours. You see trails of blood just streaking across that are slowly turning dry and thick with caked drying blood, some bits turning to mist across the hot stonework of the interior of the prison. A twitch of one of the legs reveals that these bodies are still living, though by about an inch of their life. A few errant chains that drift and drag behind them creepily caress the arm and face of Tyrion as you pass, just across your cheek. One of them scratches you with a hook at the tip.
You fall unconscious.
I
Throw up, oh my god.
As we're walking, I'm going to whisper to Percy, are they going to take all our stuff?
It's going to be fine.
I can't do anything without my stuff.
It's going to be fine.
Your weapons have been gathered, and they have been taken from you.
Everything? Armor?
Everything?
Helmets?
You have your armor on you still.
Oh, thank God.
Your helmet is not currently on you. That's been taken off of you, but your weapons have been taken from you because you can't hold your weapons in your chains.
That's a break of contract.
Not yet.
All right.
So further still, you're finally brought within this 30-foot by 20-foot room bisected by a series of thick metal bars that open into a cell. A single towering chain devil sits within, larger than any you've encountered. The broad shoulders are almost as wide as Grog's, and the head is so deeply set within the neck that it almost gives a profile from shoulder to shoulder of a square. And across... Nice.
No, fucker, this asshole.
The chains all begin to just slacken as you enter, and the arms reach out, almost in a graceful invitation. You hear his horrible voice slither out from the mask of black metal that covers everything but his deep, red, burning, beady eyes. Good. Stirring them up. As the devil entourage that has pulled you to this prison brings you into the cell, one by one, they take your manacles and latch them onto a thick, heavy metal chain. As they pull, it pulls your arms up above your body, and your leg manacles are attached to similar rings on the ground. One by one, you are all placed within this chamber, chained up, helpless. The gates, all the rest of the devils that brought you in here exit the cell and leave through the hallway, leaving the chain devil to do his duty. He approaches the bars as he closes the entranceway to the cell, so he's on the other side of the cell from all of you, just strung up in there, and he's kind of pressed up against the bars on the other side, his hands clutching them as he stares across you, his eyes slowly scanning. As he kind of moves his hands down the bars, the chains go limp and unfurl around parts of his arms, beginning to snake and slither across the ground. A dozen of them or so, just slowly creeping like tendrils of living entities towards all of you. As he says, "You seem weary. Let's loosen your load." as the chains begin to snake their way up each one of your bodies. Grog, you feel one come up under your torso and under the gauntlets and begin to loosen the gauntlets on your arm from underneath. Vex, you feel as one kind of curls up, spirals around your...
Well, now there's a question. Now there's a question that Matt is kind of poking them with of, is the devil going to hold up on his end of the contract? Is there something they missed? Is there some reason that the plan isn't going to go to plan? And that's the tension, and that's the feel. Do they trust the legalese? Do they trust the contract to actually follow through? That'll be the question.
Leg and finds its way up under your armor and eventually finds the buckles in the back and begins to undo the armor. All of you find the chains are all beginning to...
I saw this movie.
beginning to infiltrate and remove the various bits of equipment that you all came into this area on. A voice rings out from across the chamber in the darkness. It goes,
Crix, you are needed by Overseer Shushat for prisoner enumeration and status.
at which point the chains stop and the chain devil kind of, his fingers tense against the bars. The chains begin to slack and pull back from your bodies and retract back into the chamber.
Nice
You
little
now see
moment.
behind him, stepping in.
You don't need to
small
belabor it.
green
Nice
devils,
little moment.
Long knife-like ears, and a series of long spines across his body. Similar, though a thicker version of the merchant that you saw earlier in your journey here. This one carrying the same satchel, the same sash that you saw the bone devils that originally arrived had adorned on their chest. It does actually carry a satchel to one side, and as the jailer pulls the chains back to his body, he snarls and turns back to this barbed devil, who winces and kind of recoils as soon as the chain devil turns, already taking a submissive stance after making his announcement within the chamber. The chain devil says,
I do despise such droll work.
turns back to all the rest of you.
I will return, lovelies.
The chains retract back into his body, and he walks out of the chamber past the barbed devil, kind of like shoulder checking it on the way through, kind of steps to the side, and as it leaves, you're all still there, chained up. The green devil kind of waits, kind of rubbing his shoulder. Comes forward, kind of sheepishly, looking at all of you. In silence, breathing heavily, kind of rubbing his chin. Takes its satchel, and you can see it has this kind of hefty satchel on the side that's filled with a series of side pockets and small openings, and as it begins to pry them open, it begins to produce each one of your weapons. And it's pulling them out quickly and throwing them into a pile on the outside of the bars. Pulls out your packs. The various things that were taken from you have all been put within the satchel, and is quickly throwing them into a pile on the other side of the bars from all of you. Throws them onto the ground, finishes this in this big mass. Goes,
There, unspoiled, unarmed. Now, to guide you.
and the creature walks up to the bars and clutches the side, staring at you.
You see Cultis, yes? He is under the ceiling of Iskoth. Though Iskoth is not an interior this day, you must leave this room. Turn right, left, straight, straight, left, straight, then right. The iron door with a fanged grin bears the mark. There lies your quarry. Now, my debt is paid. Goodbye.
And the devil turns around and begins to run out of the chamber.
Shit, I missed the last thing that he said.
I got
I got all of the directions. I got all the directions, but I didn't hear the very last thing that he said.
Door
you
with
got
a
all
grin. Door with a grin.
What? Die with a grin?
Or the feigned grin.
Yes.
Faint
Door
grin.
faint grin.
Right,
Under
left,
what was it?
straight, left, straight,
Ceiling
right.
of something.
Wait, I got right, left, straight, straight, left, straight, right.
That's what I said.
Okay.
and then
Right,
we
left.
got it.
Yeah, right, left, straight, straight, right, left, straight.
No, right, left, straight,
One
straight,
super,
left,
super
straight, right.
small.
Left is two plus right. One.
Right.
We'll find
That's
out.
what the pestle is.
Right, right, left.
I love it. I love it. Ooh.
Got that right?
Right, left, straight, right.
But the devil just leaves.
And we're
And we're
still
still-
strung
You're all still
I
strung
didn't
up?
get my phone call.
I'm gonna try to start doing something.
Okay, this is actually. So he did. He went the diagonal path that I would not have expected for Matt in particular. Oh, my break timer isn't working apparently. That's nice because I just realized that we have passed the hour mark. But when I was talking about him like abstracting the layout, possibly being a thing of, or possibly being him going towards a lack of exploration or this lack of concrete detail, he went the diagonal path that I very briefly mentioned but didn't go into detail on, of that layer of abstraction can go towards that labyrinthine sort of exploration challenge of if you make the prison this big, dark, twisting series of hallways, and then you say you have a goal that's over here, and I'm not giving you any details about the intervening layout. You now have to find your way there through this labyrinthine corridors. Now, that can be a very long exploration sequence if you want to run it like the Minotaur in the Labyrinth, or it can be a relatively quick and straightforward exploration sequence, and one that you can still run in Theater of the Mind if you give them these sorts of instructions, which are beautiful, absolutely beautiful, right? This is I have a specific poll for this. If people have seen Game Changer and have seen the Deja Vu specific Game Changer episode, this is very similar to the video game in that episode where they have to pick just lefts and rights, right? And they have to learn the passageways. If you wanted to do a labyrinth Minotaur, that type of detailed, I think, exploration challenge where they're trying to figure out all these twists and turns, you need a map for that. Which is not bad, but it does make it take longer. That type of exploration challenge is going to take pretty long. It's going to be mixed in with some combat. You might have to worry about stealth along the way, depending on what types of threats are present within the labyrinth. But if you give them the instructions, if you give them essentially a map, now the only question is, do they follow the directions appropriately, right? So instead of needing, here, I'll sort of draw out what I mean. Instead of needing, right, this entire labyrinth where we'll just represent it as a graph. So going this way is a left, going this way is a right, going down is straight. If you want it to be a detailed escape the Minotaur, escape the labyrinth sort of exploration, you, as a DM, need to know what every single, direction on this graph looks like, right? You need to know if they go right, straight, right, this is what is at the other end. If you want to have that sort of detail. However, if you tell them, and I'll put it in green, this is the correct sequence, right? This gets you to your goal. All you have to know now as Matt is that anything that is not that, any of these alternative directions that they could take at any given time, all you have to know is that they're wrong. Right? As Matt. And so now you don't have to determine all of these various endpoints. You don't have to determine what's at every single node along this big long graph, even if you know what the correct set of instructions are. You also have to figure out how they interact, which parts of the graph feed back into each other. All you have to know is what is right and what is wrong. And so now you don't even have to know that there is something particular right here. You just have to know that there is something incorrect right there. And you don't even, if you don't want to, we'll see if Matt does. I have a feeling he kind of will. I have a feeling that Matt will have different descriptive elements at each node along the path, right? So all you have to do then is come up with all the descriptions for each node along the correct path, and then the moment that they veer off, that they get a direction wrong, now we're just into wrong territory. And so now, off to the side, you just have a bunch of little dots that you can throw in wherever you want. You just have a bunch of wrong answers. And now it doesn't matter where they go wrong. It doesn't matter that they got off the path at the first jump or that they got off the path at the second jump, right? You know that they are on the wrong path, and you can just throw in one of your many, many pre-prepped wrong answers. Rather than having to have, okay, well, this one could be right, but this one could be wrong, and having to trace it all down through that sort of logical puzzle. This is much simpler, much easier to not only prep and keep in your mind as the GM, but it's way easier to communicate to the players. And it really, not incentivizes, what's the word? I think it allows you to keep it all in theater of the mind. You don't need this big long map, and it allows you to run it much, much, much faster. So this is a great example of a way to do something that I think people might normally think needs a big, detailed map that's going to take a bunch of prep time. And, you have to think through all the routes and all that. I think that might intimidate a lot of DMs. But this is a great example of how to do it in a much, much less intimidating way, right? So it's very, and it's fun. Like it's a very fun thing to like have them try to remember all these directions and give them these clues along the way. Honestly, if I was Matt, I think you could have made this even a little bit more spicy, right? Instead of, just giving these sorts of directions in the middle of this. So say I give the directions, left, right, straight, left. Then there will be a series of 4 doors. You need to pick the door that has more stars than the least number of stars, but less horns than the most number of horns. Something vague and kind of weird like that will be very obvious if they remember the exact verbiage of the devil, but very confusing if they don't. So you add in one of those, halfway through, and then it's like after that, it's a right, left, left. And then you have the door with the fanged grin or whatever. So there's lots of ways to make this difficult. You could mix a riddle in the middle of that. You could do so much to make this a truly difficult exploration sequence, but still keep it firmly centered in easy to communicate and easy to represent within theater of the mind, which will make it go substantially faster. And is, I think, really good if you don't want to get too detailed about the threats of the prison, right? You want to have this exploration sequence, but you don't want it to easily devolve into a combat, or you don't want them to need to focus so much on like stealth, especially after they just had that, stealth aspect to the Pit Fiend stronghold. So again, one of the coolest things I've seen Matt is doing so much cool shit and so much unique shit, especially for him in this arc. It's cool, man. It's cool. I love it. And I think it's really nice for what I think, at least, he wants to accomplish. I think he doesn't want to bog us down with a fuckload of combat in this prison, especially because they could probably take it, right? They could probably they're a party of 7, like tier 3, tier 4 characters. They can take a Chain Devil, even without their equipment, honestly. And so I think this simultaneously actually maintains the feeling of threat to the prison while also giving them something cool and fun to interact with. So I'm into this, man. I'm into it. It's kind of like a random encounter table, but instead of a dice roll, it's the player's wrong answers that cause the event. Exactly. Yeah. It's a really good example. Yeah. Pretty much. It's this idea of like the floating prep, where you can kind of insert the individual prep pieces or individual events wherever, and especially by thoroughly characterizing it as this sort of ineffable, weird layout that he even says is purposefully meant to like confuse the senses. He's putting an in-fiction rationale for exactly why this, you could have these events placed anywhere. So I'm into it. Just got here, so didn't hear the start. Mega's pro railroading. Got it. Yeah, that's the takeaway. Absolutely. Yeah. As the player, if the GM gives me a list like this, I'd be so tempted to check each door, specifically if there's something the PC could want. Sure. Yeah, absolutely. That's fine. That's one of the fun parts of this, is that if the players are tempted in that way, you can easily kind of level set. You can in the moment balance in a way to keep everything still fast and loose, but also give it a feeling of threat and consequence, right? Again, it's all set up in a way to where it doesn't require a super layered, detailed level of prep, but still gets these really nice, really cool results. I don't think it gets the same results, to be clear. It's not the same as having like a map of a labyrinth and having that sort of detailed exploration and those sorts of sequencings. But I think that those are better when there are multiple things that the players might want in the labyrinth or in the environment, right? That sort of free form but entirely pre-prepped exploration. That would be really good if we're in a story like, say, Maze Runner, to use a poignant example, right? There are multiple points of interest within the maze, within the labyrinth, and the players need to put all of those pieces of information together in order to eventually escape. That's not really the case here. They have a singular objective, and they just kind of need to get there. Matt could have made it like that, but I don't think it's necessary. That would have taken a lot more time. I think that sort of thing is better when there are large kind of plot-spanning ramifications to the information learned within the labyrinth. Again, similar to Maze Runner, where it's like learning the maze and learning how to move throughout the maze not only makes you better at conquering the challenge, but it inherently teaches you something about the plot and about the overall environment and setting that the labyrinth is housed within. Learning more about hell is not really important in this scenario. We don't need to be able to identify the patterns of how the devils built their human prison, right? In certain campaigns, that might be super relevant. That might be actually like very interesting and very important. It's not here. Right? Like there's a plot that I can see where the players need to understand the pattern of how the city is being changed so that they can run it or move throughout it in a certain way that allows them to get closer to the tower, because the tower always moves away if they don't move correctly. And the prison and its layout might be able to tell the players something about that, right? If they eventually look at the prison map and look at the city map and see that they're the same. Whoa! Maybe not like the same, but it's like, oh my gosh, like the street layout has this like similarities here to the hallway layouts of the prison. They're the same. And then we can like learn how to move throughout. By learning how to move throughout the prison, we're now learning how to move throughout the city. You see what I'm saying? So I think those are the sorts of things that a very detailed, pre-prepped map, this sort of Minotaur labyrinth setup could be really, really good for. If you just want it to be a small exploration challenge, I think what Matt's doing is great. And I think it's very appropriate for the plot, at least as I've seen it so far. Maybe he's testing out new techniques during an arc that potentially is separate from the main story. That seems highly plausible to me, Manifalo. That seems incredibly plausible at this point. Because of just the sheer density, I feel, of things that it feels like Matt is trying. It feels like Matt is trying so much out in this arc that it does lead me to think that he is using this kind of as a testing ground for potential strategies or styles that he didn't want to include in the Chroma Conclave arc because of the like kind of narrative significance of the Chroma Conclave arc, which, you know, it has much more narrative significance than the Hell arc does broadly. So that seems incredibly possible to me.
I want to try to lockpick too.
Yeah.
Under the water.
Your lockpick was taken with your equipment.
Okay.
Unless you were hiding one,
Not
which
the
you
one
would
in
have
my
to specify.
mouth.
Easter.
Okay, how about this?
break out
Okay,
your
wait. I'm gonna pop trinket out of the necklace.
Wait, do we have a necklace?
I wouldn't have taken it.
The necklace was not taken off. It was just your satchel equipment and your armor.
I got it.
Does it require a somatic component to activate? It hasn't seemed to up to this point.
Necklace, and I go, trinket, get out.
Trinket emerges.
Bless you.
Thank you.
What did you tell?
I know.
Also, solid on Matt's part. They've got enough power as this high tier party that you can trust them to get out of manacles somehow. If they identify a way that is sufficiently clever or makes sufficient sense, just say yes. Don't debate it. Don't think about it. She says, like, oh, I let, can I lockpick it? And he's like, you don't have lockpicks, right? That's not sufficiently clever, and it doesn't make sufficient sense. Either one of those can justify it, but one of them has to be present. But letting Trinket out, absolutely. Sufficiently clever, I would say. And with what we've established so far, I'd say it makes sufficient sense.
Trinket, get us out of here. Hey. Okay, here's the thing. Can you go over and get anything out from between those two bars on the outside of the
He
room?
comes over to the bars and kind of leans into them. There's like marking a claw across the ground. It's about a good foot away from the
Seriously?
equipment, and it's like you can see now smoke begin to rise.
Dead for a
How do you want to do this, you piece
How
of
do you
shit?
want to do this? It's 5 experience, the same rate. You can see the furs beginning to send off smoke and burn against the bars.
Oh
The
shit,
Trinket's
okay,
leaning
Trinket,
against
back
them.
away. Dick, maybe you can just try to break through these manacles. Can you do that?
And reaches out and like grabs like them around your ankle and tugs, and you see it begin to singe the outside of his tongue. And it's pulling. Make a strength check.
Okay. Okay. 17?
17. The chain on your ankles begins to bend. It's not quite, doesn't fully break, but you can see there's getting some headway.
I'm gonna pull my leg at the same time and see if I can like help him out at all.
You make a strength check as well.
Should have had him
Come on,
do this to
Max.
Grog. Okay. I suck at strength checks. Okay, but then I have 15.
15? Okay. Between both Trinket and you pulling, you do manage to get one of the chains to... And you get one ankle free.
Great, I have an ankle free. Hey guys, guess what? My ankle's free.
Are you
Lucky. I am really flexible. This does
Craft
nothing.
into my hand? Can you make a thorn, something long and thin?
Oh yeah, Kenneth, what can you do?
I mean, I could probably also B-shape out of this if I really wanted
What
to.
the fuck,
Do you really
Kenneth?
want to?
Well, you know, I was kind of just waiting to see
How about you do it? They're talking, we'll do.
Talking while doing.
Okay, floop, and I B-shape
Jesus
into
Christ.
like a rat.
Okay.
Can't you do that to all of us?
Technically, yeah. And then I floop, shape back to Keyleth.
Okay.
She's amazing.
Okay, and then keys right there on the other side or something? Keys?
They're about maybe 3.5 feet from the edge of the bars.
I'm going to do a thorn whip. Thorn whip them to me?
To
Me?
your equipment, you mean?
Wait.
Sorry, you said there's no keys to the door.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, there's just a pile of your guys'
I'm
equipment.
totally-
I'm gonna get my
Just-
lockpicks.
Yeah, just get the lockpicks.
Which are in the satchel on the other side of
Yeah.
the
You see one of the bags where he keeps
bags, right?
So you throw that over, you catch it, you rummage through the pouch that he usually keeps his equipment in, and you find the lockpicks that bags usually use.
I got it.
Okay, bring it over here.
Okay.
Thank you, love.
Do you have any extra? You can pass them to me, and I can maybe
I'm
help.
already doing it while she's
Are
talking.
there any other extra lockpicks in here?
I
Make
have
an
a
investigation check.
Am I at disadvantage or anything? Because
You are because you're strung up.
Investigation check?
I've got them in my pack.
You don't find them.
27.
Natural one.
You
You're
find them.
rummaging through the bag trying to find it. You know, like I know it's in here somewhere.
Honey,
27.
you're a hoarder. We really need to clean out your purse.
Just fucking let me out this.
Yeah, I saw with my sister.
Okay, you eventually get both your arms and ankles undone. You go over to your sister. She's still looking through the pouch.
Okay.
Roll for Vax.
Can I try and just muscle out this bitch since I'm still wearing my
Make a strength check.
27 again.
You get her wrists undone.
All right, I'll just hit the whole group then.
24.
Honey, I really can't find any.
Grog just pulls his manacles off
Yeah, at this point, it's like just lockpick the entire group. Yeah.
the ceiling, the chain. You break them off your
I went
wrists.
over and start trying to do the lockpick. Oh, actually, I don't have any lockpicks on me still, do I?
No,
I-
it's across the
Yeah,
board.
Can I go
thanks.
over?
He gives me a spare, and I start trying to work on the door while
Okay,
he's
so
doing
you go over and
it.
grab a spare from her pouch. You guys begin. We'll say over the next 5 minutes or so, getting everyone undone. At this point, you pull. You have like the chain still dangling from your wrist, the manacle's still attached to your Titanstone gauntlets, but you're free.
I kind of maybe wrap them around just for a little souvenir.
LJ.
Yeah, LJ.
As I get Terry out, we're going to be fine. This is going to be fine.
We're in jail.
I can see you shaking. It's going to be all right. You're with us.
I have no doty. Who will record my exploits down here? Why am I here if not to record my adventures?
You want me to write some stuff down for you?
No, you're an idiot. I mean, no thank you, Grog. I lash out when I'm nervous.
you
And I
lash
don't
out?
have my belongings.
Do you know what to do with a knife?
Of course,
Yeah.
you cut your food before you eat it.
Okay, you also stick the sharp end of it into things, and I take out the flame tongue, and I stick it in. This is a loner. I'll get it back from you when we're done here.
I'll take out my rod and make it a dagger and set it on fire.
Oh, you have that.
Yes.
All right.
Well, you haven't got your equipment yet.
Oh, I don't. I don't?
You
Where
don't have
is
weapons
it?
yet.
On the other side of bars.
You open.
okay.
You're trying to pick the bars that lead into the next chamber.
Hold it for a minute.
All right, I'll hold it. I'll hold it.
Go for it.
What do I add to it?
Add your proficiency bonus in your dexterity.
Because it's outside.
Everything's outside?
Everything's outside.
I need that
27?
shit.
27. You
Thank you.
get partway into it, and you feel it's moving, but it's a very, very difficult lock.
Should I try mine?
Bro,
rest- I
wait,
rest
not
my
yet.
chin on a
It's
shoulder.
quieter to do this. Just come over and.
Is it a sticky one?
Yeah, it's really, really tough. I could have done the chains on all of us.
All
We could
right.
have done this.
Rather
whatever.
than do it, I just grab hold of her elbow and I shift it to the side and feel through her bones into the lock and
Can I go for a roll?
yeah.
Through her bones.
Yeah.
Yeah, through my bones.
Yeah, man.
Tova, can't you just
27
turn
again.
into...
Twins.
Did you curse the lock?
Again. You do so, and the lock pick kind of
Oh, broke.
breaks off.
Can I care if I try mine?
Now you got him.
As long as we're all free already.
Wait,
Could you
who's
pick the
stuck?
lock, Rob?
Come
quiet. Try to do it quietly.
What do you mean, brother?
quietly.
I can't hold it. It's so
Just
powerful.
quietly.
All right, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Motherfucking
Go ahead and roll an
door.
attack.
Fucking door.
Am I still chained up, by the way?
No.
Oh, you got me
we're
down.
doing
All
it.
right, that's fine.
I guess it's not. What would I add? My strength?
I'm just rubbing my
Yeah.
wrist.
26. So
Yeah.
And that's
Yeah,
what I-
your strength-
52.
It's your strength modifier.
Yeah, which is 8. And I rolled a 18.
Right. Well, it's 8, so you hit. So go ahead and roll damage.
Oh.
For the purpose of roll 1d4 and then add your strength modifier.
24.
That's a
Ew.
6. That's a 1d6. Hey, great.
Strength modifier. That's 10.
10. Double that siege, it's 20.
20.
So with your one fist punch, between the damage you done to the lock by kind of messing with it, and the impact of your fist, the lock shatters and
You lose this for me. Nice job.
We're just gonna try to grab everything in.
you pull the equipment in, you get your rod, you get everything situated.
Okay. I cast.
Have we technically had a short rest since we were basically just manacled walking for a while?
Nope.
Okay, just checking.
I cast Pass Without a Trace on all of us.
Do we want to take a short rest while we're supposedly?
Nope.
Nope,
All
nope,
right,
let's
let's
just-
I think it would be best if maybe we. I mean, I don't know how well we can stealth around here. If we should maybe turn into insects and just crawl around here.
I can do that to us.
I think we should do that.
Still dimension.
Is everyone cool with that?
But I've definitely got Pass Without a Trace still on us.
Can still plane shift us, so I can burn my one of my higher level spells. It's like an 8, kind of, on the scale of 0 to 9.
Yeah.
And be animals, and then I can save my 7th level for plane shift in case of emergency.
Solid.
Wait a
Copy
minute,
on
wait,
that.
Doesn't the floor burn? Are we going to
floor
like, flip out of
does
that shape
burn.
real
But maybe
fast?
those little insects are immune to
No,
the
we're
fire
animals,
since they
though. We're
live
not
here.
insects. We're
We,
animals.
we can't be those little.
No.
Can I not do that with animal shapes?
Can't we be
Can I
flying?
Animal
turn
shapes,
into the
you can only do
insects?
beasts.
Yeah. No,
Why
we
don't
had
we
this
be
conversation
pigeons that
before.
can fucking fly?
And the creatures that you saw, the insects here, are technically very, very small fiends.
Oh, really?
So could we be
So have I
hornets
seen
or
anything like,
flies?
yeah, like
Not
flies
insects.
or
Not
rats
insects.
or anything like that?
You've seen rats.
There's
but
flies
they don't
all over
make
Maybe
the
like
it.
hummingbird, something the teeniest bird you can think of.
Hang on, I've seen rats, and I've seen what?
Flies.
We can't be insects.
Have I seen any?
Be
I've got to be beasts.
Yeah, so teeny, like finches or hummingbirds.
Are there anything like bats? Have I ever seen any
Ooh,
bats?
bats down
You've seen bats before. You haven't seen bats that reside in this domain.
Whatever, as long as we're flying, maybe we can be stealthy. We'll be stealthy bats.
What happens if we hit a door on this side?
Let's just
Has
Technically, I
she
can
seen
change-
bats? I
technically,
think
animals
I've
can
seen
change
bats
dimension.
somewhere.
I think so, yeah.
So we can just shift it in and out whenever we want. With
Yeah,
action?
as long as we don't get caught.
Okay,
mind
I think
starting
getting
out
that,
that
yeah,
way.
we should, it's easier to not get caught.
All right,
And then we'll stealth as bats.
Stealthy bats.
so we're starting as bats.
Yeah, we gotta make our,
bats.
what's our,
Alright.
what do our bats sound like?
Where is Harvey dead?
Okay. This is concentration, so that this will get rid of your shape change.
Correct.
Okay.
So,
So-
as long as we're cool with me losing my 9th level shape change,
I don't-
I can't escort us as an Aaronese
I think we
anymore.
should just walk, but if you want to do this, you can.
Ooh, wait. Well,
I think there's a lot of demons
I mean,
around here.
how much longer is my shape change left?
you
It
don't
lasts for an
speak that
hour.
shit is the problem.
You're not quite certain, but it's pushing close.
Yeah, Nathan, they replaced them all with curtained beads, actually. The, Vex and Percy, they usher in the hippie generation on Taldore. It's all curtains, it's all beads. If they... Maybe they have like a sliding door situation, but that's the most. No hinges allowed. Oh my goodness. And Rainbow Dragon, yeah. I mean, I'll say it forever. There's a reason that I don't recommend Druid for first-time players. Is because it is difficult, but it's I think it's the most difficult class to play, at least in 5.14. But the reason it's the most difficult class to play is because, in my opinion, it's the most powerful class. Like, if we're just looking at mono class, no multi-class stuff, I would rate Druid as the most powerful class. Kind of it's a solid first place. Because they have a ton of survivability, lots of damage, honestly, and just kind of, like nearly unparalleled utility. I think there's an argument to be made that bards theoretically have more utility with both expertise, jack of all trades, and not ancient secrets, magical secrets, I think is the one where they can take spells off of other classes' lists. There's an argument that if you are very knowledgeable about the game, Bard might be able to wield power similar to Druid, but I still think that gets outclassed by 5.14's Wild Shape. Like, Wild Shape and the survivability that comes from it is just... It's kind of just unparalleled, I would say. Yeah. Having a druid with no wizard, sorcerer, or bard kind of puts her in the spotlight by default. I fully agree with that, yeah. If there was one of those other classes in play, there might be a little bit more sharing, and it might not be like, the power of druid might not be as clear, but with none of those in play, and no warlock, not even like a pact caster, right? That is wielding these like really consistent invocations, right? That might seem nice if, if there's a warlock that's casting Misty Visions without spending a spell slot. It's like, oh, that's kind of powerful. But not having any of those really highlights Druid. Yeah. I'm really looking forward to playing Druid. Seems so cool. Absolutely. Like, one of the interesting things about Druid is the fact that they have so much opportunity for creativity, but they also require so much knowledge in order to wield that creativity, because their utility is so spread out in that way. Yeah. I think Wizard is better at higher levels because they have better spells than Druids. I think that's arguable, but like, I think about like a high level wizard spell like Force Cage, and I don't know, and I mean, obviously there's something like Wish, but it's hard for me to call Wizard better, because once you get up into the spells, like the 9th level spells that are kind of wacky and crazy, they can have these really powerful ramifications. But I actually think it is easier to best a wizard at that level than it is to best a druid at that level. Because by the time that wizards are getting those types of spells, you're in like archdruid territory where they have unlimited wild shapes. like, you know, if you manacle and gag a wizard, I'm sure there are ways that, you know, I can't think of off the top of my head that they can get out of that. But if you manacle and gag a wizard, they're gonna have a tough time. If you manacle and gag a druid, they turn into a rat and get out of it, and then they're back to full. And by the time you're in Archdruid territory, they can do that whenever they want, and they can still cast spells while in those wild shapes. I mean, I think they don't have the raw upper ceiling of Wizard. I fully agree with that. I think Wizard has a higher ceiling, but I think that Druid is going to be able to bring their power to bear more consistently and at a higher and they will have a higher average power than I think any other class. And I think they'll be more relevant in more situations. It's close, but what? Shut up. You don't know. She does know. So it's, you know, it also, you know, it always depends on the campaign. That one of the amazing things about D&D is that you have this in the moment balancer of the DM. So regardless of how, and I think that's maybe why I rate Druid higher, is because I think it is just going to be, it's going to have that consistency, I think, over Wizard. And in a situation where you have a DM that can, in the moment, balance and challenge different classes and players, I think the Druid is going to be kind of less easy to fuck with a lot of the time. But it's, you know, it's definitely, it's still a very firm opinion. By the nature of TTRPGs, it's not going to be like an MMO where you can use statistics and DPS to like really prove the power of the power of classes or the power of heroes over others. There's always going to be a layer of opinion for that. Yeah. Pike forgotten once again, and reasonably so. Keelan can use her bonus action to turn to a new elemental every turn. Yeah, a little bit. Which would you rather fight? A man in a wizard hot time stopping and dropping meters on you, or an immortal T-Rex casting spells out of their mouth? Honestly, I think that's a good comparison, Manifalo, because the real answer is neither. Those are both horrifying, and probably nigh impossible to contest. But I do think it's a decent explanation of kind of the differences of them high level, or of them at a high level.
Yeah, you don't speak the shit, so it's like you're gonna have it.
Yeah.
So, bats.
Stealthy bats.
Stealthy bats.
We like fly close to the ceiling.
We don't talk about that,
Oh, these guys
we
have
don't,
full care for this.
So at least they both started.
Yeah, all
There's bats.
all of you guys turn into bats.
we don't talk about that.
Wait, I can technically make some of us bats and some of us other things, correct? Yep. I can choose.
Yep.
Does anyone not want to be a bat for any particular
solid with
reason?
that, but I'm gonna lead the way since, you know, I'm good with, you know, directions.
Since bats can't see, maybe we should.
Take off full value.
Actually, yeah, you guys, you all essentially you get
Sonar.
like yeah, I mean,
But we can still see where we're
the equivalent
going.
of dark vision. You know where you're going.
Echolocation.
Go for it.
On top of
Is
something.
it echolocation only?
No, they have both. I mean, biologically,
We
they
have
have
like
both.
dark vision.
Okay.
I'm following Vex out.
Yep.
Yeah, bats go in swarms. We're all bats.
All right, so a bat
Got
swarm
that.
suddenly
There you
emerges into the hallway, which immediately turns right and left. Which direction do you go?
Right.
Okay, you turn right, and as you guys rush into the corner, you watch as the chain devil that originally arrived
Fly
in the
close
first
to the
chamber.
ceiling. Stealthy.
Right, it's about 15 feet up to the ceiling, and you guys go up. The chain devil walks beneath, and as you guys arc past him, he kind of stops and looks over and watches you all go past him, and he keeps walking, looking very confused.
Heading towards the cell we were
Fly with
coming out of.
purpose.
Yes.
Fly with purpose.
Okay. Fly with purpose. Fly with purpose.
All right, so you guys continue.
As soon as we get to a thing, we turn left.
Yes, so you go forward for about 60, 70 feet or so, as you see a couple of small imps also fly past. You guys kind of dart around, and they all look curiously at these bats that are swarming past them.
Let's go right now.
You come to a T intersection now.
Left. Oh.
Straight.
Wait, did we go right?
Wait, no,
once?
we haven't gone left yet.
Yeah.
I thought we were taking it.
You turn right.
Yes, and now we're gonna turn left.
Now you turn left.
Yes.
All right. You all shift, following Vex's pathway left, and as you go forward in that direction, you watch as another chain devil and 2 barb devils, similar to the one that came in there and got your equipment, are kind of patrolling down the hall. As you guys are approaching, I want to roll a stealth check.
Yeah.
Plus 10.
Plus 10.
I'm gonna say trinkets back in the necklace, by the way.
I assume.
Okay.
So that plus 10 for them, that was their feast?
No, that was me. I did that.
Stealth
So
check,
you-
okay, cool,
everybody.
cool.
Sorry, everybody's plus 10 dex.
17.
35.
26.
37.
15.
34.
25.
And we are seeing, exactly what I said of, I'm sure that Matt has these individual nodes kind of prepped out. He knows what is going to happen at kind of each leg of the journey and what mid-exploration obstacles he might throw in their path, even if they don't take a wrong turn. And again, I think it's part of the benefit of prepping it out like this. Is that you can say, okay, along the correct path, there are going to be these obstacles. I can easily prep those out. And then if they take a wrong turn, I have this big pile of consequences to give them. And I think we're already kind of seeing that in motion.
Okay. As you guys past, the barb devils just keep walking forward. The chain devil kind of stops and turns and looks over and sees you all.
Just keep flying.
And turns and starts like walking in your direction. As you guys keep flying, you come to a gate that's closed.
What's the gate?
Solid or bars?
Can we go through?
It's solid, and there is a small opening with some bars that are about that far apart each.
Let's go through.
All right, you guys, as bats, just gonna press through the gate. Just as
Avoiding the bars.
yeah,
Avoiding the bars.
just as the chain devil runs up to try and grab at you, as you guys charge through it, his arms catches the gate, and you hear him start yelling. And suddenly you start hearing in the distance behind where you were, it sounds like rapid footprints, footfalls. Apparently people are now aware that you have escaped yourself. So, you guys continue rushing
We can always
forward.
be rats whenever the time is
No,
necessary.
we're good.
We're good. You come,
Keep going.
you guys come to another T section.
Straight.
You go straight on this one. All right. You go straight past. Beneath you, you can see there is another one of those blood pools that was in Urugash's chamber. And there are a couple of grates on each side. And you see the grates are like corroded as the quick lances you go past. As you continue straight forward, you hear more screams from the right and left side of the 2 hallways that you pass. You're kind of echoing past, and you just keep pushing forward as best you can. You hear the gate in the distance open. And so now you know whoever was going to chase are now starting to pick up behind you. So you come up to what looks to be a right and left.
Can you wall this?
Wait, what?
Wait, only a right and left?
Yeah.
I thought it was too
We go
So we have
straight.
2 straights in a row.
Yeah. Is there any hidden door here? I'm
We
gonna
go
search for a
straight
hidden
into the
door.
wall.
I'm searching for a door.
Straight to
At
the door.
back.
Keep going straight.
Make an investigation
Yeah.
check.
Come on, come on.
Oh, cool. Oh, I love it. I didn't even think about the fact that there might not be all 3 options available at certain times. This is cool. This is cool. I'm into it. It's not only a potential way to indicate to them that they have taken a wrong turn, it is also a way to potentially introduce another obstacle or trap where they have to find this third option, right? If they're very confident that it's straight and there's no straight, maybe it's a hidden doorway sort of situation. Very cool, very subtle. I didn't even think about that sort of thing. But very nice from Matt there.
Come on.
18.
18?
Yeah.
You kind of briefly glance forward as you guys sit here for a second, and you begin to hear like the distant sound of like various infernal yells getting louder and louder. Something about the wall right in front of you doesn't look right.
Keep going straight. Yeah.
I start battering into.
Damn, it sucks that that I care about the plot so little in this arc. It sucks that I am like barely even theorizing or thinking about the narrative or any of that. But to that, extent, I think this is like kind of a little bit of a playground moment for Matt. I think Matt is experimenting with some stuff that he might not have felt comfortable experimenting with during normal play. And honestly, man, I am. If people have watched me before, you will absolutely know. Ooh, interesting. Harland McRae might be a bot because I'm seeing a lot of hey, said highs. That I think that was similar to several other comments that we got earlier of like, hey, said hi, hey, said hi. And I think it might be the clankers. It might be the clankers and the chat GPT of it all. Harlan McRae, you a real person? I'm kind of doubting it. I'm not a bot. Sounds like what a bot would say. But maybe you aren't. I don't know. We'll see. You can stick around for now. We'll see. Do you play Forza Horizon 5? No, I do not. But anyways, I'm gonna keep going. But yeah, so this is... I'm really kind of taking this sequence in, especially because there is an aspect to this where I talk a lot about trying new things as a DM, right? Introducing novel stuff. And I am often far more generous and like I rate a combat or an encounter way higher if Matt is trying something new. And I constantly tell you guys to like try out new stuff. You know, don't just plop a couple of adversaries in a white room and just like let the, you know, and just let the mechanics of D&D handle it. You know, introduce cover or a unique combat mechanic, you know, or a puzzle within the combat, right? I'm talking about that sort of thing all the time. But I have also said before, I definitely have a tendency within my campaigns that I am actively trying to kind of overcome and subvert a bit, where I often too thoroughly connect my world. Like, I am often constantly looking for ways to connect this new thing back to the larger plot or back to the larger kind of rippling of the setting and the world. And maybe not even the larger plot, but I'm looking for a way to connect it back to this plot, which is connected to that plot, which is connected to this setting, which has this plot going on in it, right? I'm always looking at this kind of web of connections. But, and I still think, you know, maybe that seems like a valid way to do it still. But I am seeing this, and I'm liking it a lot, of Matt has this hell plot, which is still connected in some ways to the more overarching stuff that's going on, right? On the way here, we got some information about the Divine Gate. I'm sure we're going to talk to Hodis a little bit. And, like, Hodis himself is at least minorly connected back into the rest of what's going on. So there are still connections here, but it is a largely disconnected sort of area and plot and story. And I do think there's something to be said for having those occasionally within your D&D campaign as sort of a bit of a palate cleanser, we might say, a way for the players to kind of relax and not need to think about the large ripplings of the campaign. And it does seem like a decent place to include some experimentation, right? If you've got something that you want to experiment with, but you don't want to potentially fuck up a big combat within your, you know, big primary arc, it might be nice to experiment with that sort of stuff in a more isolated sub-arc or this, you know, kind of over there arc. Yeah. And I never really thought about it in in that kind of exact way. You know what I'm saying? I kind of touched on it a little bit mentally, but I never really categorized it like that. And that does seem more and more to be what Matt is doing. He is really consistently experimenting with stuff that I've never seen him do before. In this arc where the stakes are relatively low and where it matters if they fail, but it also kind of doesn't matter if they fail, you know? If they just pull the ripcord and plane shift out of here, okay, Hodis is still on the loose. Maybe he'll come back one more time within the campaign at some inopportune place. They'll have a combat with him, and that's probably it for the rest of the campaign. So, like, there is a consequence to failing here, but it's not that big. And so you can really experiment in a way that maybe you don't feel comfortable doing in, like, a Thordak encounter, right? And you can learn a little bit about your players in that time as well and introduce them to new potential concepts so that if those concepts come up in later moments, they're not as new and they don't throw them through as much of a loop. It's interesting. It's got me thinking about some things that I don't normally think about in these kind of areas. And I feel like I'm kind of touching on a thought in my head that feels like a way to wrap this up in a bow, but I'm not quite sure how to express it. But yeah, I'm liking it. I'm liking it a lot. And I'm going to be thinking about it for my own stuff and for my own campaign. Matt is always trying new stuff going forward. No spoilers, obviously, but towards the end of C3, he tries out a bunch of new combat gimmicks. Very interesting. Yeah, I'm definitely taking note. Oh, I remember how I was going to tie it up in a bow with some practical advice. I think this is something that you should pay attention to a lot. Because if you really, really, really hate fudging, I've talked about what I call, positive fudging. I've talked about, and I've talked about it often in relation to trying new stuff. Because when you're trying out something new and novel, it's hard to judge exactly how difficult it's going to be. It's hard to judge exactly how your players are going to react to it. And so I have advocated for an amount of, positive fudging in that way of if you're trying out something new and you misunderstand it, that shouldn't be on the players, right? That's maybe an avenue for fudging things in a way that aligns the new gimmick or the new idea more with how you originally thought it would go or how you foreshadowed it going. But if you really are not into that, which I know that there are almost certainly people that fall into that camp. If you're really, really not into that, I think there's definitely an amount of, or I would pay more attention to this arc. Because I think that this is a way that you could do it, of introducing this arc with slightly lower stakes and introducing these sorts of things relatively consistently could be a really nice way to experiment with stuff without needing to worry about the possibility of fudging, because the stakes are kind of eternally lower. The players in this case always have a way out, and if they fail, it's not that big a deal. And I think those are kind of the two things. When you're prepping out an arc like this, if we want to call it maybe an experimental arc, right? If you're planning out an experimental arc, you want to make sure that it is shaped in such a way that the players kind of always have an escape hatch no matter what, and the consequences aren't that severe if they fail. I think those are kind of the two big aspects that need to happen for this sort of arc, which I think Matt has done. I think those absolutely exist within this Hell arc. So yeah, man, I am. Not only am I into it, I'm fucking taking notes, cause I'm really into this. Yeah.
Can we
Into the
better
door.
into it, or can we just bluster through?
Vax just passes through it. This is an illusory wall. As you enter this next chamber,
Everybody's doing
Illusory
something.
wall's
There is-
great.
It's like, fuck, okay.
I was so
It's been a
confused
weird
by all
day.
this.
Aren't you glad you're playing with us?
Jerry's got wings coming out.
Well, and also there's even a small thing with the illusory wall of that now is not concrete evidence, but I think it goes towards actually confirming that they are on the right path, right? So there's this trickery, there's this challenge, which is really nice, really cool. And then that is paired with also a bit of confirmation of like, oh, we found the hidden thing. It must be the correct way to go, right? Oh, I'm loving this. Ooh.
As you guys are flying,
And it's funny, I feel like often when I criticize Matt, I feel like I need to caveat it with hey, I love what Matt does sometimes. Sometimes I'm super duper positive on Matt because people will say, it doesn't happen often, but I've gotten one or two comments of like, hey, stop just shitting on people, make your, do your own thing. Don't just dump on people as your content. And it's like, no. I don't just dump on people for my content. I'm just honest about what I think. And here, I feel like I need to caveat, I don't just glaze Matt all the time. I've been very critical of Matt in the past, to the point where I've gotten comments about it. But this, man, I cannot stop saying good stuff about this sequence. I am loving Matt's running of it. I think it is incredibly appropriate for the quest that they're on and the type of tone that he seems to want to evoke. I think it is really good from a meta perspective of wanting them to get through it much quicker. You don't want to spend a ton of time on this. You want to keep it in theater of the mind, so that they don't get stuck in any sort of analysis paralysis. So, I mean, yeah, man. I every facet of this that I think about, I can only compliment. It's super, super cool. Yeah. It makes the players feel super smart, even though they were literally told the answer. Exactly, Manifollow. I mean, that's an aspect that I haven't even touched on of, like you said, even though the players were given explicit instructions, Matt has now turned this into a rewarding puzzle and a rewarding challenge of now it is not just a case of following the instructions. It is a case of following the instructions even when they seem wrong and discovering the path along the way, right? They have now overcome a challenge that the instructions didn't warn them about. Like you said, makes them feel super smart. This is fantastic. It's fantastic. Oh my goodness. If I ever build a lair, there will be an easy to find but hidden path that is a red herring. Probably something moderately juicy in there, but not my main deal. Sure. Man, let's keep going. This is... Yeah, man.
This new chamber, it is pitch black. Thankfully, your vision allows you as best to see. Toby, you start to have the recurring memory of the fact that you're not sure where they're going, where they're taking you, but you still have people in this prison.
Yeah, am I looking out? Do I recognize anything that we're passing?
You have no idea.
And I mean, we gotta watch it at some point. I know. But compare this mentally to the dungeon that is the lead up to Vorugal. Or compare it to the challenges that lead up to the Pyra and the Pyra Aramente. Or compare it to the lead up to the Vesra and the Water Elemente, the Vesra Aramente, right? I mean, compare it to the mega dungeon of the Underdark compared to the Emberhold. I mean, there is so much in terms of exploration challenges and puzzle solving. I feel like I have rarely had such an amazing example of what I mean when I talk about exploration challenges. And frankly, the broad non-support for them in D&D. I've been using the Moonbrush, but even compare this to the Moonbrush, right? The Moonbrush is a quasi-straight line. It's somewhere between a straight line and a completely open circle, right? Where they can just kind of go wherever, and they might hit something along the way. Who knows? And I liked the Moonbrush quite a lot. And I liked the Gilded Run quite a lot in their relation to this sort of exploration challenge. But this is maybe the best example I have ever seen in campaign 1, at least, of a like really honest to God great exploration challenge. There was nothing like this in Age of Umbra. Nothing like this. No exploration challenges that I could even identify as an exploration challenge holds a candle to this Bats Out of Hell sequence. I love it. This is gonna be my example from now on. Get ready. I'm gonna reference this in the future in a comparative sense. Because this is so sick. We can also notice how Matt has grown more accustomed to 5e, considering they switched from Pathfinder. Sure, absolutely. Absolutely. And Matt is, and I think this even gels a lot with Matt's general style of, and I've been somewhat critical of this style, but I think this is such a good example of how to run that style well, of this kind of old school, I would say, D&D mindset of the players have to ask the right questions, right? I've referenced this before, where, you know, I'm sort of not, I kind of get a little bit iffy on the idea of they just need to poke around and, you know, touch the right cobblestone in the right area of the room to discover the hidden latch, or they have to perception check the right wall. There's no indication that the wall is special in any way, but they have to perception check it to discover the hidden latch, right? I've always been kind of on that. And I've talked about foreshadowing, right? And I think this is one of the best examples I have ever seen of the marrying, the union of maybe my mindset and Matt's mindset. Of Matt did give them foreshadowing. It's the instructions. And he did require them to ask the right questions. He required them to do the right thing. He gave them no indication beforehand, at least in the moment, that that wall was illusory, right? That wall was in any way special. When they walked up to it, he said, there's a left and there's a right. He did not say there's a weird looking wall where you would normally go straight, right? There's none of that. In the moment, when they actually get up to it, he's in that old school style. But by seeding the instructions, he is also foreshadowing that that wall is weird without ever having to say it. It's giving the players something to latch onto. It's giving them a method other than random guess and check to find the correct answer. And I think that's the real thing that I would want to hone in on. It's not random guess and check. It is still guess and check, right? They still had to like just kind of look at the wall and be like, what, is there something weird with the wall? They had to, you know, try to figure out what the fuck is going on here. But they have a direction to go into because of the foreshadowing of these directions. The directions say you should go straight here, but they see that they can't go straight. So they're not randomly guessing checking. They're guessing and checking in ways that would eliminate possibilities of what could be going on. really centered around that idea of going straight, right? They're not guessing of like, oh, is like the left side a trap, or is the right side like a bugs, like a road runner, like fake fake tunnel that we can't actually go down, right? They're not totally randomly guessing and checking. They are guessing and checking in a very controlled and directed manner based on their own intelligence and based on their own problem solving of what could be going on here. Mwah! Mwah! I love it.
Idea where they are, and you have no idea where you are currently.
Can I use my my heightened senses to do a perception check and see if I can smell anything?
You would if you weren't a bat.
I mean, there's nothing in the rule book that says bats can't have heightened
Hang on.
senses.
Well, technically, what do bats have?
I don't need to be a
Great
bear
sense
to do
of smell,
that.
That's for sure.
It says that's just part of my class.
I know. Which in your normal form you would.
As bats.
As bats, however, it's a little more rough. Let me check real fast. Just
Can I use my
I was gonna
sonar?
say, it can be like 5e bats.
There we
Quite
go.
like Googling 5e bats.
I mean, bats.
Say swarm of bats. That's basically what you guys are all together.
That's true. We are a swarm.
Now, you have echolocation, so you can't,
Oh man, put us in a straw campaign.
Yeah.
You have keen hearing, but that's not going to help you tremendously in this circumstance. So yeah, there is a sinking feeling that right now either you going with them, you might leave your friends behind. Just be aware. As you guys push forward into this dark chamber, it continues forward and then dips down into a series of stairs, takes you to a secondary level below. As you guys follow this down for about 45 feet, it evens out again and opens up into another T intersection.
Left.
All right, you guys go ahead and turn left. As you turn right around the corner, they're waiting. You see there is a single bone devil and 3 flying spined devils. These like deep blue, dark green imp-like devils, like with these giant spined wings and these long quills sticking out of their body as they carry these spears. And you all you encounter each other at once. The spined devils are up in your area, and as you kind of flutter past, there's no way they didn't see you.
Chaos.
Drop some guano.
Yeah, I poop.
Okay.
I poop.
No, better than the prison.
Guano.
As this is happening, the bone devil kind of stops and turns. The spine devils that get kind of caught up in the area. 2 of them are going to instinctively swing at you guys as you move past. That is going to be. There's the spine devil here. How do we do hit? There we go. That is an 8.
Oh, wow.
Oh,
That
no.
might actually miss.
I think it does actually. Even having it at the worst possible. A bat has an AC of 12.
Yep.
Yeah!
So the
Guys,
first.
we have 1 hit point, by the way.
Oh yeah.
Oh, it's bad. I made no promises other than bats.
1 hit point, each of you. The other one is going to swing. Same roll. 2 6s in a row. 8. That is. Oh man.
Matt, turn 12.
Oh, man.
So both of them miss as you guys continue pushing forward past these. However, the full speed of a bat.
30 feet.
It's a 30-foot speed?
It's a 30-foot fly speed.
And we're definitely doubling our movement.
movement.
Yeah.
Correct.
We're dashing.
The
And we're
spine devils are a little faster than you guys, and they're gaining on you. As you move past, they get their attack swings, but you guys do double dash, so they're behind you, and now they're all starting to slowly gain. As they're pushing forward, you come to another T intersection.
Straight.
You go straight, okay. As you go straight forward, it kind of curves a little bit to the right, and then continues forward. The spine devils are just starting to catch up to you guys, and 2 of them go ahead and let's see what attacks they have here. They're both going to fire tail spines at you. Their tail kind of curves up behind and swings, and they fire these spines forward.
17.
There's 3 of them. So one's going to be at Grog, one's going to be at Vax, and one's.
Okay, the one thing I will say is, man, the thing I am most like still uncertain on and like is still, man, like just kind of strange and odd, and maybe it was again trying something new and it's just not panning out, but it is Tova, and especially having Tova have this goal that is so distinctly separate from the party's goal. And especially within, and this is why I say that I think it might just have been Matt trying something, it's not panning out. Maybe that's being too generous, but I don't know. But it does feel like if you want the prison to be this big, confusing mess, but also very populated, right? This prison is not empty. It seems to have devils moving quite frequently around it. But it also seems like there is... It seems like he wants them to go through it quickly. I'm seeing a lot of decisions here that is him going through it fast. but having those two separate location points or those two separate interest points is not really conducive to going through it super quickly. And for Tova, what does she care about Hodis? And like, frankly, for Vox Machina, what do they care about Tova's friends? Like, they both like probably broadly, generally care about helping others, but they don't care in specific about either of each other's goals. So it seems like, and I mean, the introduction of Tova was weird to me. It seems like everything about kind of the construction and the placement of Tova within the story, on one hand, gives her reason to join up with Vox and to like pretty quickly get on the same page, but their goals are so diverging that it feels like it's really messing with like kind of the meta tone and the meta even like speed of the plot. It feels like it's really not. I don't know. It's weird. Tova should have been after Hodis as well. That would have been a way to go about it. Yeah, sure. Maybe Tova made a deal with Hodis and she's going at... I mean, it's a little ham-fisted, but I don't know. All guest players and guest PCs are kind of ham-fisted. Like, who cares? Or be like, I don't know, have Tova foreshadowed that her friends were being held in a chamber with a weird gelatinous egg. So now the party can tell Tova, oh yeah, your friends are in the Hodis chamber. Help us, come with us. We're going to Hodis anyways. That's where your friends are. There were some ways, I think, to kind of make this more harmonized. So, it might be, again, a thing that Matt is trying out that maybe just didn't quite land, at least for me. I'm failing to see what is so novel about what Matt is doing. In your mind, what is he doing that shows he's experimenting? With this particular sequence, to me, is offering the players consistent and substantial exploration choice. So if we compare it to something like, say, we'll look at kind of this tree that I drew out, right? Each one of these little nodes is a place to introduce a new player choice, and a quick player choice, which I think is really important. And it is a possibility for very quick failure or very quick environmental update. In a previous exploration sequence, Matt does not have nearly as many of these choices. If we think about the Moonbrush, right? The Moonbrush, let's say they started down here because for some reason I think about them going north. I don't know why. So this is the entrance to the Moonbrush. They go forward, and then there is a choice to continue going forward or to pan off towards an alternative objective, which is the Bear Spirit. Then they continue going forward, and there is an opportunity to pan off and go to the Campfire. Again, alternative. They don't need to go there, and they know they don't need to go there, right? There's nothing really that says maybe there's something that would help over there, but their goal is forward. So these are not they're choices, but they're not exploration challenge choices. They're more temptations. Then there was the river. Right, there's this river, which they had to figure out how to get across. That is an obstacle. That's an obstacle like one of these obstacles. We can compare it to maybe the portcullis that they squeeze through as the bats. That's pretty similar, I would say, to the river in terms of its placement. But that is not a choice, that is an obstacle, right? Which is still good. You need to have obstacles within exploration sequences. Then we keep going, and we are now introduced to, I believe, the werewolves. And the werewolves do offer them a choice, but not, honestly, a very distinct choice. I would more call it like a social encounter choice, where they can either go with helping the werewolves or with not helping the werewolves. And where they go, based on this kind of choice, is not really part of the exploration. It's more like it's like going to a different area of a town, right? They have the entire Moonbrush, and they might do things along the way, but there is no difficulty in like locating the pixies, right? There's no challenge to or puzzle to figure out in locating the pixies. They just decide they want to help the werewolves, and then they go and they encounter the pixies, right? It's very boom, 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 straightforward, which is, again, why I would call this a kind of a social choice, not really an exploration choice. Whereas all of these, they are either obstacles that the party has to overcome, and I would say there are substantially more obstacles in this case, which is good for an exploration sequence and challenge. They are quick obstacles, which I think is important, and there are substantial exploration choices. I think the best example is the invisible path, or the hidden path, the path hidden by an illusion, right? There is no equivalent to that in the Moonbrush, I think. Feel free to comment if you can think of something that is equivalent to that, but that is equivalent to, like, we are following a map and the map doesn't match what we're seeing in front of us. We have to figure out a way to square that circle, right? It's almost equivalent, it's close to getting lost, which the party has never gotten lost. And even when I don't think they've gotten lost, but even when they've gotten close to being lost, they do something along the lines of like a survival check, right? If you're boiling it down to a check like that, not great. Not an exploration challenge, really. That is abstracting an exploration challenge into a skill check. Whereas the invisible wall, yes, there were still checks involved, but they didn't even have the check until they decided on an actual solution to the puzzle, right? The puzzle isn't, literally how can we detect the wall? The puzzle is, we need to go straight. Why can't we go straight? Right? The map is not matching the environment. And I can't think of another moment of Campaign 1 that is even remotely close to that. I can't think of another moment where they have this sort of puzzle. Even if we, so that's like the Moonbrush, where their path is not in question. Their path is a straight line, and they have like optional directions on how they have not even optional directions, I would say. They have optional choices on if they want to like go off and do other stuff, but they don't need to, right? They need to pick correctly at each of these junctures. If they do not pick correctly, they're losing. Right? They're failing the exploration challenge, and they'll have to like backtrack. There was nothing equivalent to that choice here, right? There was nothing equivalent. Like even the werewolves we can look at. There's no wrong answer with the werewolves. They're like helping or hurting the pixies. It kind of doesn't matter towards them getting to their goal. They just needed to resolve the conflict in some way, whether they side with the werewolves or the whether they side with the werewolves or the pixies. Okay, yup, that's definitely. I see. Hi said hi. That is absolutely spam. That's a we're gonna that's a quick ban. But this is kind of what I'm saying is even when we have an ostensible choice, it doesn't matter which one they pick as to whether or not they get to their destination. It matters socially and it matters morally, but it doesn't actually matter in terms of them getting where they need to go. These decisions, and I would say that is pretty much the case for anything equivalent that we have ever seen in Campaign 1. Either the choice is social, and it doesn't matter which one they pick, or the choice is optional, and they know it's optional. There's not a question of, is this the correct way? Is this the correct way? When they're climbing up the mountain to the Pyra, there's no question of how they climbed the mountain. There's an obstacle to climbing the mountain. There is like things they have to overcome. They have to deal with the ash and the elevation. Same thing with the Vorugal. They have to like scale that wall. But there are no choices where they can make the wrong choice and not be going towards their destination anymore. There's never been anything like that. So that's what I would say. The closest maybe is actually like the Kraken fight, where they're like trying to find the pieces and, you know, they could dig in the wrong spot. Or, in theory, the Underdark. The original Underdark dungeon technically had something like this. But as we talked about at length, we don't need to rediscuss the loop that was the Underdark dungeon, right? If this is the outside, this is the outside, this is Yugg-Varil. There is a choice here, to be sure, but I've gone on for far longer than I will now on why this is bad and not really a real choice. So that is what I would say. I would say it is the consistent choice that they can actually get wrong, even if they have the instructions. And they needed to take down the instructions accurately, right? That's not a negligible thing. And because of the pressure that Matt is putting on them, they might lose track, right? If they're not being careful, even if they have the sequence correct, they might lose track of where they are in the sequence. And that might cause some problems. So there are like active things that the players need to do to accurately go down this path, even if they theoretically know the correct path. There are still things that they actively have to do that are not boiled down to a skill check and are not just kind of automagic or not social. So that's why I would say that this is experimental and that this is novel for Matt, at least. It's that consistent choice within the environment that makes it a little bit less of a straight line. Oh man, I just realized this place would be a great place for Find the Path. It kind of would, yeah. It kind of would. That's true. Are you Matt trying to rush? Why have the devils chase bats? A swipe and passing, sure, but if I'm rushing the players through and the players try to avoid combat, I'm letting them get past no challenge. That is interesting. It does put a little bit of it kind of makes me squint a little bit. My only real theory, right? Because these are, what are these? These are, it's like one chain devil and like like a couple spine devils. I'm trying to think of I'm trying to remember what the makeup of these devils are. You come to a leveling point, blah, 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 metal hook, slowly rot, endless in hindsight, shapatapata, high intensity screams, 12-foot, wait, am I at the right place? Oh my God, I'm so far behind. 319. Because depending on the makeup of these devils, it might be a situation where if they're like real punks, if they're not very difficult, then so it's a spine devil. What's the spine devil CR? Spine devil CR. Why did I look up spine devil CR? Okay, a spine devil is a CR2. So they're going to get one hit by most player attacks, right? So you don't need to lay down a map for it. And then I think it is a bone. I think it's a bone. Drop some guano. Single bone devil. A bone devil is like 12, I think. If I'm remembering correctly, what's a bone devil? A bone devil's 9. These are pretty quick to kill. So you don't need to lay down a battle map. You can keep it still in theater of the mind. And arguably, you don't even need to go into initiative. You could make this like sides-based initiative and say, okay, all the devils go on their turn, you all go on your turn. If you let the players all go at the same time, they could probably clear out the devils in one turn. Maybe they would need a second for the bone devil. But they could clear it out pretty quick as long as you keep it in your head that you have to go quick. Now, who knows if Matt would have? That's a hypothetical. They haven't gotten stopped yet. But you could view it as because they're so weak. If they were stronger, this would be different. But because they're so weak as adversaries, you could view it as similar to the portcullis, where it is a very quick, very fast obstacle that might require them to expend some resources, but won't require them to take a bunch of real life time to handle. That is my generous read of it. There's a more critical read, I think, that would say you probably don't want to put like this sort of like forced combat. You don't want them to be able to catch up. If you want them to go through this very quickly, like you said, maybe take some swipes along the way, but not have them be able to catch up. I think there's a fair argument to be made there that is the way to handle this that is more guaranteed to get them through it at an appropriate pace. But I think there is an alternative read of it. I'm not quite sure which one I buy, honestly. Yeah. They'd still be going towards their destinations, but it would be kind of their final destination, eh? Or that spell that turns you into wind. Sure, they could do wind walk here, yeah. Why are the bats trying to get out of hell? So really, it's a check of if their forms drop or not. I wouldn't say really it is that. I would say that is a way to interpret it. And it really does, I think, largely depend on, like, how you handle the combat from there. If Matt pulls out a map or a whiteboard and makes the players put a mini on it, that's going to be slow. If he keeps it fast, if he keeps it in theater of the mind, it could be considered more of just a normal challenge like the portcullis.
Going to be a Percy. Against Grog, that is a 2 + 4. This guy can't hit anything. 6. Just zooms past you. 1 towards Vax. That's cocked. Natural 20. Oh. And against you, Percy, that is a 19 plus 2. So both of you guys get hit. Even basic damage, both of your bat forms, poof, and you both fall about 10 feet.
Is it an attack roll or?
And I will say, to Matt's credit there, doesn't even roll damage. Now, that might be, you could consider that general advice. If the bats only have 1 HP, you don't need to roll damage. But based on my memory of Matt, I feel like he would normally roll damage there, but he's keeping it quick, which I think is good.
Yeah.
Yeah, they both spines hit you. You both take...
But if it's under my AC?
No, it's a
Or
bat's AC.
Bat's AC.
That's AC, which is 12.
Thanks.
So that's 6. So you take 5 points of damage back to your main form, and Percival, you take 4 points of damage to your main form.
Oh, I guess if that's important. That's fair.
Oh, plus 1 point of fire damage and 2 points of fire damage.
I've got my armor is set to fire, so do I take 1 anyway?
You still take 1.
Okay.
Oh, okay, yeah, just the two of us.
All right, so the rest of you guys are bats. Both of you plummet, hit the ground, and the spine devils approach.
Attempt to acrobat roll so that I'm up and rolling.
Oh boy, here we go.
So now we have Vex
Yeah, we
and
did pretty good, you guys.
Vex and Percival are back this way. We're gonna say that these guys represent you as bats. We'll say
He's putting out the minis. Eh. Look, we'll see. We'll see how quickly it goes. Maybe there's a rationale for it, but I would say don't put out the minis.
Tyrion is 1, Keyleth is 2, Tova is 3, Vex is 4,
4 dice.
and Grog is 5. All right. So we'll use these for spine devils for now. Well, actually, these are pretty small, so we'll use these. So these are the spine devils right here, and you see a bone devil coming up in the distance. So anyone roll initiative?
Yeah, don't fuck Miguel. I said don't.
Terrible. Terrible.
Yeah. Also, I wouldn't roll initiative. I would probably do like a sides-based thing of like, you guys get a turn and then they'll get a turn again. Just keep the speed up. I will say, to his credit, it looks like he did not prep too thoroughly for this, which I think is good. He has the Bone Devil because he just has a Bone Devil mini, but you can hear he doesn't have any of the Spine Devils. He says, oh, these will represent the Spine Devils, which I think is good. I think it speaks to... I'm trying to think of a way to say this that doesn't sound like a critique, because I mean it in a positive way. But I think it speaks to a lower level of individual prep for the individual obstacles. I think it speaks to considering it more as like an overarching sequence rather than anything too individually. And I think that sort of prioritization of focus is good. That said, there is an alternative reason that I can think of. Again, I don't want to be too generous because it's an explanation that I think does make sense, but I don't have direct evidence of. I mentioned earlier that part of the challenge of this, like, we're about halfway through the instructions, I believe. And part of the challenge of this is not just if you hide, the directions that you're going, but it's also that players have to remember where they are in the sequence, or they have to note where they are in the sequence in some way, right? If you put a combat that kind of slows the pace of your decision making, right? It's a little bit of a break between your previous decision and your next decision. Then you might forget where you are in the sequence, right? If you were going through and in between the nodes, you were marking off the next node as you got to it, but then this happens before you actually get there, we might have a desync. Some of the players think that they're on node 5, and some of the players think that they're on node 4, right? So I think there's a framing of this where putting a substantial break between decisions right in the middle of an exploration sequence like this one could theoretically be reinforcing the challenge of following these instructions. That's a read, I think. Again, I think that's pretty generous to Matt, but I do think it is possible. I think it's certainly possible that could be the case. If you spend 5 hours playing a combat, your natural inclination will be to force that combat and make it long. I mean, yeah, I think that's a much more critical read and framing. Also, possible. Like, I'm not immune to it. I think that effect is very real. As a DM, if you prep something out, you tend to want to use it. Because that took you real life prep time. And there's a mountain of advice on killing your darlings and being ready to not use things that you prepped. I don't think I need to spend time discussing that when there's already been so much ink spilled over it. But that is also a possibility here.
Not great.
All right, so that brings us from 25 to 20.
30.
25.
Jesus.
Wow.
20.
So 30, 20. 25, nice.
We're making noise now. Do we
No,
care?
that was bad math. 23.
Okay,
I
still
don't
good.
know. If we can get in and out of this quick.
20 to 15.
Because I can.
All right,
keep turning us
15 to
into
10.
things.
Even 15 to 10.
11. As long as I don't lose concentration, I can keep turning us into different things.
Including the two of us, even though we picked one.
Correct.
All right, 10 to 5.
Big 7.
8.
Actually, it's a concentration of up to 24 hours. So as long as I don't use a concentration.
4.
Oh.
On a subsequent
All right,
turn, I can
so-
use my action to transfer.
And I mean, this is another reason to include a combat in general. Again, the detail and the depth and getting out the map and having them all roll initiative. I don't know if it necessarily affects that, but as Keyleth is saying out loud, as long as she doesn't lose concentration, she can keep doing this. So maybe you want a little bit of a combat to try and break Keyleth's concentration. Now, I think that's a pretty weak read because that would sort of require the enemies to have some manner of knowledge about which of the individuals that they're looking at is like the source of the magic that is transforming them. And you need some real justification for how they would fucking know that. But, I mean, if you do get that justification, then they could try to target Keyleth specifically. Maybe there's something kind of interesting there, but I think that's a weaker read on it.
Form affected creatures in new forms.
Now in these forms, if it looks like it,
We do get an attack.
you do, but you attack as a bat.
Yeah.
Can we
Rabies.
just can we
And
like,
a hit is 1 point of piercing.
wait? What was your initiative order? What was your number?
11. Not
We're stuck as bats until she's about to
As
stab.
long as you just
Can't.
Yeah, we're
stay out
stuck
of the
as-
way and don't break your concentration, you can keep turning us in and out.
Correct.
Okay.
So that's
Don't
right,
get hit.
exactly what I'm going to do, is try and not get hit by the
Percival.
bite.
You just plummeted to the ground. Actually, both you and Vax from the fall, since you're 15 feet up, you both took would have been 2 points of bludgeoning damage and 5 points of bludgeoning damage, Vax. All right.
Okay. I'm going to take my six paces towards the lava pit.
The blood pit or
It's a blood pit.
Blood pit, and I'm going to hold my attack until Vax does what he's going to do.
Okay.
I'm loud.
Yeah. And I'm weak.
All right, then it's Percy's turn. Tovo.
So can I go from a bat to a bear?
Bat bear. Where bat bear? Batman.
Bear batcher.
Bearman.
The magic
number
keeps
of
you.
willing creatures that you can see within range. You transform each target into the form.
And I mean, for a random filler map, yeah, sure. This chamber could have been totally empty. So for a random filler combat, sure. It's a little kind of rectangle with a big old obstacle in the middle. A big old movement obstacle. Absolutely. Easy thing to improv. I don't think he actually improv'd it, to be clear. I think he did have this pre-made. But totally.
Technically, you are not a dwarf. You are not a blood hunter. You lost the abilities of your class while you are currently a bat. So currently you just have bat capabilities. You could move and then hold your action if you were to change forms. It's up to you. Kind of what Percy did.
Get position and then wait.
I'm gonna fly over with with my dudes and hang out and hold my action.
All right, so you'll hang there. All right, Grog.
I'm just following Vex.
Okay, so you'll just kind of stay over in this area.
I'm real good with directions, but let's be honest.
All right. So these 3 spine devils who just hit the other, this one here is going to rush over to this side and is going to fire. This is going to be at Tova. It's going to fire his tail spine. That is an 8. Keep rolling 6s to hit. Misses. No effect. These 2 other spine devils here are going to... There we go. They're going to come forward and do a multi-attack on Vax. Both of them are just going to pincer up this way. So that's one with its bite and one with its fork. So, actually, I think it's 2 tail spikes. It's going to make a second strike at you, Tova. That is an 11. Misses still.
Yep. I mean, unless my
Unhittable bats.
unless my bat stats are.
No, that AC as well.
Bad.
So you're actually still that out of the way.
So boom,
All right, so it's attack
boom,
Vax.
boom.
That is a 7 and a 21.
Hey, that
21
hits.
hit you?
Bats.
Oh, it just hits me.
Oh, well.
Just
It just hits me.
That's what I thought.
Yeah.
Okay, so you take 5 points piercing damage.
Can I dodge?
All right, you take 2 points piercing damage. The other one is going to attack you again twice as well. That's a 4 and an 11. Nope.
Yeah.
Ending their turn now, the Bone Devil is going to catch up. Flies in, its wings expanded forward. It's going to go ahead and make 3 attacks against you, Vax, as you're the closest one to it. That is 10, 20,
No.
and it's cocked. 20.
No.
2 calls in a row. Just dodging out of the way, being crazy rogue, evading. That brings us now to Keyleth.
Oh shit. Can I change people as a bat?
Yeah, it's an action. You can change your form. It's just an action.
But can I stay as a bat and change other people?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, this here.
Sweet.
On subsequent action, you can use your actions to transform effective features into new forms. So yeah.
Okay.
And that's the only thing where you couldn't.
I'm gonna turn. Do you want to be a bat too?
Yeah, I'm useless.
I'm gonna turn both Vax and Percy into bats. What?
Well, that's not
I asked what you wanted to be, and you
No,
said a bat.
That is
We
what
don't
I
have time to ask that question.
Bat.
You just do it.
We're both bats, and we're peacing out again.
If we can, we're gonna
If we
use
can,
that.
we're gonna peace out. It's
What else is going
bats.
to turn into bats?
Bats. We're all bats.
We're all bats again.
Okay. All right. And are you? So you're going to do that? You're trying to move?
I'm gonna look at Vax and go.
I wink as a bat. Like I totally understood her.
Okay. So your turn, Keyleth.
Uh-huh.
All right. So you.
You're not gonna move?
Well,
Well, I'm following
she's gotta
her.
wait. She's gotta wait until Vax gets out of there. Now he's like surrounded.
I'm
by his
Vex
bat.
was leading the way. She knows
Vax,
where to
your
go.
turn.
I want to lead everybody away down to the right, but I gotta make sure that my brother gets away from these
Is with
bugs
us.
before that happens. So I'm gonna hold my movement until. Can I?
Can't hold your movement. You can hold an action. You hold a dash action.
I'm gonna hold my dash action then until I see that he's safe,
Okay.
or at least he's away from them, so we can get going.
As a bat, do I have action, bonus action, like Vax does, or just one thing now?
You have your action as a bat.
Okay, well,
you can
I will
dash still if you
I
want.
will disengage. Disengage as a bat.
Disengage is an action.
Can I use my action? to
So you
disengage?
could.
That's disengage.
Yeah.
I mean, anybody can disengage as an
territory.
action. It's just a combat action. You just
Yeah.
can't do anything else. All I can do is move.
Yeah,
your
if they
speed
hit
up.
me, I'm back to being in regular form again, so, and it's 3 of them. So I'm gonna disengage.
All right, so you disengage.
And then fly as far as I can towards the group.
Okay, 30 feet. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30.
Okay, I
That's
see
good.
him, and we have everybody now. I take off to the right.
Which way's the right? You guys move in this way? So this way?
Yeah.
Okay. So using your dash action. 5, 10.
It was the last. It was the last thing. It was to the right. It was the final turn.
Right, that's the right.
I've been holding an action. Now you can actually burn as a dash action.
I know. Why did you say it like that? Like it was.
Yeah, it is the right as far as we know. The right
Maybe it's
means
stage
right.
right.
But everything else was.
Right.
I'm just going to the right. That's the last
Right.
intersection that I know.
So that ends Vex's turn there. Tyrion.
I'm going to go where she went and further if I can.
And you are off the page.
That is the only thing I will highlight, and one of the reasons I kept referring to keeping it in theater of the mind. It is both for it is both for the aspect of them going quickly, but it is also to keep them in the common frame of reference that they've been using this entire time. And if I am Matt here, he's like, oh, you're going off to the right, which way? I would kind of call that a little bit of a meh response. He could have clarified by kind of melding their frames of reference of saying, okay, you came from this direction and you have not taken a turn yet. So you came from this direction and you haven't technically taken a turn yet, right? That'd be, I think, a way to marry up their frame of reference. I think he is expecting them to imply that based on where the enemies are coming from, because they would theoretically be following them from the direction they came from. Which, I mean, that is a way to make this even harder and to introduce an additional challenge of requiring them to mirror those frames of reference. But I often think about like, that sort of like raising of the challenge. And I think about like, is that frustrating or is that fun? And I think that is a frustrating type of challenge of like needing to figure out the frames of reference in your own mind between theater of the mind and gridded, a gridded map. That's like a communication challenge. And I tend to stray away from challenges that have to do with like the abstractions that we're making as part of playing the game, if that makes sense. So just because I think it really easily leads towards not fun frustration. And I hope that Matt is being kind of accurate when he's like, okay, if you're going to the right, it would be this direction. Like, I hope that he's honoring the spirit of what she is asking. Who knows?
Can I burn my action as a dash or no?
You can, yeah.
Yeah, I'm burning my action as a dash.
All right, so that
Same.
brings
Let's go. Go.
That's
30, and then that would be
As much as we can.
30.
Dear God, I
Okay.
can't believe this shit.
That brings us to Percy.
I'm gonna keep looking.
They have 5, 10, 30, and you also, with that double move, get to there. Okay. Next up is Tova.
Oh, I'll just keep going.
So you get up, you catch up with the rest of these guys here way off the map. Alrighty, Grog.
I'm gonna burn my Ashton as a Darsh.
Darsh. Alrighty.
Action as a dash.
With that, the Spine Devils are going to move forward.
Is that who is that? Is that Keelan? Is that who is
That
that?
was 2, that's Percy.
Okay. Oh, it is. No, Percy's off the
Oh,
map.
sorry, no, Percy's is Keel, sorry. It's
Right?
Keel. Yeah, because I have like 1, 2, but you were guys
I
went
was
to
holding my movement to move with
You can't hold movement.
I can't fucking hold a movement. I did an action to make sure
Yep.
they were bats.
Yep.
Okay, yeah.
So you get swarmed by 3 Spine Devils.
Fucking balls. This is not a good plan.
It's cool.
Not in this form.
It's cool.
Oh.
So attack against you.
Okay, as soon as she gets hit,
Yep,
we're all.
that's an 18.
not bats.
So
Not entirely true.
Keyleth, you take 6 points of slashing damage. So that's 1, your bat form is gone.
Yeah.
You drop that, you become Keyleth again.
And, I will also note, not really in Matt's defense, but kind of in Matt's defense. More like a commentary. I like the choice of the spined devils here as a mid. The bone devil is there. He's the meat. He's the backup. But I like the spined devils as chasers because I don't think that Matt predicted that they would transform into bats explicitly, right? But putting spined devils, I think he could have anticipated that they were going to raise their speed somehow. And picking the spined devils, which are very low CR, they're low HP. I mean, there's a decent shot that Grog can like one hit one of these. And like Percy talking about how he's useless, not in bat form. I don't even know what the fuck he's talking about. He could have killed like 2 of these on his turn. So that's crazy. I mean, I guess they have resistances, so maybe not. But I like it in particular because they have a 40-foot fly speed. And this is something that I do try to think about as a DM, are the speeds of creatures, right? That fly speed is chosen in particular so that a spined devil at base can always catch up to a non-monk or a non-barbarian, high-level barbarian player, right? This 40-foot speed means that they cannot outrun the spined devils. Now, again, Matt doesn't know what they're going to do. Maybe they go into Windwalk and they actually can outrun the spined devils. But when you're prepping this sort of thing, you're playing the odds. You're playing the averages. And so I think this is a really good choice as opposed to maybe some other types of fiends, because you know that this is going to be able to continue catching up to them and they need to deal with it. But it is super easy to deal with. So the entire kind of challenge here is recognizing that the strategy that they were using to get through this, they have to pivot very quickly and then keep going with it, right? So I again, I like it as a kind of mid-exploration obstacle because it's an obstacle that needs to be dealt with, but it's actually fairly easy to deal with. You know? So I like that joy. And the Bone Devil, I believe, is slower. Let me confirm. I believe the Bone Devil's slower though. Oh no, the Bone Devil is just as fast. It's a fly speed of 40. So yeah, but I am I like that. And I mean those speeds are chosen for a reason. You know, they're the designers know what they're doing in that department at the very least. Percy can only one-shot CR over 5. It's part of his contract with Dallas. Yeah. So even like you just heard like Vax say, well, we can outrun them. Right? Where is it?
I was holding my movement to move with
You can't hold movement.
I can't fucking hold a movement. I did an action to make sure they were bats.
Yep.
Okay, yeah.
So you get swarmed by 3 spine devils.
Fucking balls, this is not a good plan.
That's cool, that's cool.
We might be able to outrun them. Frankly, and I'm not trying to like lay a huge critique on Liam right now. So, you know, take it with a grain of salt. But that is indicative that Liam was not paying attention. Right? And the players in general going back into bat form and just trying to outrun the Spine Devils again, is indicative that they are not paying attention on like how the Spine Devils caught up to them. Like the only to be maybe somewhat generous, there is maybe a world where they think that they can get to Hodis, kill Hodis very quickly, and then get out while like avoiding these Spine Devils. But they know that the Spined Devils are faster than them. Like, they just witnessed that. And Matt was not vague about it. He straight up said, the Spined Devils are faster than you. And it's not even like, you know, they're falling behind by a lot every time they take a swipe. They're falling behind by what, 30 feet? So I mean, this is and probably not even because yeah, but whatever. It is I think it is a good setup on Matt's part in that exploration challenges should need you to pay attention. Debatably, all types of challenges should require some level of paying attention, or at least reward some level of paying attention. And like they're wasting turns and potentially wasting resources because they're not paying attention. Like Percy should have just shot there. That, you know, they should have attacked. They should not have turned back into bats. That's just kind of objectively the wrong answer. And so in that vein, I like that this challenge is going to force them to actually like think and pay attention and eventually get the right answer. Yeah. Liam's memory isn't good. That's my guess. Probably forgot. Right. And that, you know, that's why I'm saying, you know, I don't want this to sound too critical to Liam. Taliesin also said, like, I'm useless in this form, referring to the form where he could attack things, right? He wanted to be in bat form, and he said, my other form is useless, which is also, again, just wrong. So this is not just like a Liam thing. This is probably not just a Taliesin thing. Marisha also agreed. None of the other players disagreed in any way. So, you know, clearly they're all not really getting it, or they forgot, or whatever. And that is something that should be, you know, not should be punished, but should have consequences, right? Not paying attention in that way should have a layer of consequence, and the consequence is going to be minor, right? They're gonna, you know, they wasted a turn. That's it. it's pretty low stakes what the consequence is. But yeah, I like that there is an amount of consequences for not paying attention or not remembering. And hey, as someone with severe forgetfulness, clinical severe forgetfulness, there's I get it. And I would want there to be consequences on me too, you know? So that's what I'm on. What does it please anyone? The guy with the good voice, Matt Mercer. Yeah, Matt Mercer.
It's cool.
Not in this form.
Oh.
So attacks against you.
Okay, as soon as she gets hit,
Yep,
we're all.
that's an 18.
not bats.
So
Not entirely true.
Keyleth, you take 6 points of slashing damage. So that's 1. Your bat form is gone.
Yeah.
You drop that. You become Keyleth again. And you take 5 points of damage carried over.
Uh-huh.
And then it's going to now get its tail attack against you. It's going to miss. The other one's going to bite. Miss. Tail attack is going to be a 17. What's your AC?
It's currently 16.
So you take 6 points of piercing damage.
Uh-huh.
The last one's going to get its last 2 attacks on you. That is a 21 and a natural 1. So the last attack you get is 4 points of slashing damage.
So it's 6 plus 4 total? So 10?
10.
Okay.
And I need you to go ahead and make 3 concentration checks. It's got to be 10 each time.
Good. The first time. Good the second time. And 7 plus my constitution,
Yes.
correct? So that is an 11 the third time.
The concentration saving throw?
All 3.
That's enough. So you maintain concentration on the spell.
Solid.
All right.
Thanks, Keyleth.
The Bone Devil flies up and is now going after Keyleth with all of its might.
Did we
Turn us
like,
all into
healing?
bears.
We didn't do any of that healing or anything,
Nope,
did we?
you didn't have time.
That's cool.
Oh shit.
I'm good, I'm
3
good.
attacks. So that is going to be an 18 for its claw. Second claw, that's a 27.
Yeah.
And the sting is a 25. So all 3 hit you. So you take
Sorry, guys.
9 points of slashing damage.
Be prepared. Uh-huh.
Concentration check.
I mean, I'm about to go down. I make it.
All right. That is 12 points of slashing damage.
I'm down. Everyone's about to hit the ground.
Keyleth falls unconscious. And the tail strikes you. Auto crit. You lose 2 death saving throws.
We're all human now.
And you're all human.
All of you
Now,
drop
or
form.
elf or dwarf.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Way to humanist.
I'm definitely.
So 4 would be
Fucking hell.
Vex.
Okay, gotta fix this super fast.
Really not looking
And
good.
everybody's far away from her except for me and who's the other person?
Oh man, where'd my Vex model go?
Oh no, did I just appeal?
I think I may actually left you on the other map. That's okay. I'll bring it up. I'll be fine for this one. I'll just use.
Oh,
use
because I was in a corner.
Yeah, I'll use the Aaron yes for you. It's fine.
That's okay, that's pretty hot.
All right. Let's say. What else gets right
Can you
here?
put a little marker on me so I can see it? I can't see the yes.
Probably should have taken a hot second.
That's you.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Percival. Vex. Tyrion. Tova.
Percy, my necklace is glowing,
Yeah, we all know.
but and I'm not a bat. Does that mean that
All right.
Keyleth is dead?
End of their turn. Keyleth. It's your turn.
Oh shit, no!
You're next in the initiative order.
Oh shit,
Oh
no.
god, oh god, oh god!
Why would that? That's not. Wait.
I don't want to die,
Why two?
guys.
Why, no, why two? No.
Not in,
Who do I do this
You just
to?
rolled it.
I did.
Oh.
It's a 13,
Oh shit.
technically. Yeah, I was going to switch dice, but that's a 13. I'll take that.
Was it the intentional roll?
No. Okay.
No, that's not. Oh.
Don't fuck me, Gil. Gil.
Come on.
Let me kill do it.
I'm good.
What'd you roll?
It's a 12. I rolled a 12.
Oh, okay. Still bleeding out. Man,
Okay.
losing that plane shift.
My success. It's success. Right, what?
Yeah.
What'd you just say?
She has
I
placed
said if you, if you die,
Oh my god,
no
if she
plane
dies,
shift.
we're
Yeah, no, I know.
That's
I'm good. I'm good.
That was a
I'm great.
big oversight.
I'm
that's
on our part.
campaign over. Okay.
No.
What
No.
the fuck do we?
No, we're good. Let's come on.
That might be campaign over.
Well, I don't know.
We're not out of the woods.
All right.
Oh my
All right.
god, what the fuck are we
This-
thinking?
I'm
You have to go back and say
No, we're good. We're good.
Vex,
We're
you're up.
good.
Vex, you're up.
We
You're
maybe
up.
should have healed, but we're
I
good.
run forward and I slide on my knees and put my hand on her and cast Cure.
Look, it was a big oversight. And it's tough, man. It's tough. And that is, like I said, this is one of the reasons that I will continue to defend an amount of fudging when you're doing weird stuff and novel things. Because clearly the way that the players are interpreting the stakes here are, I think we might say, wildly inconsistent. Because it's like, Keyleth should have moved. And it's interesting because they all identified that keeping Keyleth safe and keeping Keyleth's concentration up was the most important thing. But then they all just said, yeah, we're going to move as far as we can. We're going to try to outrun them. Even though they should have known that they couldn't, right? And so there's this very kind of weird push and pull where, like, they're just not taking it seriously to the point that they're overlooking major things. The entire party, right? This is anyone in the party could have called this out. They discussed it over the table. They commented on it. What the situation was, what the plan was. Tal and Liam said, take us back into bat form. I mean, this is on the entire party if they do end up going out. And it wouldn't, and even this can, I think, kind of go towards maybe a slight commentary on the effect that frequent resurrection has. Because they are not used to being in situations where they can't just res someone if they die. You know, they try to protect everyone, for sure. But they're not super used to not being able to just complete the combat, leave, and resurrect that person later. So they're you know, it's a kind of laissez-faire attitude. It's interesting. This is a much more interesting arc from a, like, what Matt is doing, what the players are doing, how that could be transferred to a home table. Like, it's a very interesting arc in terms of learning positively and negatively from Critical Role. Very interesting. Because it's so abnormal, I think. Like, this is the way that everyone is behaving and the decision making is all just kinda all over the place. And I think it's very interesting if you're a DM at home to think through, like, how would you handle this? How would you change the prep to handle this? How would you change, your narrative description to handle this? Because there's a lot going on. If they were in the same mindset that they were when they, like, fought Thordak, or even went into the Kraken fight, honestly, I don't think Keyleth would be down right now. Like straight up. Because they're also, I mean, they called it out. They didn't rest after the Pit Fiend. And the reason that they got so damaged during the Pit Fiend was in no small part because they broke stealth. So there's there's a lot to be said about, like, them reaping what they sow. I would not think it inappropriate if any of them died during this, because they're, pretty consistently treating it with a lot of casualness. I was just reminded of a Colville quote. It's something like, design doesn't end just because it's being played. 100%. That's a great quote. Oh my gosh. Yeah, that's an awesome quote. Design doesn't end just because it's being played. Yeah. It's like, if you see that your design is bad, you can redesign it on the fly. Now, in Matt's defense, I don't know. This might be one where I'm kind of like, maybe. Is it fun? Is it satisfying? No. But for one of them to die, sure. I mean, so it's tough. And how I'd be thinking a lot. My mind would be whirling right now as a DM about what I can do here. But yeah, that was the wrong button. But it's I don't think there's super correct answers because I think they have made enough mistakes to where I think it is perfectly justifiable for one of them to die here. No question. It is tough to consider that being Keyleth because it does possibly screw them. So what I'm probably thinking through right now, if I'm in Matt's position, is not how do I change things because it's too hard and one of them shouldn't have died. Like it's my fault that one of them should died. If Keyleth dies right here, it's the party's fault. I'm not going to say Marisha's fault, but I think it's justifiable. I don't think that Matt made this unreasonably difficult, and it would be on kind of on them if Keyleth died. But, and I think you gotta hear Matt thinking out loud of like, ooh, it'd be bad if you lost that plane shift. So that's probably what I'm thinking through right now as the DM is like, okay, if Keyleth dies here, I'm not changing anything. I'm not avoiding that potentiality. But is that a satisfying end to the campaign? I don't think so. I don't think they've done enough wrong, and I don't think it would be satisfying enough for the campaign to end at this point. So I'm thinking through what can I do? And what can I maybe add later on down the road? Maybe a deal with Hodis. I speculated that there might be a deal with Hodis involved in this. Maybe there's a deal with Hodis that can get them out of the hells. So they have to take a pretty big consequence of leaving Hodis alive, but that'll get them out. Those are the things that are starting to go through my head at this point, yeah. News in, Mega wants Vox Machina to die. Design doesn't end at initiative. Sure. Colville is truly a river to his people. Yeah, sell their soul for a plane shift? Sure. Yeah, so that's the sort of thing that I'm thinking through as a DM right now is, okay, can I figure out a way to place a devil further on in this dungeon or in this prison that would offer them sell your soul for a plane shift? Or is there maybe a way for Keyleth to make a final sacrifice? As her soul is leaving her corporeal form, maybe it can cast one last spell. If it agrees to maybe not pass on, right? It maybe you can come up with some hoobledy-goobledy about like, oh, the souls of the damned, have this plane shifting power because they need to reach their eternal resting place. Keyleth's soul can choose to remain in the hells and give that plane shifting power to the rest of Vox Machina. But they'd have to do it now. It's not save it in storage for later. They've got to do it right now. And then it's a last like cool moment of sacrifice for Keyleth, whatever. There's that possibility. I think that could be a way to go with it. Yeah. The tough part here is that they came here to clean up loose ends, so having to leave with another loose end would make the arc feel awful. I mean, I agree. At this point, we're in break glass in case of emergency mode in my head as a DM. They die here, cleaning up loose ends. Terrible. They leave with additional loose ends. Still bad, but their fault. I'm trying to, in my head, I'm looking for the way to make this feel the least bad. Because if a player dies here, it's gonna feel bad no matter what. So we're looking for the best way out in my head. There was a 45-55% chance of that going disastrously wrong. It's also hard to argue they don't kind of deserve it, though. Yeah, and again, I'm painting the entire party on this. I don't think it is any individual player's fault. they have made several bad decisions as a party altogether, where with zero dissenting voice since getting since arriving at the Pit Fiend stronghold. So I would lay it at the feet of all of the players right now. If this did end in disaster. Yeah. What a lovely plane ship you have here. Yeah. That above the table comment by Matt maybe woke the players up to the stakes. I agree. I think I think that's a good thing to say from Matt. Totally. And we even heard after I didn't highlight it, but after Liam said like, "Oh, we're gonna we can outrun them." Matt out loud explicitly says, "Not in these forms, you can't." Matt tells them it straight up because as the DM, you're looking at this and you're like, they don't remember, or I don't know what to do about this. I was really clear that they cannot run away. So I think that Matt is letting some above the table comments fly that he might not normally, but I think they're good and well placed. Yeah. Restitutions. Did I miss that comment? I just got in. I don't know if that's comment. Keyleth just went down, and she automatically failed 2 death saves, and then there was the 3rd death save that she did succeed. So I don't know if that's the comment, but yeah, man, it's man, it's tough. But in my head, I'm in emergency cleanup mode in my head, because as the DM, I don't want the campaign to end here. That fucking sucks. That's not personally how I want the story to end. If they had died, honestly, fighting the Kraken, it would have kind of sucked, but I would have, that's whatever. If they died fighting Raishan or Thordak, sure, But this, terrible. So I'm definitely thinking. Matt is probably in panic mode internally. I fucking would be. Absolutely. I think everyone at the table's in panic mode right now. Yeah. Okay, but hear me out. Dude, if any of them tries to talk about outrunning them, I'm gonna lose it, bro. I'm gonna lose it. It means that they just aren't listening. If anyone floats outrunning them at this point, they just aren't listening, if that is a suggestion.
Wounds at 4th level.
Okay.
On T-list.
Cure wounds,
right.
great.
Campaign resumes.
Like, holy shit.
I'm great. I'm good.
Oh man, that roll was bigger than I knew.
Yeah, that would have been fucking.
I also like.
That would
We're
have
just
been.
gonna
You guys have
unintentionally
a
rolling dice.
spreading urgency of the entire prison of Mentiri now bearing down on escaped mortal criminals without plane shift. That doesn't work.
21%.
Okay. All right. So we have the extreme.
Never bats, Matt.
Oh my god, that's so funny. Without plane ship, if that doesn't work, look at this.
21%.
Okay.
Bearing down on escaped mortal criminals without plane shift. That doesn't work.
21%.
Okay. All right. So we have the extreme.
Oh my god, dude. Look, I get it. Bro. If you're Matt, this is not that hard. If they were taking it as seriously as they took the Kraken or Thordak or Vorugal or Raishan, this is not that hard. The CRs involved here are not that high. And I have frequently said in high-level D&D, you have to build situations that rely on your players having tools to overcome them. because the players have so many tools at high level. So many tools. The problem, and I mean, frankly, this could be easily attributed to as a problem with 5e. And I think a lot of people, especially online, would attribute this to a problem with 5e. Marshal, half-caster, whatever Blood Hunter is, not full caster. Keyleth is the only one with access to slots above, what, 4? Maybe she has 5? I think she only has 4. She's the only one with tools, with spell casting tools above 4th level. And look, I'm not someone that talks about the martial caster divide a lot. I'm not someone who thinks it's useful to talk about the martial caster divide a lot. But this is probably the most poignant and real example of what the actual martial caster divide is. It's not about DPS. It's not about damage per second. It is not about resource consistency. It's not about short resting and long resting. It is about the fact that casters just have access to tools that fundamentally change how the DM has to design challenge at a base level in a way that marshals just don't. Marshals just do not force a change of challenge and the crazy increase of challenge that casters require. That's it. That's it. And you know, it sucks, but it's the way it is. And I don't blame Matt for not heading that off at the pass. Like I said, I'm normally someone that downplays the martial caster divide. I think it is most times, as long as you have one caster, kind of irrelevant. I think for Vox Machina, it's mostly irrelevant. Until it's very suddenly not. Until it's super duper not. Yeah. Yeah. I think this is an example of why you want more than one full caster for the utility. Yeah. I mean, and it's an edge case, man. It's something that is, like I said, I think I'll ride on this hill. I think it's normally irrelevant that they only have one full caster. The fact that it's only Keyleth, I think, is normally not a factor in their play, in their decision making, whatever. But it suddenly becomes intensely relevant if that caster suddenly disappears. Then it's crazy relevant. You can play a full Marshal's table, but you'll be very unprepared for high level play. Honestly, I think a full Marshal's table might actually go fine because both the players and the DM are not going to prepare plots and challenges where you would need caster stuff. Maybe you will struggle against some high CR enemies. Maybe. I don't think it'll probably be noticeable, but not, I would say, a huge factor. I think. Purely because the DM is not going to put you in a situation like this, right? Matt put them in a situation where there is no normal way out of this prison because they had plane shift. And even if they don't have plane shift, they have wind walk. They have fucking transport via plants. I don't think that would work here, but they've got options, tons of options with Keyleth that often trivialize things, right? If Matt had prepped an entire escape sequence, frankly, that would have been a dumb waste of time. If Matt had prepped for a high-level party like this, just at base, like on base level advice to DMs for 5e, if Matt had prepped an entire thing about them escaping this prison, that would have been a waste of time. It would have been bad prep. But suddenly Keyleth goes down and oh no. It's a double-edged sword, bro. It's not bad. It's not it doesn't matter until it suddenly very much does. That's exactly what I'm saying. Yeah. An all marshals table at high level where DM designs the challenges where they needed a plane ship, bad design. A DM sandbags the table. Just imagine. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Really feeling the lack of Bard? Oh yeah. Yeah. So it's speaking of DMs and players learning from this arc in a way that you might not from other arcs. I've never given this sort of advice before, but it is a factor to consider. If you only have one caster, it's a factor to consider. You still need to up the challenge in a way that only casters can solve. But, I mean, maybe occasionally, above the table remind your players. I don't know. I've never been in the situation, but it is something to consider.
We're bats, Matt.
We're bats.
That was pretty fine planning.
It
was good.
That was awesome.
great. Things have been going great.
It's 27 points.
You heal 27 points, Keyleth.
Okay.
That's good.
Alright, so that's your action.
Than when we
That's my
left.
action.
Your movement.
Yeah.
You have a bonus.
Do you want to
can I-
heal yourself? Potion?
Uh,
How are you?
I'm gonna pop trinket out as my bonus.
Whereabouts?
Behind, sure, whatever.
Sure, I'll say just instinctually pop them out there.
Yeah.
All right.
And that was my full movement and everything, wasn't
Yeah.
it?
Holy shit.
All right.
Oh my God.
Vax, your turn.
I run and skid right up next to my sister, and I have a potion of superior healing, and I pour it into Keyleth's mouth.
All right.
I'm conscious.
That's your action.
Yes, I know. 1, 2, 3.
Go. I'm missing.
Every drop.
22 more.
Awakes to being waterboarded.
That's mine.
49 hit points.
Didn't realize until now. I was like, oh, Keyleth goes down.
Oh no.
Bad news bears.
How long has it been since the Pit Fiend moment?
It's been roughly an hour, a little over an hour.
Over an hour?
Since you killed the Pit Fiend, yeah.
All right, and I'm going to throw, with bonus action, Chuck Whisper into... No, it has to be tied to an action,
Actually, tied
doesn't
to an
it?
action of an attack, yeah.
Well, there's nothing else I can do.
Stand up.
get
Stand
me
I
up.
can get up with a bonus action, though?
Can you help me up?
No, bonus action was a potion, no? Can a potion be a
No,
bonus?
no, not
Well,
if
you're
you
giving
give
it to somebody else.
Okay, then I'm done.
All
I'm
right.
done.
So, Tyrion.
Do you have any spells like a bless or anything?
How far away am I?
You were about, with 30-foot movement, you can get within range where you can see any of the creatures.
We just gotta get Keyleth
Okay.
back away.
I'll run back then.
Okay.
I guess.
You'll get there.
I don't really have
Like
any
everything into you so you can just push to them. Hopefully you can push to them.
You have these three little spine devils that are like these little flying imps covered in spines that are relatively small, and you have one big bone devil. That's the one that's just
The fire.
almost killed Keyleth. Yeah.
All right. I'll just throw acid at one of them, I guess.
Which one?
The one who looks the meanest.
That's the bone devil. All right.
Bone devil.
Dex save, that is a 14. What's your DC?
17.
So yeah, so go ahead and roll damage.
Okay.
Yay.
Okay. Give me some
Yeah,
sixes.
axe.
And one more. Boom. Lots.
How did we get here? Too deep.
Yeah, when you said
my head.
plate chip,
25.
all the blood
25 points of acid damage to the bone devil.
Nice.
Beyonce and campaign, killed.
So as the vial breaks across the front of its body, you see the acid burn its flesh, kind of curls into itself. You can see the smoke.
Wait. What did you say? The entire campaign? Oh, fiance and campaign. Dude, for a second I thought he said the unseen campaign, and I was like, what? I was like, oh my god, how did I not get accused of pre-watch? But he did not say that.
Rising off of it as its flesh is beginning to burn and melt away. Nice, that's your turn.
I will cast Sanctuary on young Keyleth
Oh, shit.
Nice.
The first time you've helped another person, right?
in my life.
Oh,
Yeah.
Tarion. All right, I'll see you.
Fuck sound at this point, I suppose. I'm gonna run and just get them into view.
Yep, you got him.
All right, 3 shots. I'm gonna do a pushback on all 3. I'm gonna push them all. 10.
That's the Spine Devils, you mean?
Spine Devil, Bone Devil.
Okay, so there's 3 Spine Devils and 1 Bone Devil. So two Spine Devils and 1 Bone Devil.
3 Spine Devils and 1 Bone Devil.
Yeah.
Let's
3 Spine Devils and 1 Bone Devil.
3 Spine Devils and 1 Bone Devil. Let's
Stop saying.
No Coke Pepsi.
no Coke Pepsi. And the Bone Devil's the real problem, I suppose.
Yeah, come on,
He's the dangerous looking one.
Okay, in that case, I'm gonna push him back. I'm gonna do a shot to push him back.
All right.
Oh my god.
And that's
Yeah.
that's a 1929.
Yeah, you hit him.
Yeah, I hit him. That's 1d.
That
That is my power song. You don't even know. 15 points of damage plus 5 psychic.
All right.
And he moves backwards 10 feet.
So 20 damage. He pushes back just that far, but he hits the wall. He can't be pushed back further than that.
Can't be pushed. It's still a
Yeah,
little
it's
bit.
right there.
See, inhale, Hanson
Yeah,
playing
he
his
can't
brain.
really move. He's already up against the wall.
All right. Let's take a Spine Devil. That's the one that's threatening the most people.
Okay.
The song is not called Doobop.
Same shot.
It's called Oombop.
That's what I said.
Heard a little Doobop.
25.
That hits. Roll damage.
That's not the damage.
I don't know if I
Oh yeah. 17 points of damage and 6 points of psychic damage.
That was a bang roll.
You scatter one of his Spine Devils
Hey,
in
I
one
get my
shot.
grip
And blast apart.
The other one. I'm just gonna spend a point for grit for Deadeye. Just get advantage.
Go for it.
That's cocked. 29.
29 hits.
14 points of damage and 1 point of psychic.
Okay.
He's still standing?
Still standing.
Action surge.
Yes.
3 more shots.
Yeah, you're fucking useless. But Dallison, you think you're useless in this form? You're gonna fucking clean up both of the spined devils. Hey, if you had cleaned them up before, Keyleth wouldn't have gone down.
3 more.
Hitting him again?
Yes,
terribly
yes.
Same thing with a grit.
All right.
Oh shit.
Yeah, that's good to do. 16, 17, 24 to hit.
It's against the second Spine Devil.
This second Spine Devil, that's 11 points of damage and 4 psychic.
He scatters.
Third Spine Devil.
Yes.
Same thing with a. Actually, God,
These
can
are
I grip
loud-
back?
these are loud
Third Spine Devil.
shots.
Yeah, he shuts him.
Yeah, that's a. Actually, I'll reroll the top one, but it doesn't matter. Yeah, that hits.
Echoing through the hall.
What's for that?
Everyone who's ever searching for anything knows exactly where to go now.
Yeah, fuck it, it's worth it though. 13 points of damage and 5 psychic.
Okay.
Or maybe we've confused
Still
it.
standing, but looking rough.
Yeah, but there's
And
4 fucking
another shot, same thing with advantage. That's fine. 17, 24.
24. Yep.
Oh, thank God they're easy to hit. That's what, 16 points of damage and 4 psychic.
The third Spine Devil's just upper torso is disintegrated by the blast. His wings kind of flick off on two sides,
And
scattering part of the bone devil.
back, so I still have that. So I'm going to spend my last
Like
grit.
just on her knees watching it all like.
Last grit is a shot to the Spine Devil.
That was only 3 attacks.
What?
That was 3 more attacks.
No, that was 1, 2. Oh, that was
You
1, 2.
killed the second one, and then shot twice to
I
kill
went
the third one.
twice.
So you're out
All
of
right, I'm
attacks.
done. Reload, and that's the end of my turn.
Alrighty. At this point, you guys can hear distant yelling getting louder and louder down the hallway where you came from. You hear the voices just echoing and swarming, and people are starting to get closer, knowing where you are. Tova, you're up.
How many of these devil guys are left?
There's just the one bone devil left.
Okay, I'm gonna run back a full 45 feet. How close can I get to him?
45, you can get about there. You're about 10, 15 feet from him. 10 feet.
Oh,
You got any projectile shit?
I do not.
Need a heal?
That would help.
Do you have anything to heal with?
I think so.
You hungry? Yeah. You have any food?
Who's closest to me here?
Currently, it's Vax, the half-elf rogue guy.
Just can I save my action?
You could.
Yeah.
You activate a short rest so you don't have your blood crystals back.
Yeah. No, I don't have.
Okay. Cool. So you're just hold your action just in case it comes in here?
Yeah, I'll just hang out with my new friends here.
Okay, sounds good.
Hope for the best.
Grog.
Come running 50 feet. Ah!
50 feet puts you right up, like standing over Keyleth, pretty much.
My melee distance.
You're within melee distance.
Reckless attacks.
Yes, kill it. So we can run away.
29.
You do have a point of exhaustion, by the way.
Yes.
29 hits.
24 points.
24 points of damage already.
Second one reckless. Natural 20.
Okay.
Dude, speaking of Grog being able to one-hit them, a reminder, the Spine Devils have 23 HP.
From the gods.
Yes, from the gods.
27. 34. 34 points of damage.
Well, did you double the dice?
Did 2 additional damage dice rolls.
Right, so you did the...
Which is why the Martial Caster Divide is not a DPS problem.
the first
Initial
attack.
one, and
Yeah.
then I did 2 more.
Okay, so the total was...
34.
34.
Yeah.
Alrighty.
Because I got
And
2 levels of brutal critical.
great, so those are your 2 attacks.
Yeah.
Alright, that brings us to the Bone Devil's turn.
Still alive?
Yeah, still alive.
Fuck.
And seeing everybody kind of rush in and help this wounded creature on the ground.
Matt, Can I Sorry, no, sorry. Go.
Okay. Okay, no worries. You sure?
Can I use the blood curses? I can use it 3 times per short rest, so I have 1 more, right?
You did,
I did 2 in the prison.
2 mutual suffering, and you did your mark.
Oh, you're
Yeah,
right.
so you
Okay.
did 3.
You're right. I did 3. Sorry.
It's all good.
Carry on.
All right, so it's going to go ahead and, well, actually, no. Let me roll and see which way it is. Okay, yeah, it's not that intelligent. So intelligence check, you being the immediate threat, it turns attention towards you as opposed to Keyleth, who's currently on the ground. As you're the biggest threat to it at the moment, and it's going to go ahead and make 3 strikes at you. That is 16?
Misses.
16?
Misses.
17.
Hits.
Oh, that's about 8, 9.
That's my 18.
All right, that is 2d8. 12 plus 4. 16 points of piercing damage.
Nice.
And no poison, because you are me.
Word.
All right, that ends its turn, and it's going to shift over, flying over into this way, and kind of coasting in the center there, and getting over, getting close to the blood pool. Retaliation, yes, you can.
Yeah.
As a reaction, you can.
Stroking out.
It's that second damage you took
please.
earlier.
You got this.
Just like that from earlier. Get it?
Yeah.
30.
Yeah, that hits.
Yep. It's 24.
24 points of damage. As it flies over you to the air, you just arc in another direction with your hammer. And as you do, it just breaks its entire ribcage inward. You hear the shattering of bones and kind of does this breeze as you follow through and slam it back down where it was standing.
Sweet.
Yeah. Keyleth, can you do a wall of stone?
Yeah, into the corridor.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's
Yeah,
make
block
our way.
it.
Yeah, but do it here so we don't know which way we
And then we'll throw the
They
dust
know,
traces
they know
down.
the layout of this prison.
Yeah, but they don't know which direction we're
We'll throw the
going.
dust traces down at the end.
You guys hear voices now coming from the other sides as well.
Oh shit, just take off down thing.
Let me do something. I can do something.
Go.
Do it, Taylor.
I'm going to use my scroll of programmed illusion.
Okay.
Have any creatures talked to us in common down here with their mouths, not with their minds?
There've been a handful, yeah.
What kind?
They've been the Cambion, the guy you met earlier, who with the red skin, who made the deal with Percival.
The chain devil.
Okay.
The Chain Devil
Did he
spoke
work in the
common.
prison?
No.
The Chain Devil, Chain Devil, Chain Devil.
Great, Chain Devil. So I'm going to make a programmed illusion. Upon anyone approaching, a Chain Devil will appear over the dead bodies that we just killed and say, "There were 5 of them. They went that way," and point down the hallway that we just came out of. "Go get them now. Make them pay."
Alrighty. As you put the scroll out, you watch the scroll burst into flames. You finish the incantation. You watch as out of the blood pool rising, this Chain Devil, looking like real material, steps up and walks over to the bodies and just sits there looking over them, just waiting for someone to trigger.
Okay, we should put dust traces down. Dust traces on the ground.
You guys go behind you, Flower, rolling your way.
I hold my wall of stone since he has that because I don't want to make
Ryan,
my
can you get this out
parents.
of here?
What?
Get this map out if we can.
Fly map out!
All right,
Wait, did they kill the Bone Devil? I thought the Bone Devil was still alive. That's fine. Whatever. Great move on the programmed illusion. Also, I do like Matt narrating the escalating danger of people drawing near, but not putting anyone on the actual map. This place is so labyrinthine that I think that would be a little bit silly if they got there that quickly. But I do love the idea of like, okay, they're going to probably find the remnants of this combat, the bodies strewn along the floor. So they'll have some amount of idea where the party went, but the party is absolutely dealing with that, with the dust of traitlessness and the programmed illusion. So they're keyed in, they're locked in. Good. And I'm taking every opportunity to say yes as Matt right now. Every opportunity, because now they are keyed in, they're thinking through it. 2 thumbs up.
You guys continue right. Thank you. And the last one in. You guys head down this hallway for about another 100 feet, hearing the shots behind you, hear conversation, different languages happening. You're getting a little more distant. You're catching some ground here, and it's going well. It's going well. Eventually, you make your way.
There's another whole fucking map.
Oh, wait, is it just Matt?
Damn, so Matt did make all of the physical maps, huh? That seems unnecessary. We'll see. I guess it possibly depended on what he kind of thought the tone of this would be. I'll think about it for my takeaway, maybe, because I need to see how it all plays out. But I think I understood, zooming down in for that little combat right there, or at least I can come up with some explanations for it. But prepping out every segment of it, I think strikes me as quite unnecessary and a little bit in conflict with some of the tone.
Mercer we're talking about.
I'm looking for traps. I'm looking for fucking traps.
You guys make your way down to the end of this chamber, and you see three different doors that are all closed off to the front, to the right, and the left.
Faint smile. Faint smile.
Okay, it's the last one. Okay. If it's the last one, I get it. And maybe there's a scenario where that one that he just put out was just like the map. Like that was the only other segment that was prepped in case they had a combat at some point during the exploration sequence. So he just preps that segment of map for if a combat happens, and then you prep the final one with the doors. That would make sense to me. That'd be fine.
Faint smile.
Faint smile.
All three. As you're making your investigation check, you hear what sounds like the writhing of chains and the pulling of heavy metal grinding. As you begin to look and inspect the doors real fast, you glance up, and the entire ceiling is a sea of rolling chains, all gathering, and then from the ceiling bursts down in the center of the chamber.
No.
A chain golem slams into the center. Its glowing red eyes from underneath. All right. As you guys have all kind of scattered amongst the chambers, you ran down. Vax just rushed up and began to inspect these here. What are you guys doing?
Wait, is this it? Is this where we're supposed to be?
You gotta find out which room he's in.
All right.
He's in one of these rooms?
Everyone roll initiative.
Oh my god.
Oh no!
What size is that thing?
Big dice.
now we need
It's about
That's
almost 20 feet tall. And when it's standing at the ground,
keep
it's
the
hunched
last
forward. If it was standing
initiative.
upright, it would scrape the ceiling.
So it's like a fire giant size.
A little bit under fire giant size, but you watch the chains from the ceiling are still attached to it.
Oh, Jesus.
It's like almost the whole ceiling and upper portion of this chamber is made of chain that's kind of feeding it.
Do we have anything to freeze? Meant, like, anything to freeze?
know.
To freeze? I mean, yeah.
God, ice
We
claws.
have our shit back, right?
Yeah.
If you
Yeah.
can
All
freeze
right.
him in place, maybe he's made of metal.
25 to 20.
24.
24.
21.
Nice.
205. And what was your investigation check? By the way?
Oh, 22.
22. This doorway, the first one you checked, does not seem to have the symbol on it. Appears to be some sort of.
And this is a totally homebrew monster, right? I mean, seems like it'll probably have a decent amount of health, but it is one monster against their entire party, so we'll see.
infernal symbol that you don't recognize. All right, so 20 to 15.
17.
15.
Percy. 15 to 10.
13.
I will also say, putting a gate guardian at the end of it makes 100% sense to me. As a way to guaranteed, basically, stop the players and let the consequences of their exploration catch up with them. And thank goodness that they drew away suspicion from this particular direction, right? The Dust of Tracelessness, the Programmed Illusion. Something like a Gate Guardian, which is what I'm generally going to refer to this to. It's very tropey in that sort of way. Is a good way to effect that. Most Gate Guardians are not going to be a huge problem if the characters have all the time in the world and all the resources in the world. At least they generally should kind of play out that way. They're normally big bags of HP with low damage so that they can last for a while, and they're not going to be a huge threat in and of themselves, but they are going to give other threats time to catch up and potentially pincer the party. They also, and we'll see if the Chain Devil has this or not, I could see it, a lot of times they have that sort of Gate Guardian motif has methods to restrict movement or to block characters from entering the gate in this way. And there's typically two ways that characters can kind of bypass this, depending on the type of story that's being told. Sometimes they can trick the Gate Guardian to evade its sort of movement restriction and slip past it and through the gate. This is really common in like old myths. Sometimes it's a power thing where the Gate Guardian gets overpowered or restrained itself, or maybe it gets knocked off a ledge, a la the Balrog. We could definitely call the Balrog a Gate Guardian of sorts. And it took not really slipping past it, not really overpowering it, but one of the characters completely displacing it to give the other characters a chance to enter the gate. So there's a few ways you can definitely go about handling this. I think this will definitely be, or at least, I would guess it would be the movement restricting big bag of HP. If the players had gotten to this point and they're being chased by a bunch of people, like say they had used wind walk instead of turning into bats, right? They might have been able to outrun the Bone Devil and all that, but they would be following them unless they did something extra for that. So we see that Matt has set this up to say, you have to deal with these things in some way. Otherwise, I'm going to force you to deal with them once we get to the gate. Or you continue to not deal with them, and you have to figure out how to slip past the Gate Guardian, because the Gate Guardian has too much health to effectively kill before they're going to catch up. That seems to be the structure of this to me, which is super fair, super reasonable. I don't mind it at all. There's a little bit of verisimilitude. I kind of cock my head at this just ceiling of chains and this, like, why are there these doors and why is there, like, extra security? I don't know. Maybe we'll get some sort of explanation for that. But I can suspend my disbelief well enough. The only other use of the term Gate Guardian I've ever heard is from Yu-Gi-Oh! Nice nostalgic feeling then. Yeah, man. I mean, I don't know if it's like a common term that people use, but that's certainly how I think about them. And it is definitely a motif you can kind of draw within a lot of storytelling. Balrog felt less like a Gate Guardian, but more so like extra pressure. The orc army stopped chasing, but then there's one big undefeatable enemy to keep the party on the run. Yes, and I mean, that is... this is kind of obviously my own classification terms. I still think of the Balrog as a Gate Guardian, but it makes a lot of sense that the party would slip past that sort of Gate Guardian. Not only because Lord of the Rings is soft magic, so fighting and overcoming the Balrog or the Gate Guardian in this case isn't going to read as satisfying because we can't get a good sense of exactly how powerful the Balrog is and exactly how powerful our heroes are. So I think the primary satisfying way is to slip around and past the Balrog, which the party does end up doing. And then once you slip past it, it does become extra pressure. Now, a lot of times the gate is set up in a way that the Guardian cannot follow. That's relatively common. Think of Fluffy in in Harry Potter, the Chamber of Secrets. Definitely a Gate Guardian. And his size, they end up having to trick and slip past Fluffy. Because again, Harry Potter is soft magic. I think that'll be more common in those types of stories. So they distract Fluffy, but then Fluffy can't follow because of the size of the hatch. So once they get past Fluffy, they're chilling. Whereas it seems like maybe within the Balrog's power set, maybe he could have followed. Like, yeah, he's this big old demon, but he's also kind of a smoke monster. So it's kind of unclear as to whether or not he could have followed the party. So Gandalf's sacrifice still makes sense. It still seems like the Balrog needs to be dealt with even after they slip past. So I'd say that he sort of turns, or he kind of takes on that role of Gate Guardian, and then he is a somewhat unique Gate Guardian in that he can follow the party, maybe. Who knows? If he isn't dealt with separately somehow. Another loader example, the giant squid just outside Moria. Fair. I honestly, I'll be real. I'll maybe I need to retract my nerd card. I haven't seen Lord of the Rings in long enough that I don't remember enough of the details to talk about the squid intelligently and in within this analysis segment. But I will trust you because that sounds right. But the Balrog is just the one that stuck in my head. We don't get a lot of details on it anyways. Fair enough. But yeah, so I'm into this. I think it makes a lot of sense within the story setup that we've gotten so far. Let's see how they deal with it.
2.
Oh.
Wow.
All right.
Rolled 1. 8 for Vax. I rolled a 2. Oh.
All right, Scott, you're first.
Can I run to the other doors that Vex is
Which
looking
one
at?
are you checking?
Huh?
Which one of these doors are you checking?
The far one in the back.
Back here?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I'll look for the symbol.
Make an investigation check.
Boop.
23.
23. You go and look, and this one has a symbol that looks like a half moon that is broken and is bleeding into a pool below it.
And I'm looking for a famed grin.
That could be a
Big half moon.
It's like a crescent, like half moon that looks like it's breaking in the middle and bleeding
That
into a pool.
totally could be a faint
Could
grin.
be.
Okay.
Which one?
Door
The very back door.
This one been inspected. So that's your movement to get up there, and your action to kind of look thoroughly to look at the symbol in the low light.
Can I? Okay.
You have a bonus still.
Yeah. Is it possible to bonus hide? So
You have
he
nowhere to
doesn't-
hide from. You have nothing obscuring.
Nothing to obscure the view.
Not really.
Okay, then I'm gonna use my bonus to pop trinket out.
Okay, take it. Appears out of your necklace.
I guess he's already out, wasn't he? Because we were running.
Yeah, we may pull him back. It's fine.
It's a waste of bonus. No, I'm gonna Hunter's Mark. So trinket out. I'm gonna Hunter's Mark.
All right, I'll go with it.
Okay.
All right, Hunter's Mark on the chain golem. Toto, your turn.
Okay, I'm gonna run over there behind the chain golem where Vex is. I'm gonna do a perception check. Can I use my smell? I guess I'll check out this last door.
Okay.
Can I do like a general sense of smell for the whole area and see if I smell anything coming from any of these prisons?
Sure. Make a perception check as you're rushing in and trying to make things
What about the symbol? Do you see anything?
with advantage because of your.
Yep. All right, so that is a 23.
23. The chamber seems to have various scents that kind of mix in this area. The one on the far end has this like ancient dusty decay smell to it. The one on the opposite side of the chamber has a weirdly iron, rusty, kind of old metal scent. And the door we are right now has a very strong scent of sulfur.
Is there anything on the door?
Make an investigation check.
So that's an 18.
You knock the dust from the side as you inspect closely, hearing the chains grinding and spinning around you, and occasionally you duck as you see one kind of swim across and break part of the stone and cause chunks of it to fly off. You look down and you see 2 small eyes and 1 deep toothy grin.
Hey, this one's smiling.
What is it, a feigned grin? A feigned grin is usually cocked, but it looks like a smile.
He doesn't appear sincere, so.
Okay,
So
yeah, that's true.
What do I have left?
Well, as a note, just remember this, it took you a while to get there because the chains that are rolling around it are kind of entangling and wrapping around the area, so you're at half movement, which got you just to there. I forgot I said earlier. However, the chains in the
Dude, again, it's not as big a deal since we're kind of at the very end. But it kind of depends on what are in the other 2 rooms. If the other 2 rooms have adversaries in them that will attack Vox if they open the doors, I love this as an exploration challenge. Or as a part of the exploration challenge. I don't remember if I said it exactly, but I talked about like interpretive, like, like Matt could like basically input a riddle in the middle of it. That's essentially what we have here. They now have to debate. They use like their direct sight and what they have to kind of narrow it down to 2 of them, right? They're not sure if this broken moon is like the fangs and it's also kind of a smile because it's a crescent, or if it's a toothy grin, if the toothiness is the fanged, because it's obviously a grin, right? It's ambiguous. But now they know where to investigate. Again, this aspect of needing to ask the right questions that I sometimes critique Matt for. But I think I'm seeing a really good version of it here with they know where or in what direction to go about asking the right questions, right? So now it's like they've narrowed down it down to 2 of the doors, but then their character's sense of smell, reinforces which one it probably is between those. So the directions that they got narrow it down to 2 out of 3. And then a separate thing where now like they know which ones to ask the questions about, what kinds of questions to ask probably, about these 2 doors. And that has narrowed it down probably to 1. It's probably the one with the sulfur. Maybe not. We'll see. But so I'm loving this as an exploration challenge. I think Matt did a really good job with this entire prison sequence. I will be referencing it for a while. My favorite example of the Gate Guardian is the Taurus demon from Dark Souls 1. I've not played any Dark Souls or Elden Ring, but I'll believe you. Taurus demon is such a legit example of the end of tutorial area boss in game about killing bosses. Fair enough. But yeah, man, I am just repeatedly loving what Matt is doing here. Yeah.
Process are crushing and doing damage as you move through them.
Oh,
So it's 6 points. I know, 6 points of bludgeoning damage to you as you kind of pull your way through the chains, getting to that area. All right, that ends Tova's turn. It is now the chain golem's
Do I
turn.
have an extra action or anything?
Your action was to do the investigation. You have your bonus if you have something to spend it with.
Turn to bear.
Sure.
I turn to a bear.
And bear form. And bear form. There is your bear form. Alrighty. So in Tova's turn, it is now the golem's turn. The golem is going to has a 10-foot range. It's going to do 2 slam attacks. It's going to reach out and slam once at Percy, who's within his front range there after landing, and Keyleth is immediately to its left.
Don't
he doing
fucking
just
die,
a-
Keyleth.
Just a physical slam attack. A giant
slam attack?
battering ram of heavy, thick chains. He's going to poof and punch out towards Percival. The fist swings and almost merges with the rest of the body as the second arm forms where it was, and then back fist into Keyleth. Like its form shifts with the chains that move around within its body, and it keeps its form is ever changing and shifting like a giant amoeba of moving metal. The first attack towards Percival, that is 27 to hit.
Oh my god, yes.
How fucking tell me that this is a custom homebrew monster without telling me. Hey, I'm just, I get it. I feel that, I had a very similar type of monster that I ran in my home campaign recently, and I definitely think I gave it a little bit more descriptive depth than I normally give my monsters. So I get it.
All right, you suffer. That is 22 points of bludgeoning damage.
22 points.
And against Keyleth, that is a 25 to hit.
Yep.
Keyleth, you take 21 points of bludgeoning damage.
Is Sanctuary still working on her?
Yeah.
Actually, Sanctuary's on. Let's make a wisdom saving throw before we can do that.
Oh, yeah. I'm good at this. Don't fucking
Which it fails! You take no damage! It rolled a 2 and had a 0 wisdom modifier.
Oh, that's good.
That's good.
That's great.
So as it goes to strike you, the second fist appears and then seems to just dwindle and fall to the ground, and it forms again in the spot where it was. And you watch like multiple arms are now forming and coming out of it at different places.
Nice work, Tyrion.
It's going to back up as it does so. Its eyes shift like these 2 red beady points of light that form its eyes kind of shift to the back of its head, and now you see it taking. They're almost moving around, and it's keeping a visual range of everything in the
Do we
room
get an
now.
attack of opportunity since we're moving out of its combat range?
No, you weren't. It was not in your combat range. It had a reach, unfortunately. Then it's turn Keyleth, you're up.
Okay, I need to stay alive. Who's close to me in a 30-foot radius? And who's looking rough?
Everyone but Vex and Trinket are in a 30-foot radius.
Okay, I'm gonna start backing out a little bit. And who's lowest on hit points? Legit.
You and Tova.
points
And
left.
Me,
Oh,
Tova, Tyrion, and I can pick 3 more people. I'm gonna do a Mass Cure Wounds.
Who else wants
Who
it?
else is
I'll
low?
take it on like 2/3, I guess.
And if no one...
Vax? Anyone else
Rob,
looking
you
low?
want it?
Anyone else looking relatively low?
You can
No, I'm
do
not
it to both of them
relatively
too. I mean, if you can do it to everybody, why not?
I can do it to 6 people.
So we've got 1, 2, 3,
2.
4. I'll say yes. Actually, and then...
And Gronk.
And Gronk.
Everyone with
And we're gonna do a Mass Cure Wounds, which,
Plus the same.
3d8 plus my spell casting ability. Okay.
Yep, so 3d8 plus 6. Go for it. And Percy, you're next.
Oh my god, that's
Wow,
amazing.
did that happen?
Oh, that's a 1.
Wait,
No,
no,
you
reroll
can
one.
reroll it, is it? No, only if it's a
Elemental
elemental
spell.
damage. 8, 16, 17 plus 6.
So 23.
23 points of
23 points of healing. So mark that in, guys. That's your action.
And then, I'm backing out a little bit.
Backing this way or this way?
Yeah, like towards away from the chain golem. Yeah,
Okay.
that way.
This way. If you move on more, he's going to attack opportunity on you because you're within melee range. of the
Fucking
dragon.
hell.
You want to risk it? Or not?
Yeah, I'll risk it.
Okay.
Can you transform anymore, or are you?
I can do it one more time, but only to an animal, not an elemental.
Okay, so you back up. It takes a swing at you with its chain slam. That is 26 to hit.
Yep.
You take
It is, yeah.
Sanctuary still on her?
30 points of bludgeoning damage.
Sanctuary.
Sanctuary, keep remaining.
giant golem,
That is
of course.
14.
Miss?
What's your DC? 17?
On what? My spell?
Yeah, spell DC.
17.
17. It goes to swing again towards you as a reaction, and
Thanks, Fred.
the magic prevents it from actually hitting its mark, and it changes to track back into its body.
Yeah.
So no damage is sustained.
Matt, if I may be...
No.
Technically, he can choose another
Are you
target.
gonna be honest?
Oh, because he failed.
No, it just says in Sanctuary,
It has to
he
be a
either
target. You're
fail or he can choose another target.
That's true. All right, so instead, this will go to...
Sorry, just saying.
That's good. It'll go to Tova and Vax for the 2 attacks that he got Sanctuary earlier. So the Vax, that is a 31.
No, that does not hit.
So you take the 30 points of damage
Okay,
instead.
yeah.
You're taking it for me?
Yes, I
And then
Thanks, boyfriend.
Tova, that's a natural 1.
That's a what?
Natural 1 to hit
Oh,
you.
yay.
So it actually slams through the door above you.
Does it break through the door?
Make a strength check now.
happy to.
The door cracks and it partially gets pushed inward. It's already damaged. Somehow the chain golem actually helped you out. That's interesting. All right, that ends its turn. Keyleth, you're up. No, sorry, that was Keyleth's turn. Percy, you're up.
God, I've never failed so much.
I'm out of its range now.
Yeah.
You are currently just out of its range.
Sneaky little Matt. Sneaky little Matt. Look, I've said before, one of the easiest ways to quote unquote fudge or positively fudge is just to get a little bit more player-sided with the things that you say yes to or no to. That's one of the easiest ways to tilt the scales. One of the players says, "Oh, does it hit the door?" Yeah, it does. Now that you mention it. So that's I would say a good thing to keep in the back of your head as a DM. There, it's not all change in dice values and whatever. Sometimes it is just like, maybe Matt would have normally said no to that. Like, yeah, I know. It's like the flavor. You got it. Yeah, whatever. But it's like, oh, no, yeah, sure. It helps.
What do you mean?
Okay, I'm going to back up a bit. I'm going to move me behind that and then move me the other pillar.
Oh, this way?
Head that way. Does it look like those chains are feeding it?
It doesn't look like it's feeding it more than just the chains are keeping it attached to the walls as it moves forward. The mass of the chains are still in its chest.
And it has eyeballs.
It has some sort of two glowing light sources within the massive chains that form where its head would be.
Would a headshot to those eyeballs actually be a thing that might work?
You can try it.
I'm going to try it. I'm going to burn a thing and see if that does it. So, yeah, let's find out.
You're up next, Rob.
All right. Yeah, that'll do. 32 hit.
32 hits.
All right, that's a 10d6. That's 11 points of damage and 3 points of psychic damage.
Okay.
And it has to make a Constitution saving throw.
It does not actually, because that isn't affected by that effect. Its eyes can shift around its body, so.
There's no like snapping, breaking the glass.
Nope.
Man, he's gonna be burning great. That sucks.
Yeah. Even with its spell advantage against all the sanctuary saves, it just doesn't have very high wisdom.
That's
so
okay.
it's
I'm gonna just
not
take a
managed.
sharpshooter shot at it and just keep damaging it. So two more.
go for it.
Sharpshooter shot. Oh, that was shot one.
Shot one, here, two more.
Shot two. That's a 25.
Hits.
That's 18, 19, 27 points of damage and 5 psychic.
Nice. 32 already.
And another shot. Same thing. Sharpshooter.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Too many dice on there,
I
man.
never do.
awesome.
So it could be worse. 11, 12, 14.
14? Okay.
Does 14 hit?
14's not hit.
Okay.
Sorry, that's a bit
Well,
Sorry.
and then I'm just
I will also say one of the great things about a Gate Guardian. I mentioned that it's normally going to be very high health, very low damage, in order to allow any threats that they skipped or that they ran past to catch up. There's another aspect where if they did deal with the threats, with the obstacles on the way, as a DM that they are going to be lower resource, whether that resource is health or spell slots or items, right? They either had to get past the threats using resources, or they had to deal with the threats behind them, also using resources. The third option is that they were intensely clever and managed to get past the earlier threats without using resources, in which case they should be rewarded. And the Gate Guardian is a fantastic way to address all three of those things. If there are things coming up behind them, then the Gate Guardian has enough health to give them time to catch up. If nothing is following, but they used resources, then even though the Gate Guardian is low damage, they are kind of out of the resources, or at least, statistically on average, whatever. You can assume that they will be lower on the resources that they would normally use to Nova kill really, really quickly a very massive health enemy. And if you're only putting it, as a singular entity there, it has the opportunity to pick apart weak links within the party, like, in this case, Keyleth. So the party being low on resources from dealing with other stuff, or lower on resources from dealing with other stuff, can also be a way that the Gate Guardian can really shine, because now it can look at you, and even though it doesn't have that much offensive capability, you're lower on resources, so you have less capability to contest it as a party. It can kind of do whatever it wants for a little bit, and if it targets, or if it's strategic about its targeting priority, that can still provide a pretty tough challenge. And like I said, there's that third aspect where you're just intensely clever, and so you reach it, you still have enough resources to go totally Nova and kill it very quickly, and then that is a reward for your cleverness in the preceding exploration encounter. So I'm
To like stay and try and keep an eye on everything that's happening. And
Yeah. All right, Keyleth, by the way, as you were moving through the chains, like I mentioned earlier, as the tingling chains around it, you did suffer 5 points of bludgeoning damage as the chains are just swirling around, and the aura in the area of its vicinity just shreds like a slow-moving
As
rider.
I move out.
You're still
I
engaged.
healed.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm at
Rob, you're up.
60.
Rob, you're up.
Where am I on the map?
Right there.
Oh, perfect.
Yeah, door. Smash it open, right?
Yeah. All right, go for it. Roll an attack.
Crack a doom. 23.
23 hits.
What do I roll?
Just roll damage for your hand.
Oh yeah, that makes sense, right? 9. 25.
25 damage. Come 50 because of siege. The door is absolutely sundered and comes off. Oh god. As the door blows open, you glance inside. You can see within the walls are covered in this like pulsy, fleshy, muscle-like substance with these long, stretched tendons and pieces of sinew that all gathered at the center. And you see this kind of shifting larval egg. And within, you can see a small humanoid figure that is like swirling and writhing within. It seems like it's in this perpetual state of agony, screaming quietly within this weird, fleshy egg sac. And you can see the features of like a tiger-like face and fangs, just like writhing inside.
Fucking kill it. Umbilical cord, eat it.
I have one more hit.
Do it.
Dude, very possible also. I mean, I don't know if this is what Matt did, but if the ceiling still has any chains on it, you could make this guy. I mean, this would be getting a little wacky with it, but you could give him some manner of like troll regeneration and potentially make it a situation. Because like at this point, I don't think they're doing any social with Hodis. I don't think that's planned. I don't think that's what's happening. And so there's an option here to make this chain golem have, I mean, fucking nearly unlimited health. Make it to where it is, but I wouldn't actually do that. So let me organize my thoughts a little bit. Regeneration is effectively extra max HP, depending on the rate of regeneration. That is generally how the DM's guide tells you to handle it. So it ups the monster's defensive CR in a similar way that max HP ups its defensive CR. Unless you get it to like a certain point and then it gets kind of wiggly. But the point that I'm making is regeneration is more obvious than a giant HP pool. Like, how much more HP does this chain golem have compared to the Bone Devil? Who knows? The Bone Devil's at low hundreds. Is like 140, I think, ish. The chain golem, I could see having like 200. I could also see it having like 400. It's not that clear. But if it has 100 or 200, maybe, but it also has regeneration is so much easier to narrate in the fiction. You can talk about some of the chain links breaking and falling to the ground, and then it reaches up into the pit of chains from above, and you can see chains come from the ceiling and wriggle along its form and fill in the gaps, right? We can talk about regeneration much easier within the fiction. And I bring all that up because if the Chain Devil has a truly ludicrous amount of HP or effective HP, this might not be a combat. This might have a combat, but we might still be in the exploration sequence. In my head, I was kind of like, okay, now that the door is open, we're kind of out of exploration. They're going to go in, they're going to kill Hodis. And then I started thinking, well, if they just kill Hodis, doesn't seem like it's going to be that hard. And they could just plane shift out of here. Shmeep, shmop, beep, bop. And then if I'm the DM, And I'm thinking through that, I might say, well, if that's the general kind of flow of things, maybe we give the chain golem effectively unlimited HP by giving it a super high regeneration, but you can make that even more defensively focused by making it take its action to regenerate. So let's say it can regenerate, I don't know, 50 HP. That might be ludicrous. I'd have to actually go in and calculate the defensive CR to know how ridiculous that is. But let's say it can let's make it actually ridiculous. Let's say it can regenerate 100 HP, but it's not passive like a troll. It has to actively do it as its action, and on that turn, it doesn't get, we'll say, any attacks. It doesn't get any attacks. It still has its aura, we might say. So you're trading out even more offense for even more defense. And as that becomes, and it gives the players more time to recognize the situation, to recognize we're never killing this thing. That's the thing that you want to be very obvious if you're going down this route. You want to be very obvious that they can't kill this thing. They just have to deal with it until they can kill HOTUS and eventually escape. The reason I also have it, I'm thinking about it as regen and active regen, not just, let's say, a ludicrous health pool, is also so that damaging it does have some impact. The reason that you might want it to, again, be regeneration rather than max HP, not only is it easier to communicate in the fiction, but it does mean that, especially if you tie the regeneration to an action, it means that attacking it still has an impact. If you attack it, you lower its health, and you force it to burn an action on regenerating. And so these are all the things you could think about towards saying, like, okay, Percy is going to continue firing into it, boom, 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 trying to keep it needing to regenerate rather than hitting everyone else, while, say, Vax goes in to the room with HOTUS. Well, first they have to figure out which door. They have to break down the door, maybe with Grog, like they just did. And then Vax goes in to actually do the deed against HOTUS, while maybe Terry and Tova and Percy hold it off, keep its form unstable enough to where it has to continually heal and heal and heal and heal. Right. That could be interesting. It's a little weird. And, maybe Matt's already experimenting a lot. Might not want to get that crazy with it, but this party could do more than 190 HP per round and outscale it pretty fast. No, 100, not 190. It depends. It depends on how much HP it then has on top of that. So if it can say, it regenerates 100 per turn. Keep in mind, troll regeneration is like 15. So say it regenerates 100 if it takes its action, right? And then they can do, maybe they can do like 150. Maybe they can do 190. If it also has 300 HP on top of that, it's going to take them a little while. Now, it might still be doable. And if you want to make it actually impossible, like truly, truly impossible, you could calculate the amount of damage that they can theoretically do on a round, give it more max HP than that, and then make the regeneration heal it to full. If you actually wanted it to be, like, impossible to defeat. These are all just things you would have to go in and calculate the defensive and offensive CR for. Making a homebrew monster, especially if you want the homebrew monster to be interesting, is it's not something that happens overnight. I had a somewhat similar monster that would regenerate HP every turn, but it was also a spawner, so it couldn't attack. but every turn it could spawn one of 3 different types of minions. But to spawn that minion, it had to reduce its own health by the amount that it wanted to give that minion. And so that thing had a pretty big regeneration. I think it had like 50 to 75 regeneration, but it had to sacrifice its own HP in order to spawn these minions. And I had to spend a while balancing that and like kind of fishbowling some different turns and attacks. And then I had another custom monster in that combat that could sacrifice its action to give the spawner an off-turn action to spawn. So the spawner could easily outpace its own regeneration. And then if it's getting damaged with on top of that, it would definitely outpace its regeneration. But it could also easily build up HP, and I removed its max HP cap. So it could theoretically store up a bunch of HP, but it gave the players a very distinct reason, that doing damage to it was a good thing. It was reducing the amount of minions that were spawning in the combat. But this is such a fascinating idea. It's regeneration is fun, especially when, killing something might not be the top priority. But it's also, it's tricky. It's tricky. You got to be pretty careful with the balance of max HP and regeneration. And you might want exactly the effect that Bing Bong is talking about here. You might want it to be a situation where the entire party has to focus on the enemy all in one turn. People can't go off and do extra things, or if they do, then they're, kind of falling behind the scaling. I think regeneration is one of the cooler adversary abilities because of how it affects player decision making. And I think it's kind of a shame that it's mainly on trolls, but I also get it. It's something that's very sticky and very easy to lose control of in a combat. So you have to be really careful with it. A starving troll trapped in an area would be a cool low-level version of that sort of unkillable hunter. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And the thing with trolls is that they, in the lore, can absorb the traits of what they consume, so there are ways to justify fire, acid, resistance, immunity. Sure, absolutely. Yeah. So anyways, that's a whole rant about, I think there are even, depending on the tone here, one of the reasons that I like the tone and the theming of this chain golem, because there's a lot of ways to take it there's a lot of ways to take it depending on what you want the tone of the session to look like, right? If you want the chain golem to feel unkillable, there's a lot of ways tonally to do that with just the appearance that Matt has given us and where he's placed it in the dungeon. I think that was very smart. There's a lot of directions you can go with, depending on if you want the players to have a sec to interact with the fleshy sack of a Hodis, or if you really, really don't want them to take a bunch of time with the egg sack. I think there's a lot of directions to go with this chain golem that will make it to where they don't spend nearly any time with the egg sack, especially after what just happened in the previous room. Now, is this guy the new pirate software? Because we have long hair and talk to chat? Maybe. I have not watched enough pirate software to know. I have really only seen the shorts. So maybe asterisk question mark?
Smash it.
I don't really think, does pirate software talk about D&D? think it's like mostly video games, right? I do not have any experience or like I'll talk about game design because I can talk about design in general, but I have not made a video game, so I would not necessarily say that I have any expertise in that area.
Stride forward and swing away.
Okay. As you step forward, the chain golem already used its reaction, so it cannot. You just walk forward, make an attack.
Yes. Reckless bleed.
Yeah.
Because one.
Quick light up. Lift it up. That's a million. It's 32.
Roll damage.
A million.
Million.
22.
It just spattered across the ground. What was once shifting is now a fine red cream, as the true form of Hodis, partially returned, is now scattered across the steaming pavement of the depths of the Mentiri prison. The devil is no more. You are free from the curse. But now just to get out of here, because you hear the voices in the distance now.
Plane ship. What's happening?
So,
Is it done? Is it done?
No, how much movement do I have?
that was you. With the chains wrapping around you, which by the way did 5 points of bludgeoning damage to you.
Okay.
It takes you half movement to move through that space, so that's 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. So you can move.
And you know what? Credit to Matt. It's not what I would have predicted happening, but I think that making Hodis essentially just a MacGuffin at the end of a dungeon, just an objective that they have to reach, is a decent way to go about this. They've fought Hodis twice at this point. It's one of the reasons that I was so kind of whatever on them even going after Hodis, or the idea that the next arc would be about Hodis in any way. I'm like, well, what the fuck are we gonna see that we haven't already seen? They fought Hodis once, they killed him. They fought Hodis again with help, and they killed him. Like, kind of what is there to do at this point? And credit to Matt, what there is left to do is to not fight Hodis at all. Just make him this little goal at the end of a dungeon, and then make the dungeon the actual tough part. Make the pit fiend fight the tough part. I think that's smart. I think that's a smart way to solve the problem here. And I do think it was a problem that needed to be resolved. So yeah, credit on that. Yeah, we are pretty close to the end. We are, because I didn't take any breaks this time.
More squares.
Too much squares. I'll come back out the door and towards key lift.
All right, that'll get you about there. That's as far as you can get. The chains are tangling you up and preventing you from moving so quickly. And you go upstairs, Tyrion.
I mean, we're done.
Look out! Look out!
I think we have to touch. Yeah.
Yeah, we have to be touching her.
I'll move to Keyleth and say, Tova, are you coming with us? You have to, sort of.
Where are you going?
To another plane of existence. But one without chain golems trying to kill you.
I can't leave my friends. I have to try and find them.
But
How?
I don't know.
This is. Yep.
I'll go next to Keyleth.
Okay, so you're stepping next to her over the grate.
Yeah, I can make you invisible. I can make you fly. What would help you get out of here?
I'll have that invisibility.
Sure.
Invisible bear.
As Tova vanishes in the moment and is just a slight ripple in the air.
Oh, you have a slight ripple figure. Phantom bear.
does he?
We'll use this.
Oh, there we go.
There is like where you are. Okay,
That's really
so
cool.
Tova's form vanishes.
How long does that last?
Okay. Good on Scanlan. Or Scanlan. Good on Sam. Good on, I hope that Matt does not impede Tova's progress at all. That's maybe the best case scenario I can imagine for how this resolves with Tova. And good on Sam for thinking through that, because I'll be real. I still think that Tova is the weakest part of all of this. Nothing to do with ND. Not ND's fault at all. They seem great. They played it well. But like the fact that, Tova has this alternative objective, where Tova got introduced, the fact that it seems as though ND is not super experienced with D&D 5e, or maybe she is, and I just can't tell, but it seems to me like they're maybe relatively new, and like fixing them up with a custom class, it's all very it all feels like just like kind of not thought through honestly. And so credit to Sam for like engaging with that and being willing to, give up a resource, give up a whatever's going to make her invisible, whatever's going to make Tova invisible. But I also think, not playing it totally unrealistically where they offer to help Tova find her friends. Like, that is just a non-starter and would not be what they do for any NPC ever. It would so clearly break the barrier of, like, this is a guest PC. And we're treating them, special because they're a guest PC. I think that Sam found like the most he could reasonably do, and I appreciate that. Yeah. I mean, up to Matt, but I feel like invisibility wouldn't last through a plane shift. I think that's a super fair ruling, and it's one that if I am Matt Mercer after this and someone tweets me about that, I am responding, "Oh man, you're probably right, but too late now. I'm not gonna go back and retcon it, but it's a good point. I'll really think about that for the future." I am very purposefully ignoring that very reasonable ruling because I would really like to wrap up Tova's plot in a bow and not have to think about it after this. Because I don't think that any reasonable end will be very satisfying.
Thanks.
1 minute.
Wait, and then you take damage, you become visible again?
Yeah, I'm not gonna take any
like,
more
It's
damage.
less an hour.
Less an hour?
Yeah, up to an
Oh,
hour.
hey, you could get out with that.
Guys, try and take damage. The chain's on the ground.
I gotta get.
Alrighty. Vex.
All right, I'm gonna run forward and try to get to. I'm gonna poof, drink it in and run forward and try to get to.
Why, though, it doesn't break concentration? Concentration can either be broken by damage or anything that the GM determines would have a shot of breaking concentration, at which point they can set a 10 or a custom DC. So it's, I only say that to maybe make it clear that, like, as a player, you never know what will break concentration. There is an aspect to it that is somewhat under DM fiat, right? So normal activities such as moving, attacking doesn't interfere with concentration. The following factors can break concentration: casting another spell, taking damage, being incapacitated or killed. The GM might also decide that certain environmental phenomena, such as a wave crashing over you while you're in a storm, toss ship, require you to succeed on a DC 10 con saving throw to maintain concentration. So, and I think fairly reasonably you could say that being shifted to a different plane of existence would be a environmental phenomena that might require that check. Honestly, I would even say that the idea of being atomized might completely preclude even being able to maintain concentration. I'm not saying that's like the ruling that every GM should make, but I think that would be a pretty reasonable ruling to say if you are transported to a different plane of existence, that process is so intense you just can't maintain concentration. Because there is a layer of DM fiat built into the mechanic. That said, that DM fiat also allows a DM to very reasonably say, I don't think so. I would say it because that is how I would want to play. Like moving forward, like if they got teleported, I would want that to break concentration, but yeah. At best, Tova gets 1 hour from it. It's kind of like a one pistol mag handed to a surrounded solo character during a zombie apocalypse. A little, yeah. I don't know. Plane shift isn't a concentration spell. Well, yeah, but Sam is not, or not Sam. Terry's not the one casting plane shift. Invisibility is concentration, and I am saying that being plane shifted is the thing that might break his concentration on invisibility. Like the process of being plane shifted is what I'm saying. I mean, it's again, it's in the layer of DM fiat. There is not a specific trigger enumerated in 5e that this falls under. But I think it's very reasonable to put it under environmental phenomena, and which can proc a check from the DM. What about if someone used Misty Step instead of Plane Shift? Debatable. I mean, I think there's something to be said for maybe it depends on the distance that you are transported. Maybe it depends on the level of spell, the amount of power that is being used to transport you, right? Misty Step is a bonus action. You have to be able to see the destination. It's honestly a relatively low power spell on the order of things. So maybe it's not necessarily about just being teleported. It's about the power of the teleportation or the distance or the different planes of existence. We know that some spells do behave differently depending on if it's going from a different plane of existence, like sending. Sending can be directed to a different plane, but it has a chance to fail. So you could maybe work in that sort of justification to why something like plane shift might require concentration check, but something like Misty Step wouldn't. I mean, at the end of the day, it is truly just up to the DM on how frequently they are proccing concentration checks from their players due to environmental phenomena. That's really what it is at the end of the day. But concentration is something that is firmly within DM fiat. If there is a thing that happens in around the player that can, in theory, break concentration. Like, it doesn't matter what it is. So it's ultimately kind of a stylistic choice to a degree. Doesn't Misty Step briefly take you to another plane? I think you might be thinking of etherealness. Or maybe like a flavored way that Misty Step has been described. I think I think the actual spell text of Misty Step is just you teleport. And maybe like I think you're like surrounded by some mist. But I don't believe it makes mention of another plane. What level of teleporting would you rule? Does Dimension Door or Circle of Teleportation? For me personally, honestly, it doesn't come up all that often. There's also that aspect of like, it's kind of rare that someone is concentrating on something while they get teleported. Let me think. I think I would put it at an escalating DC, depending on distance. And I would first set it probably not at Dimension Door. I'm trying to think of what's between Dimension Door and like transport via plants. Actually, transport via plants is like a few miles, right? That might be where I would start requiring it. Transport via plants. Oh, at any distance. What am I thinking of? I feel like there's another teleportation spell that is similar to transport via plants, but it's like a few miles of distance. Far step? Maybe. Far step. Teleport up to 60 feet. No, not far step. I can't remember. I could have sworn there's a tree stride. Tree stride. Yeah, tree stride is 500 feet. I think dimension door is 300. Yeah. Dimension door is 300. Yeah. Yeah, dimension door. Or no, it's 500. Damn. It honestly might be dimension door. I think it's not tree stride, but it is dimension door. Or maybe it's both. I think that's the tier where I would probably start requiring concentration checks. The real answer is I would probably talk it through with my players. I know that's kind of a boring answer, but I would probably draw a delineation between, I would probably say to them, Misty Step doesn't require concentration, Plane Shift does require concentration check. Sorry, not requires concentration. Requires a check to maintain it if you travel via these spells. Plane Shift does, and Misty Step doesn't. And then I would say, I don't know where in between where we're gonna draw that line. Let's talk it through. Like, look through some teleportation spells and figure it out for yourself. Is it because Plane Shift has a high casting time? No, I would say it has to do with distance for me. Like, my default is that it has to do with distance, with planar travel maybe being the greatest distance that you even could travel. So that would be it to me. But again, it's very up within DM fiat for what would proc that sort of thing. And honestly, it's probably not something that's like, that bears too much thinking about. I don't think it has ever happened to me. And I don't think it's ever happened in campaign 1 up until now, and it's only because they're like leaving someone behind. Which is also pretty damn rare within the scope of things. So probably not something you have to think about too much ahead of the time or ahead of time. But if you get into that scenario, probably just talk it through with the players is what I would do.
Okay. 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35. And that's as far as you can get right there. You make a double dash?
Yeah.
All right. 25, 30, that's as far as you get. And you take 8 points of bludgeoning damage from the chains whipping around you and wrapping around your legs and tying you up as you're reaching forward. It's like this swamp of grinding metal.
Right.
That ends your turn. Tova. You're invisible. If you do any actions, like attacks, you lose invisibility.
I lose invisibility if I
either you're
attack.
going with them, or you're retreating into the prison for better or for
Can
worse.
I run over, pick up Vex, and carry her over to her friends?
10, 15, 20.
45.
Is Vex down?
No, she can't move anymore.
Oh.
35, 40, you get right up next to her. Right there. She's light enough. You lift her up. And you can make a dash action to bring her over for half speed. 15, 20. You get her just there, within range of Keyleth. Tova.
So confused.
I just got carried by an invisible bear.
You take 5 points of bludgeoning damage, reduced to half because you're in your bear form, so you take 2 points of bludgeoning damage.
I feel very nostalgic for some reason as she's doing this. It's just like
It's
very
invisible
comfortable
form,
for
picks
me.
you up. The golem's turn now.
Oh god.
The
Am
golem
I on the
shifts
ground
forward.
again? Do you put me down or am I still here?
Yeah, put you down.
Okay.
I mean, unless you want to be like an airplane around an invisible
I mean,
bear.
I'm not closed, but
The golem's going to make a chain prison attack.
A chain prison?
Yes.
oh my god,
This
he's
way?
really gonna just try to kill us before we can get out of here.
It's going to, let's see here.
Who's still over there, Brian?
It's going to get Percy.
Did I say it or did I say it? The Gate Guardian has some technique to restrict movement. Good shit, Matt.
Keyleth and Tyrion.
Oh, shitballs.
I need you guys to all make dexterity saving throws.
Come on.
Fuck me, Gil. Oh, that's good, Gil. Nice.
I'm feeling lucky. Thank God. 20.
20. That's exactly what you needed.
19 plus 4, 23.
Percy?
It's a dex saving throw, and 25 we need. I'm going to use a resolve and see if I can make it.
Okay.
Nope, same thing, 17.
17. So everyone else, you guys both managed to just break free. Percy, you are restrained.
All right.
God damn it. Are you,
As the
I'm
chains
right.
swirl and wrap around your legs and torso, and you find yourself bound in place.
we make a chain.
Yeah, if we make a chain, we can reach over
How
to him.
ironic.
Oh my god, like Guardians of the Galaxy, you guys.
Oh
yeah.
my god. All right, inside Keyleth, your turn.
I am
Can you wait?
holding my turn and just reaching out and trying to make this chain as much as I can.
So,
And then
you're going to begin casting the spell and holding the release of it
as
until...
soon as everyone links hands, we're out. Can I do a...
At the start of your turn, you take 9 points bludgeoning damage from the chains that are swirling around you.
That's fine. Can I do a bonus action to heal who's looking rough? 7.
Heal yourself.
Nine.
Don't
You.
die.
Yourself with the
You.
shot.
Just heal your fucking
Okay,
self.
I'm at 59 hit points. I'm going to heal myself.
So, second level healing word?
Yeah.
First level? All right.
Second level is 2. That's 4 plus another 3.
So 7 plus 6, 13. You heal 13. And you begin casting plane shift. You pull out of your side touch of the tuning fork that you have attuned to where? Where are you going to be casting this towards?
73. 73 hit points.
What location are you shifting towards, Keyleth, as you begin the spell?
Home. Whitestone.
Okay.
Exandria.
Focusing on Whitestone, Exandria. You begin to cast the incantation. You see the power in her hands begin to glow, but she's holding it back. She's concentrating hard.
I just say I take whatever leftover action that I have to be like, Vox Machina, come on!
All right, ending your turn, Keyleth. Percival, what are you doing?
I'm gonna try and break out of this chain.
All right, go ahead and make a strength check.
God damn it.
You got this.
Maybe
Natural
Rocky
20.
can-
Golden snitch.
Strength check or strength save?
It's not
Strength
bad.
check.
14.
14. Can't break the chains. They're too strong.
Can I use an action surge to try and do it again?
Yeah, because you get 2 now at this level.
Yep, I got one more.
Come on, Percy.
Nope.
Break free. The chains are holding you in place. Ending your turn, Grog, you're up.
Who's the one that's back there?
That's Vax. He can
Okay.
dash.
Yeah, I would like to move towards Percy.
All right, at the start of your turn, Grog, you take 7 points bludgeoning damage from the swirling chains,
Okay.
Reduced to 3. So that's
I'm
5,
ready.
10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 40. What's that?
He's not ready.
40,
It's not
That
bad.
gap, I can close that
50.
gap.
You get right there.
Or Terry and Grog can hold hands in that position, right? He can reach
Yeah,
Terry
we
and
just need a
Percy.
chain.
Well, no, Tarian's right here.
Yeah. So can he like reach his hand out and have
We
Percy
need to
and
move.
Terry?
Everyone need to shift one more that
can
direction,
roll
or someone
that
can fill
gap.
that hole.
Okay.
Okay.
Do I need to break your chains or just touch you?
Just touch will work.
Yeah.
It's true.
All right. I'll just grab your hand and I'll lean back like this with my 8-foot tall.
dancery.
Oh, yeah, he's super tall. Can you reach farther because he's super tall?
I saw my sister get picked up and put down, so I know where Invisibear is. And I'm going to push through and feel along my sister's shoulder and feel Werebear's arm and say, this, you're in the middle of hell, this is a ring of invisibility. Thank you. And push through, and I'm going to try to push all the, use my bonus to push all the way through and fill that
15,
gap.
20, 25,
Please, please, please,
30.
please.
You can just barely, with the chains that are around you, which, by the way, Vax, you take 8 points of bludgeoning damage. You can just get up to put the ring into Tova's hand.
Yeah.
And that's as
With an
far as you can
action.
get.
But I have action and bonus action. Can I use the bonus action to dash?
You can actually.
Yeah.
All right, so
Please, please, please,
5,
please.
10,
Come on, guys,
15,
get out of
20,
here.
Please, just let him get
25,
there.
30. 25, 30. You're not quite there.
All right. Well, I grab Keyleth's hand, and we're going to work on closing this gap.
Well, you dash the bonus.
Yeah, the action wasn't to give
the
her the
action to give her the ring, so
ring.
yeah,
Yes.
feel for her. So that's your turn.
Can you throw your
dead.
dagger and
I'm
hit
out.
me?
I'm out.
You can't do anything else.
I'm
Can
out.
you hit me?
Okay.
No problem, guys.
We've just got one teeny little gap here, and whose turn is it?
All right. That brings us to
Now it's not
Vex.
enough to.
That's me?
it's not gonna survive.
Well, technically Tyrion.
Oh, me. I'm right there, aren't I?
Yeah.
Can I bridge
Shimmy
the
over.
gap somehow?
Can he yank Vax?
You can use your action to try and pull him over.
To pull it back over?
Yeah.
Fill the hole.
You do take 7 points bludgeoning damage from the chains.
Oh, God.
Oh, okay. Okay, great. 7 points.
Oh my god, the stress.
Okay, yeah, I'll reach. I'll reach like I've never reached before, and say, "We're brothers forever, lifelong teammates, friends."
Pull him in to the space. Everyone grabs hands. You see Tova's like form appear briefly as she puts the ring on and vanishes once more. You see the rest of them grab arms together. Keyleth, you go ahead and finish the spell. Plane shift.
I'll look you up if I make it out of here alive.
The ring's alone
Still
now.
gotta get that beer.
Grace, don't keep.
You can see the
Get my robot. Get my robot.
you can see the chain golem swelling as the
You know, Bing Bong, that's the sort of thing that I would have required before Keyleth almost died and and ended the campaign. We have now come to another thing where I would be like, oh, shoot. Dumb DM, I missed it. Ugh. You know, actually, Marusha brought it up to me afterward, and she was looking through, and she goes, oh, no, Matt, we all missed it. And I go, oh, no, well, you guys probably would have gotten out regardless. This is another one where I go, ah, stupid DM, how dare I? If they had not, or if they had an alternative way out or something like that, then absolutely. I'm reminding them of this as a DM. But this is another one of those, small fudging things of like, even if you remember, sometimes you're just like, don't say anything. If you prep a spell and don't use it, it doesn't use up the spell slot. Another rule that, if true, I would have ignored here. If you prep a spell and don't use it, it doesn't use up the spell slot. that is, yeah. If you prep a spell and don't use it, it does use the spell slot normally. Yeah, Rainbow Dragons. Yeah. Yep. Another one that you might ignore. These are all like, these are rules. No, it goes off no matter what. Is that true? I think that's incorrect. Wait. Oh no, I forgot. I forgot. I don't know if it's in here. It's probably in preparing an action, if I had to guess. Oh wait, attack rules. 5e actions in combat. Ba-ba-da-ba-da. Initiative, surprise, bonus, other activity, reactions, breaking it up, moving between turns, being prone, la la la, flying creature, actions in combat, cast a spell. Ready! When you ready a spell, you cast it as normal, but hold its energy, which you release with your reaction when the trigger occurs. To be ready to spell must have a casting time of 1 action, and hold on to the spell's magic requires concentration. If your concentration is broken, the spell dissipates without taking effect. For example, if you are concentrating on web and ready magic missile, your web spell ends. If you take damage before you release your magic missile with your reaction, your concentration might be broken. Ooh. Okay, it's not explicit, but in this scenario, it doesn't use a spell slot. But if I'm being real about how I interpret that as the spell gets cast, eating up the spell slot. You're just waiting to release the energy. If the trigger never goes off, you never cast a spell? No, it said you cast the spell, but you hold the effect until the trigger. It says you cast the spell as normal. Definitely some ambiguity, I would say. Legitimately, if it was me, this would again be a talk it through with my players. Maybe look up a sage advice. Or never apply its effects. I think it's never apply its effects. Yeah, exactly. So I think it would eat a spell slot. But it's one of those things that I would probably talk through with my players. But I am also I am fortunate enough that my players are not always going to argue for the thing that helps them. My players are going to argue for what they think is reasonable. I literally had one of my players be like, can I have this magic item? I know it says that it's uncommon, but like if we need to nerf it a little bit, because it does seem a little strong, even for uncommon. And I'm like, no, you can just, you can have the item. Yeah, we'll work it in. So I have the good fortune to have players that are always trying to be reasonable. So I don't really have to, I can just be like, hey, what do you guys think about this ruling? And if I'm making the ruling in the moment, in the session, that's what we have the after session discussion to go through. Is like, hey, I know I made this ruling. What did you guys think of it? What did you guys, what would you change anything? If so, we can say it was a moment of wild magic or whatever. And we'll, go with the new interpretation next time. But, yeah. Anyways, let's finish this up.
Chains are feeding it. It's growing larger in the chambers. It's getting angry. The red eyes getting brighter and brighter. As you all clasp hands together, the light flashes a bright, whitish green. There's a high-pitched whine just as you hear devils rushing from across the hallway. Silence. And that's where we'll pick up next week.
Ah, there it is.
We got to live, Toby.
Holy shit.
I'm doing great.
Oh my God.
But that is another example. It's much like the what was the other thing earlier that we were talking about with fudging? Oh, saying yes to things. If your players ask like, "Oh, can I do that?" Being more generous with what you say yes to and whatever. That's a very under the radar way to fudge in their favor. This is another one. If a rule hasn't come up yet or a ruling hasn't come up yet, ruling kind of in the way that makes it more favorable for them, or maybe strategically forgetting something. These are also ways to kind of under the radar fudge things. But I can only imagine how much relief Matt felt at this point. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. And if we're being honest, I don't think he remembered the circle thing. I wouldn't have. Until chat mentioned it, I did not recall it. I only recalled that they had to link hands. So I think it's super possible that Matt just didn't remember it. That no one remembered it, because that was a stressful situation. Oh, man, the relief would have been palpable. But I think Matt handled it well. I think we could reasonably consider that prison a dungeon. Maybe even more than the Pit Fiend. Although maybe debatably, given how connected they were and like how kind of little choice agency there was between the two, you could, in theory, consider the Pit Fiend stronghold and the prison to kind of be like a connected area, at least in the way that the players experienced it. I think that's my favorite dungeon. It was certainly, no question, my favorite exploration sequence. Without fail, without question. Yeah, that was good, and it was tense, and there have been so many times in the past where people have died, and I kind of laid it at the feet of both Matt and the players. I'd be like, yeah, they made like a bad decision or two, but I don't know. This also feels like a balancing thing and whatever. And, I've been very hesitant at most points in the campaign, at least that I can remember, when someone died, to say that I think it was like fully valid. This is a scenario. It would have been fully valid. I think Matt's prep for, frankly, this entire arc was great. I think his prep for the entire arc was great. I think the things that he was trying were great. I think he pivoted midway through in a very excellent way. Really, the one kind of, I don't know what the opposite of a shining star or shining moment would be. The one kind of dull moment for me, through no fault of ND's, was the work in of Tova. I don't think that Tova was worked into the story very well by Matt. And you know what? Hey, it happens, and I will take it for everything else that was great about this arc. I am shocked that some of my favorite Matt prep is in maybe the arc that I cared about the least. That's crazy. But I can't deny it. It was. Yeah. Do you think if they did lose Keyleth in the next episode, they get Pike to recruit an army to save VM from the Hells? I think something along those lines might have happened. It's honestly hard to say, because anything that Matt decided to do in that point, or at that point, is like, it's all break class in case of emergency, right? It's all like, he's got to find the best way through that is not totally unbelievable. It'd be tough, though. It'd be very tough. Yeah. Or have one of Tova's friends be a cleric. Yeah. That could work. Yeah. I mean, yeah, I can't even say what Matt would have done because it's all so outside of the realm of like pattern recognition, I guess, of like, you know, a lot of what I do is talking about like, oh, like Matt should have done this because it's, you know, it fits in with that and this and whatever. But if Keyleth dies there, we are so out of the realm of like how these things would go that you just got to figure something out. You got to figure out what feels best to you, what feels best to your players. And that is a very DM and player specific thing. Yeah. I don't think I can recall our party ever holding a spell where it didn't get used. Mostly we hold it attack melee actions, mostly me and the 2 rows. Absolutely. Yeah, I think that's fair, Joshua Bagwell. It's kind of like the concentration thing where like it happens so little that it is just kind of this sort of unknown rule because it's just not something that happens frequently. Yeah. I think Matt has some comments. Okay, yeah. We'll watch the cooldown. Absolutely. There were a few moments in this campaign where potentially changes whole campaign. This could have been one of them. Yeah. Yeah. It would have massively altered things. And Matt would have been, I think one of the tough things is that Matt would have been really in a corner where you rarely want to prep something or come up with an explanation that is so clearly prepped based on the actions of the players. Like, I made a case that the contract was a result of the player actions during episode 91, right? I made that case, but it is perfectly reasonable to think that Matt did not have that or had that contract ahead of time. It's perfectly reasonable to think that. Or that he at least knew that opening up the sort of contract thing was that was one of the routes he had prepped. Maybe he didn't have the exact wording typed up, but he had the idea to go down that. That's reasonable. I made the case that that's not what happened, but I would have no, I can only make an argument that that's what happened. If one of Tova's friends was a cleric, or if Pike led an like a strike force into the Hells to rescue Vox Machina, it would so clearly and obviously be stuff that only happened because Matt and the players want to keep the campaign going. It would have been like a meta thing. I think it would be very difficult for Matt to come up with something that feels like it was not come up with for the purpose of getting them out after Keyleth's death. I think it'd be incredibly difficult to do that. But it's kind of what you would have to do. So that's why I kind of throw my hands up in the air and I'm like, well, it kind of just, it depends on which bad bullet you want to bite. Because in kind of any scenario that keeps the campaign going, you are in a situation that will very clearly reveal the fact that this story is dependent on the game, not the other way around. And that's something that we all want to pretend is not the case, right? That's kind of the base level kayfabe of playing D&D, is that we want to feel as though the game is dependent on, or the game is dependent on the story, not the other way around. So I don't know what Matt would have done. Maybe he could figure out something more convincing than what I'm describing here. I just sort of doubt it. But let's see his initial thoughts after this.
Thank you guys. Oh, shit.
You got the billboard baggage your way out of that shit.
Yeah, you do.
Oh,
I'm in a
my
much
God.
better position than I was to start with.
Holy crap, she gets tortured.
Just hope Tova doesn't come across into pit feet because they can see through invisibility.
5 minutes later, Tova was killed.
There are devils that can see through invisibility, so
I'm sure it'll be fine.
I'm sure you'll be fine. It'll be great.
Worst case scenario, she ends the day where she started.
Gunk and try
That was
like
a really
jittery.
fun episode. That was a really fun game.
Oh.
That was
I
awesome,
feel
guys.
like
Well
that was the
done.
most fun we've had in a while.
That was awesome.
That was good.
Chain golems, all the demons.
And we get one of the players being like, that was a ton of fun. Because it was a ton of fun. I'm with them. I'm totally with them. And it's so funny that the entire front of this is the Pit Fiend fight and the Stronghold, which I thought Matt did great with. Like, I think that the Stronghold, the Pit Fiend Stronghold, Matt tried out so many cool and interesting things. My big problem with the Stronghold was, what the fuck are the players doing? The players are throwing this, and we almost saw them throwing this actually come back to bite them at the very end. But we see Matt tried a bunch of new stuff. He tried some novel dungeon mechanics, some Stronghold, some exploration. And we immediately get like, hey, that was so much fun. So, man, I yeah, man.
Holy
I thought it was great.
Holy shit.
I'm doing great.
Oh, God, Matthew.
Thank you guys. Oh,
Like,
shit.
that's the closest they've ever been to TPKing, I think. And they're like, damn, that was fun.
You got the Bilbo Baggins your way out of that shit.
Yeah, you do.
Oh
I'm in a
my
much
God.
better position than I was.
Also, I didn't even highlight this over the course of play. An alternative objective in combat. I frequently mention alternative objectives. Combats that are structured in a way where just killing all of them is not the only goal. Maybe it's, a goal, or maybe it's a solution, but it is not the primary one. Or even maybe it's just not the only one. In this case, killing the Hodis egg, which was not really a combat, right? That was just that was equivalent to smashing a vase. Was the real objective here, not just killing all the enemies. So even from the perspective of the design of the combat encounters, at least in the Pit Fiend Stronghold, it was to kill the Pit Fiend. But everything after that, it was not to kill the enemies. It was to survive the enemies. And maybe that does involve killing some of them, but then running from others until you can kill Hodis and escape. So sick. So even within everything else that was going on, the unique environmental mechanics and dungeon mechanics and puzzles, we even had at the base level, Matt taking a different and novel approach to combat with that last chain golem. So sick. So sick, man. So sick. Bone Devils over Thordak? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. At least, especially if we're talking about their arenas and everything. Abso-fucking-lutely. Oh my god. Killing the Hodis egg reminds me of Krillin and Trunks killing Cell as a fetus. I recognize the names. I've never seen DBZ. I have considered taking the plunge at some point, because it does feel like a cultural reference point. Maybe I'll do it someday.
Holy crap, she gets tortured.
Just hope Tova doesn't come across into pit feet because they can see through invisibility.
5 minutes later, Tova was killed.
Be great.
Worst case scenario, she ends the
That was awesome.
That was good.
Chain golems, all the demons.
So tired.
I'm so
so
tired.
This is great.
That was fun. Guys, well done.
Made it out, right?
Noelle, thank you so much for playing with us. Awesome character.
It's fucking awesome.
Such a blast.
Oh, holy shit.
Good sticking to the guns or staying behind. I was like, I don't know what she's gonna do about this.
Oh, it's so cool.
They're gonna find a way to find them.
Yeah, then I just keep showing up every week. Can't
Yeah.
get out of me.
It's happened before. Our story ended up kicking off this year for 3-4 weeks in a row, so it was supposed to be just a one night thing.
I had a mission.
And he got a killing blow on a boss too. We had 2 guys get killing blows on boss.
We've
That's awesome.
We've had good themes of guests killing bosses.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Because Barry killed the White Dragon.
Yeah.
Like,
that's
it
true.
was
You guys gotta
good.
pick up your slack.
Yeah.
You're not very
Your
good.
ghost can haunt us.
Like, we're using like the indie
Good times.
That is
Oriole
true.
just being with the invisibility ring like that. Gross.
Put in like
Right.
Can you handle this
Well,
Pit
thank
Fiend?
you so much for coming and playing with us, Noelle.
Thank you for
Absolute
having me.
pleasure.
This has been awesome.
Yay.
Yay.
So guys, once again, you can check out Noelle if you want to pimp your stuff real fast before we leave.
All right, that's the end. But also,
Nimona.
Nimona, check it out. Lumberjanes, check out ND. That was cool. Man. Yeah, I mean, it's so weird because I think the only thing holding that back was the players not taking it that seriously, towards the beginning at least, and then it really clicked in towards the end. But I think that Matt's design in this, session, yeah, 93, episode 93 of Vox Machina might be, in total, the episode where I have the best opinion of Matt's design that is presented in the episode of the entire campaign. And I think it still would have been hard. Like, I think everything still would have been, like, hard and, you know, pretty tense at the end there, even if they hadn't fucked around in the Pit Fiend area. And I think really the main detraction point from this in 93 is how the players interacted with it. And to some extent, that's something you got to account for as a DM. But that's pretty low on the list. Assuming that you're like communication of stakes and making them take it seriously, that is somewhat on the DM, but it's lower on the list. And honestly, in my opinion, I think Matt did plenty towards trying to get them to take it seriously. So I think this is my favorite design this is my favorite session from the perspective of witnessing what Matt created and prepped. This blows so many sequences out of the water for me. I loved it. Yeah. Oh, man. ND also made the She-Ra reboot. Ah, neat. Very cool. That ep went to a 10 in craziness so quickly out of nowhere. Definitely a unique ep. Yeah. But I think it's, you know, as opposed to something like maybe the Raishan, honestly, either of the Raishan fights, Raishan part 1 or part 2. I think the fact that it was so much within their control, and it was so much like they 100% accomplished their mission. And I think there's a unique sort of satisfaction. I don't know quite how to quantify it or what to call it, but a unique sort of satisfaction. Like when you're sitting there at the table after having only partially completed something. So like they ran off Raishan. That could be considered a win. After Raishan part 1, they partially won that. But their real objective to kill Raishan did not happen. So they kind of only partially accomplished their mission. And in theory, you know, you could say that maybe killing the Chain Devil, in a loose sense, was also kind of part of their mission. But they feel so much more satisfied at the end of this. Like, it's or maybe not part of their mission. I'm having trouble putting it in the words. Maybe I'll save it for the takeaway, because maybe I want to think about this a little bit more. But it's like to leave something unfinished, but feel so radically satisfied with it. Like, I think one of the interesting things about this was the overwhelming sense of force and the sense that they would not survive if they stayed. They were on a clock for no other reason than the longer they stayed there, the more likely they were to just all get TPK'd by the endless waves of devils. There was no ultimately surviving it. All they could do was escape. And so for a session where, you know, they accomplished the thing they want to accomplish, but they left so much else, quote unquote, on the table, it's awesome to see how satisfying that can be. And I think that can, in at least some cases, or at least as a variety thing, that can be as satisfying or more satisfying than like completely accomplishing something and, you know, having the entire area be kind of safe afterwards. I think that this can be, in a lot of ways, more satisfying because it kind of feels like you got away with something that you shouldn't have been able to. You know, there's a level of completeness satisfaction in like killing Vorugal and Yank, right? There's a level of satisfaction to that I think this wouldn't have. But there's a different and I think kind of unique satisfaction to this sort of thing. That maybe you wouldn't want it to always be the case, but is great for some variety. And I think is going to really play off well to your players when they do accomplish it. Yeah, man, it's great. I do recall that Matt saying that if Kiki died, there would have been a TPK because the enemies weren't going to take prisoners. There wouldn't have been a rescue mission. That seems reasonable to me. That seems, you know, and it's, you know, not to cast doubt on Matt's words there. It's easy to say that when it didn't happen. It upkeeps Matt's reputation of kind of being, you know, pretty hardcore and keeping with what was prepped. And don't get me wrong, I believe there's a universe in which that happens. I totally believe there's a universe in which that happens. But you know, when it's so firmly not what happened, I'm taking it with a grain of salt. That's the right thing to say as a DM. Don't get me wrong. If he says anything other than that, it's probably a misstep. Especially as an actual play DM. You always go with the more verisimilitude, the higher prep, the more brutal kind of alternative story. You always go with that. That's what helps you, you know, part of being a DM is a reputation game. It's the magic trick. It's the Wizard of Oz, don't look behind the curtain sort of thing. And that's absolutely the right answer from that perspective. If we actually travel to an alternative universe where, you know, Marisha fails that last saving throw, is that actually what would have happened? You know, I might bet on it. I might place my bet that that's what happens, but I personally wouldn't be 100% confident in it. I would be more confident than not, but I'm talking about like 51, 49% for me. You can find such interesting stuff in any CR ep. It is amazing. I appreciate it, Delphi. I appreciate it. That's my goal. I don't know, man. I just love yapping. Or not even, it's weird because I don't even love it. Because I'm a lot quieter off stream. But I love talking to people that like a thing and that are passionate about a thing, especially if I also like that thing or am also passionate about that thing. It's why I struggled with Fantasy High a lot, is because I wasn't able to talk to people about it. I can talk all on stream all day long about things that people might like because I like talking to people. Yeah, I don't know. It's Yeah, I don't know. It's no. Some CR episodes are definitely more interesting than others, but I don't know what it is that makes them all interesting in some way to me. But there definitely is something there. I don't know what it is. What a dud of a campaign ending that would have been, though. I disagree on saying this was the right way to end it. Letting a campaign end in this style and not say against a boss enemy. I'd try and get around it. Well, I'm not saying it would have how would I say it? That's why I'm kind of like, I think it's the right thing to say if you are Matt, because you want to make it seem, it's part of the magic trick. You want to make it feel like there are stakes and that things are dangerous and that there will be consequences. You don't want to be the government and say, don't worry, banks in 2007. You know, you want to tell the entire public, we'll never bail out the banks. We'll never bail out the banks. We're not going to do that, you know, because you don't want to encourage that moral hazard, right? But in reality, when shit hits the wall, there's a better chance than not that you're gonna bail out the banks. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, I'm not in Matt's mind. I'm certainly not in his mind. Fucking, what is this? 8 years ago? So I can't say what he would have done. I would have ended the session when Keyleth died. And then I would have taken the time to think about it between the next session. So I can't say what I would have done. Because I think that if that did happen, if Keyleth died there, I think the most responsible thing to do and the best thing to do is to take a week to think about it. Because, you know, it's hard to say what the best way to handle it is. And especially, you know, if it's an at-home game, maybe the prep for the games has been taking a lot out of you. As a DM, maybe you're kind of looking to wind down the campaign, and this is a way to end the story. Bit of a dud, I agree, but maybe, you know, it's worth it in that way. Maybe there's something that you can do with Keyleth's spirit. You can, like, do one last hurrah that still ends with all the characters dying, but it makes it to where their souls aren't trapped in hell. So you still essentially make it the TPK, but give them that one last win of the campaign. I think there's a few ways to handle it. And I think you should, if you're in this situation, Keyleth does fail the death save, take a week to think about it. Yeah. I wouldn't say it's the right way to end it, just that Matt said that's what it done, but because it didn't happen, we'll never know. Yeah, exactly. And again, I will say, it's the right answer. Because it didn't happen. It's absolutely the correct answer. On an actual play, at a home game, you definitely say that. So you're saying Vox Machina is too big to fail. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. And you don't want to encourage the moral hazard as a DM, but we'll see when the shit actually hits the fan. But that's where I'm going to leave it. Thank you so much for joining and hanging out with me. I've been Mega. I will see you on Monday for episode 94. And we will see, man. Are they going to transition into the next arc? It feels like that'll never happen. Are we going to get another cleanup arc, or are we actually going to get the last arc? I guess we'll see. Thank you so much for joining me. I will see you all later. Goodbye.